In this video, I have included 4 React.js clones such as Netflix, WhatsApp, LinkedIn, and Gmail. The tools that I have used in these projects are React.js, Firebase, and Material UI. I hope this video will be really helpful to you. Hi friends, in this video I'm going to show you how to create the Netflix clone using React.js and Firebase. So here in the navbar you can see there is title of the movie, then overview of the movie, and also you can see the logo of Netflix and a logout button. So when I click the logout button, you can see that the user will be logged out and the button will be changed to sign in. And next you can see there is a play trailer button below the overview. And when we scroll down, you can see that there is a list of movies. We are listed 20 movies here. So next I'm going to click on sign in button. At that time we will be redirected to this page in which there is a sign in with the Google button. So I'm going to click on the sign with the Google button and a pop-up will be arrived. Then the user will be logged in and the user will be redirected to the home page. So here next I'm going to do is to click on one of the banner of the movie. So at that time you can see that we will be redirected to the movie details section. Here you can see that there is a section which shows the details of the movie. That means the title of the movie, overview, language, release date, then play trailer button, etc. So then next you can see the section for posting review and also listing a review by the user. Then next I'm going to click on the play trailer button. At that time you can see that a pop-up will be arrived and we can watch the trailer by clicking on the YouTube icon. So this is a trailer of that particular movie. So next we can add the reviews of the movie as like this way and we can submit and the review will be listed there as like this for each person. The review with the username and the profile picture will be listed there. So I'm going to the home page and you can see that I'm going to click on logout button again and I'm going to click on the one of the banner of the movie again. Then I'm going to click on submit button. At that time it will show please login or login warning. Okay, so this is the structure of the project that we are going to create now.
If this video is helpful to you, please consider subscribing to the channel, like the video and comment your feedback.
So I have created a new React.js project using create React app and I have removed all the boilerplate codes or unwanted files. Next, I have run the code. You can see the project here. Okay, so next I'm going to do is to create 2 new components. One is home component. Next is navbar component. Okay, so next I'm going to do is to use these component or call this component in the app.js. So you can see I have called the 2 components, that is navbar and home component. So next I'm going to use the TMDB API for movie listing. So for that I'm going to take the TMDB website. So here you can see that I'm going to click on the first link. Then we will be redirected to this page. So next I'm going to click on this guides in the navbar. Here we will be redirected to this page. So from here I'm going to click on this API link. So in this page, you can see that there is an API key. So we need to use this API key when we are using the URL. So next, I'm going to the getting started. And here you can see that there is an API reference in the navbar. So I'm going to click on the API reference. So here in the sidebar, you can see that when we scroll down, there is a section that is discover. So in this discover, there is movie. So I'm going to click on the movie. Then we will get the URL that we need to use for listing the movies. So here you can see that this is the API that or URL that we need to use. I'm going to use this. I'm going to copy this URL up to this in the movie question mark. So I'm going to define a function that is get movie as an arrow function. And inside this function, I am going to use the fetch operation. And inside the fetch, I'm going to paste the URL that I have copied from the TMDB database. Okay. So next we will get the response from the API as response, and I'm going to convert that response into JSON format. So .json and .then we will get the JSON formatted response, and I'm going to log that response. Okay. So next I'm going to use the try catch, and I'm going to call this get movie inside the use effect hook, which I'm going to import from React. Okay, so next I'm going to take the browser and the console. In the console, you can see that we will get the response. So this is the response that we get from the API. So here I'm going to show you the results specifically as JSON.results. So now you can see that here is the result, that is the 20 movies. So each movie contains original title, overview, poster path. This poster path is the URL that we need to show in the banner, then release date, then title, etc. So these are the details that we can see in the each movies. So next I'm going to show these details in the browser by using Material UI card. So for that, I'm going to install Material UI into our project. So I'm going to the Material UI website. Here I'm going to click the installation button. Then we will be redirected to this page. In the beginning of the page itself, you can see the commands. I'm going to copy this command for installing Material UI into our project. So I'm going to take the new terminal and I'm going to run this command here. So now Material UI will be installed into our project. So the Material UI has been installed into our project. You can see the Material UI in the package.json. Okay. So next I'm going to do is to use the card component from the Material UI. So for that, in the home component, first of all, I'm going to import box component as like this way. So here I'm going to import the box from as like this way. And you can see that in the Material UI, there are different cards designs. In the sidebar, there is components, and there you can see there is a card option. So here you can see there are different varieties of designs of cards, basic cards, advanced cards, etc. So I'm going to use a basic card into our project. So for that, I have imported the box. So inside this box, I'm going to use card component as like this way. So I have imported the card component from Material UI. Then next, I'm going to use the content component. Card content. Okay, so card content component also has been installed from the Material UI. Okay, so next I'm going to use the card media. Okay, so card media is used to show the image of each movie. So you can see that this is the structure of the home page of the Netflix. Okay, so here you can see that this is the home section or the banner section or the card we I am going to show. So in this section you can see that there is only the banner is showing. So we need to show the banner. So I'm going to use this card media. So here we can show that image. So in this card media component, I'm going to give the props such as component that is that is image. Okay, this is an image component. The next I'm giving the height of that image as 140. and next I'm giving the image itself. Okay, so image is we know that we have get the results. That means we have get the each movies. So first of all, I'm going to define a state that is const movies set movies, and I'm going to pass this JSON dot results into that set movies. You can see that here. So now when I log this movies, you can see that here is the end point of the image that we need to use. So it is in the poster path name. So for that, I'm going to do is I'm going to use the map method to iterate through it. Movies dot map. I'm going to return this card here as like this way. Next, I'm going to use the image. That means here we'll get the each movie. So here we have to give the each movies images. So for that, I'm going to the TMDB website again. So here you can see that uh, here you can see that I'm going to click this guides in the navbar. At that time, you can see that in the bottom there is an image part. In this image part, I'm going to click on the basics. So when we redirect it to this basics of the image, you can see that this is the URL of the image that we need to use. So I'm going to copy this URL and I'm going to paste it in this image section. Here I have to give the backtick, and I'm going to remove this section of the endpoint, and I'm going to give there the endpoint of the each movie. So movie dot, we know that that is poster path. So here it is poster path. So you can see that we got the banner of each movies. So next I'm going to do is to use the grid from material UI as like this way, grid imported, and I'm giving as container spacing 2. And I'm going to use the grid inside this map method, inside this looping. And I'm going to return the complete with the grid, complete box with the grid. So what is happened here is such that, so you can see that here now it is shown as like this way, and I'm going to give that is grid item and access is equal to 3. So here you can see that 4 banner will be shown in line, one line. Okay. So next I'm going to give a style, a padding here, padding top, padding right, and padding left. So here as 20px padding top and padding right and padding left, 20px. So now you can see that in the browser. Okay, it is now fine. Actually, here it is showing an outline to this banner, each of this banner. So we don't need that outline, as you can see here. So here actually we don't want this card content. I'm going to remove this card content here. Actually, card content is used when we need to give any title or as like that of things or buttons to that of this card complete. So I have removed that card content. I am only using the card media here. So now you can see that outline has been gone. That's border. Okay, now it is very fine. Next I'm going to do is to give style to navbar section. So I'm going to take the navbar component. So in the navbar component, you can see that here there is a background image of that movie, and there is a logo of the Netflix, and also I'm giving a button here for sign up. So here also showing the title of the movie and also description. So next I'm going to do that. So for that, in the navbar I'm going to give the background image here. So for that I'm taking the style. I'm giving style as background image, and here I'm giving using the backtick and using the URL. So inside this URL, I'm going to give the background image. So for background image, we need the movie list. So I'm using the first movie from the list of this movie. Okay. So for that, I'm going to use the API here also. So from the home component, I'm going to copy and paste this complete set. That means a state, a function which is defined for the API call, and next the use effect. So I'm using that completely here in the navbar also. Here I'm going to use the details of the first movie from the list. So we can see that this is the data of 20 movies. So from that, I'm going to show the details of the first movie. Okay, so for that, we got the movie state. I'm going to log the details of the first movie. That is console.log movies 0. So now in the console, you can see that here is the details of first movie. Okay, Spider-Man across the Spider-Verse. So you can see that from the banner. Okay, so I'm going to use that first movies in the navbar. Okay, so I'm giving the URL of this movie in this background image URL section. So we know that we have already used the complete URL of the image. So I'm going to copy that complete part from here and I'm going to paste it here. Then here I'm going to bring some slight changes. I'm going to use the movie state and I'm giving the movie here. Okay, I'm giving another style, that is background position to center and background repeat as no repeat, and next background size, that is cover. So I'm giving background size as cover as like this way. Next I'm giving the height and width. So height 400 px and width to 100%. So now you can see that here is the banner. Next I'm going to do is I'm going to remove this section, that means the width, and I'm giving that is original. Now you can see the banner in more clarity. So when we give the different movies as like this way, different index, you can see that we will get the different movies here. Okay, so I'm going to show the one of the movie banner in the navbar. I'm giving this movie as a banner, so I'm giving as 8 as like this way. So now you can see that. Okay, now we can see the image here in the banner. Next, I'm going to show you the details, that is here. You can see that there is a title of the movie and description of the movie, and also a logo of Netflix, and also some buttons. So I'm going to import a logo from my device. That means here I'm going to create a images folder. That means images, and I'm going to import the image from a device. As you can see that I'm using the Netflix logo. So I'm going to import this Netflix logo into this image section, and I'm going to rename this as Netflix. Okay, so next I'm going to use this image in here in the navbar. So we have already given the div a background image to the div. Next I'm using the image tag as like this way, and I'm giving the source. Inside the source, I'm going to use the image. That means the image that we have imported from the devices, that is netflix.png. So I'm going to import Netflix from images slash netflix.png. And I'm going to use that Netflix in this source, image source, Netflix And you can see that in the browser there is the logo of image. Yes. So I'm going to reduce the size of the logo as I'm giving the style, that is width as 60 or 70 px and height as 70 px. Okay, so now you can see that yes, the logo is the size of the logo is reduced. It is fine now. Next, I'm going to show you a button. For that, I'm going to use the button from the material UI as like this way, and I'm giving the name of the button as sign in button. Okay. So next, I'm going to give the color of the button. That means I'm giving the color of the button as red color, and I'm going to give the variant as contained. So now you can see that. Okay, so now you can see that there is a button, that is sign in button, and also the logo of the Netflix. So next, I'm going to use a style for aligning both of these with respect to each other. So I'm going to use the style. For that, I'm going to create a div and to place these two elements, that is image and button, inside this div. And I'm going to do is to give the style, that is display flex, for making or aligning them in the same line. So when I give the display flex, you can see that it in the same line. Okay, so now the size of the sign in button is much more. So I need to reduce the size of the button. So for that, I'm going to use the style here. That is, I'm giving the height of the button as 50 px, 50 px. So now you can see that, yeah, the size of the button is reduced. I'm also reducing again to 40 px. Now it will be fine. Yes. Next, I need to put that sign in button into this position. For that, I'm going to use the justify content style. So in this div, I am going to give the justify content here as space between. So here I am giving the space between. So now you can see that the Netflix or sign in button is in the end of this navbar. So next, I'm going to give a slight padding to this div, so that we can give the padding to this div as like this way. So it will be much more better. So now you can see that, yeah, there is a Netflix logo at the beginning of the navbar and a sign in button at the end of the navbar. I think it is fine. So here you can see that I'm going to take the again. So I'm going to increase the size of this logo more, and image the width to 90, height to 90. So next I'm going to do is you can see that in the home page they are showing the name of the movie and also its description also showing. So I'm going to use the title, original title, and also the overview of this movie to show here. So for that, I'm going to create another div, and here we can give the h2 tag as like this way. And I'm going to use the movies, that is movie that we are used here is in the 8th index. So dot original title. Okay, so now you can see that here is the original title. So I'm going to give the change the color of the title as white. So I'm giving the style here as like this way, and I'm giving the color as white. So now you can see that, yeah, it is white colored. So now you can see the uh, title there. I'm giving H1. I think we need to increase the size of the. So I think we need to increase the size of the movie title. So I'm giving as style to width or font size. That means font size to 90 px. So now you can see that, yeah, it is increased, but it is more. So I'm reducing the size again, 70 px. I think it is fine. So next I'm going to change the font family. So for that, I'm using the style font family, and I'm giving the style as initial. Yeah, it is more better than before. You can see that here. Yeah, and also I'm going to give the color. Next I'm going to give the color as a gray, a light gray. So I'm taking the HTML color codes and I'm choosing a light gray color from the given colors. So from here I'm taking the light gray. So you can see that, yeah, I'm taking this F1, F1, F1 color. So here I'm giving that ash F1, F1, F1. So now you can see that, yeah, it is much better than before. Then next I'm going to use the description. That means overview as like this way. So now you can see that when I take the console, here you can see the overview as like this way. So we need to, I'm going to use that overview here. So for that I'm using the H4 and I'm giving it as movies of 8 dot overview. Okay, so now you can see that here is the overview. So I'm changing the color, or I'm giving the style as color white. Okay, so now you can see that here is the overview of that movie. So when we take the model here, you can see that it is white colored description and white colored title. So as like this way, and I think we need to align much better. So it is in the same line, that is looking good. So here I'm giving the padding to. Here also I'm giving the padding as style. I'm giving the padding 20 px also here. So now you can see that, yeah, it is more, yeah, it is much better. Uh, Next, I'm changing the color again. That means I'm giving the color, same color from here. So it is now much better than before. What I'm going to do is I'm going to increases the size of that text. That means I'm giving the H3 here. Yeah, I think it is better, but it is overtaken that navbar. So because we have given the width height here, so I'm giving the height as 500. Yeah, now it is so good. So we have given the logo, we have given the sign in button, we have given the title and also description. So next when we look the model, you can see that there is play episode, also giving another button, that is I'm going to use a button for viewing the trailer. So for that I'm going to use the button from Material UI. So here I am going to use the button from Material UI as like this way. So we have already imported the button from Material UI, and I'm giving the variant of the button as contained itself. And next I'm going to give the color of the button. So I'm giving the color of the button as black and background color as white. So here you can see that I'm giving the color, I'm giving the color as black and background color as white. So now you can see that there is a button here. Yeah, this is a button. So I'm giving the name of the button as view trailer. I think it will be fine. Yeah, here is it. So as like play episode, we have given the button view trailer. I'm using this button here in the same div itself. It is enough. Yeah, you can see the button here. So next I'm giving a, so next I'm giving a style, that is font weight to bold. font weight. Okay, to bold, you can see now it will be much better than before. Yeah, it's looking very good. So next thing I'm going to do is to change the background color of the home. Here it is background color as white. So when we take the model, you can see that the background color is black. So I'm going to change the background color there. So here in the home component, I'm going to give the style as background color to black. So you can see that here I'm giving the background color, that is background color to black, as like this way. So when we take this, you can see that we have changed the color to black. So yeah, it is. I think it is looking same as like that of the model. Now I'm going to give a dark, a light black. So I'm giving this. It may be more better than before. So here, as like this way. So now you can see that, yeah, it is much better. So next I'm going to use the Firebase authentication for the signing. So for that I'm going to take the Firebase website. So here, I'm going to the Firebase website. You can see here I'm going to click on this first link. Then we will be redirected to the page where we can add our new project. So for that I'm going to click this get started button, and we will be redirected to a page where I'm going to click this add project button. At that time we can create a new project in the Firebase. So I'm giving the name of the project as Netflix clone itself, Netflix clone, and I'm going to click the continue button. Next I'm going to disable this Google Analytics. We are not going to use this Google Analytics in our project. So next I'm going to click on the create project button. Now our new Firebase project will be created. We have to wait for that. So our new Firebase project have been created, that is Netflix clone. So next I'm going to click on the continue button. So now we can see that here is an option for iOS, Android and web. So I'm going to click on the web option. Okay. So now you can see that first of all we have to register our app. So for that I'm giving the name of the app as Netflix app itself. And next I'm going to click on the register app button. As a second step, we have to do is to add the Firebase SDK. So as I'm using the npm, I'm going to copy this npm install Firebase command and to run that command in the terminal. So now the Firebase will be installed into our project. Okay, so the Firebase has been installed into our project. So next I'm going to the Firebase document. You can see that after installing the Firebase into our project, we have to use this code snippet. So I'm going to copy this code and I'm going to create another folder, that is Firebase, and I'm going to create another file inside this Firebase folder as setup.js. Next, I'm going to paste this whole code here. So if you can see that I have pasted the code here. Then next, I'm going to remove this command. So okay, so here you can see that this is a Firebase config. There is API key, author domain, project ID, etc. But we are don't going to change. We are not going to bring any changes in this Firebase config. So I'm going to minimize that. Okay, here you can see that they have initialized the app by importing initialize app from Firebase app. Next I'm going to do is to import one thing from Firebase auth. So the thing that we have to import from Firebase auth is get auth function, as like this way. So this is the first thing that we have to do in the setup file. So next I'm going to define another file, that is another variable. So that is I'm giving the name of the variable as auth itself, and I'm going to assign this get auth function into this. So next I'm going to do is to pass this app into the get auth as an argument, and I'm going to export this variable auth so that we can use this auth in other files. Okay, so the things that we have to do in the setup file is completed. So here you can see that when we are using this type of, that means when authentication or get firestore, etc., we have to do is to pass this app inside this get auth as an argument. Okay. So next I'm going to do is to create another component, that is sign in component. Okay, so here this is a sign in component. Okay, so next I'm going to do is to here you can see that after using this code snippet, I'm going to click on this continue to console button. After that, we will be redirected to the console of our website, our project. So in the sidebar, you can see there is some of the options. So I'm going to click on this build option. In the drop down, you can see that there is authentication abstract, Firestore database, real-time database, etc. So I'm going to use the authentication. So for that, I'm going to click on the authentication. Next, I'm going to click on this get started button. Okay, so here you can see that they are providing some of the providers, that is native providers, additional providers, custom providers. So native providers like email, password, phone, etc., and additional providers like Google, Facebook, Play Games, Apple, etc. So I'm going to use the Google as the additional provider. So I'm going to click on this Google button. Next we have to do is to enable this, and I'm going to give the mail ID and clicking the save button. So now the Google authentication will be enabled. Okay, so now we can use the Google authentication functions into our project. So for that, we have already created a component for sign-in. So in this component, I'm going to define a function that is, so I'm giving the name of the function as Google sign-in as like this way, and an arrow function. Inside this function, I'm going to use another function which we need to import from Firebase. So here I'm going to import that function from Firebase auth as like this way, Firebase slash auth. So I'm going to use the function sign in with a pop-up. This is a function that we are going to use when we are using this Google authentication, or we are enabling this Google authentication. So I'm going to use this sign in with the pop-up directly here, and I'm giving the async await. Next, I'm going to do is to give the try catch. Okay, error console.error, and here I'm giving the sign in with a pop-up in the try. Okay, so now I'm going to use a button here as well, which I have imported from the material UI. So I'm going to give the name of the button as sign in and a variant of contained and a color of error. Now I have created a button, and I'm giving this Google sign in function which we have defined into this on click of the button, that is Google sign in. Okay, so now we have created a sign in component. So next what we have to do is when we click the sign in button, we have to redirect it to the sign in component or sign in page. So next I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new component that is main.js. So I'm creating a component that is main.js as like this way, and I'm going to use this navbar component and the home component in this main.js component. Okay, that's like this way. Next I'm going to do is to call this main component in this app.js. Okay, so now you can see that nothing is changed in the browser. Okay, so next I'm going to do is to install React Router DOM into our project. So npm install React Router DOM. Okay, so now you can see that React Router DOM will be installed into our project. Okay, so React Router DOM has been installed into our project. So next I'm going to do is to set up the React Router DOM into our project. So for that I'm taking the index.js, and I'm going to import the browser router from React Router DOM as like this way. Okay, then I'm going to wrap the app component into this browser router. So you can see that I have imported the browser router from React router DOM, and I have wrapped the app component by using the browser router. So next I'm going to the app.js component, and I'm going to import the routes and route from React router DOM. So here I'm going to import routes and route for giving the route or your endpoints to the each component. So inside this route component, we are giving the endpoints such as path is equal to, for main component, I'm giving the path as slash, then element. Inside the element, I am giving this main component as like this way. Next, I'm going to use another route component, and I'm giving the route for the sign in component. So here I'm giving the endpoint as sign in, and here I'm giving as sign in as like this way. Next, I'm going to the navbar component, and I'm giving the sign in button. So okay, so next what we have to do is when I click this sign in button, we have to redirect it to the signing page. So for that, I'm going to the navbar. So here you can see that here is the button, that is sign in button. In this button, I'm going to give a function in the on click of the button. So in the on click of the button, I'm going to give the function that is sign in click as like this way. And I'm going to define that function sign in click as an arrow function. And I'm using the use navigate hook from React router. So first of all, I need to define a variable, and I'm giving the name of the variable as navigate, and I'm using the use navigate as like this way, use navigate hook. Then I can use the navigate variable inside this sign in click function to give the route or to navigate towards the sign in page. So I'm using this navigate variable as like this way, and I'm giving the endpoint of this sign in page as sign in. So we have already defined that route in the app.js. So now when I click the sign in button, you can see that we will be redirected to the sign in page. So I'm clicking the sign in button. So now you can see that we have redirected to sign in page. This is our sign in page. So now there is only a single button. So first of all, I'm giving the color of this component as black. That is background color as black. Okay, so now you can see that the color of the component is changed, and I'm giving the height of the component as 100 VH. Okay. Okay. Now the color of the component has changed to black. I'm giving a dark gray. So here I'm picking this color, and I'm giving this color to this background color. So now you can see that. Okay, this is the sign-in page. So next I'm going to make the sign-in button at the center of this page. So for that I'm going to create another div, and I'm putting this button inside that div as like this way. Okay, so next I'm going to do is to give this style that is position fixed and left as 45% and top as 45%. Okay, so now you can see that the button sign button will be at the center of the screen. Okay, so it is fine. So next I'm going to give a text below the button. So for that I'm giving the h2 tag, or I'm giving the h2 tag, and I'm going to write such as let's start to explore movies from here. Okay, so now I'm giving the br as like this way, and you can see that now here is a text that is let's start to explore movies from here. So I'm giving it as white colored by giving the style that is color white. Okay, so now you can see that color is given as white. Okay, so I am giving it in another div. I think it will be good if we give that into a div, another div. Okay, so next I'm going to give br to here also. So it will be fine now, I think so. So, okay, so next I'm going to reduces the margin top or the top here. So I'm giving as 35. Okay, so I think it is fine. Next I'm going to give the logo here. So here I'm giving the image tag as like this way, and I'm going to use the logo Netflix, which we have already imported from the device. So here you can see that is just netflix.png. So I'm going to import that Netflix logo as like this way. Okay, then I'm going to give this Netflix logo here in the source of the image tag. So next you can see that. So here is the logo. So I'm going to reduce the size of the logo as giving the style. That is, I'm giving the width as 100 px. I'm giving the height as also 100 px. So next I'm going to give a padding to this sign-in component. So I'm going to take this sign-in component and I'm giving the padding here. So as like this way, padding to 20 px. Then now you can see that it will be much better. Okay, next I'm going to implement the Google authentication by clicking the sign in button. So in this sign in page, you can see that we have a Google sign in function in which we have used the sign in with a pop-up. So inside the sign in with the pop-up, we have to pass the argument. So first argument that we have to pass is auth, which we have already defined in the setup of the Firebase, and we have exported that. Okay, so I'm going to import that from the setup.js file. Next, I'm going to use another thing that we have to export from here. So for that, I'm going to import that Google auth provider from the Firebase auth as like this way. And as same as like that of the auth, we have to define a variable and I'm going to export that. So Google, I'm giving the name of the variable as Google auth and I'm going to assign that Google auth provider as like this way. Now we can use this Google auth in other files. So I'm going to the sign in and as a second argument, I'm going to use this Google auth as like this way. Okay, so now when we click the sign in button, the user will be logged in. So for that, how we for for knowing that if the user is logged in or not, what I'm going to do is I'm going to log the auth dot current user. We know that here is the auth we have already imported from the Firebase setup file, and this auth have a property that is current user. So I'm going to this sign in button and I'm going to take the console. Now you can see that when we click this sign in button, so next I'm going to click on the Google account. Okay, so now the user is logged in. So now you can see that. So when we given the auth here, you can see here it is the auth and the auth dot current user. So we can access the mail ID and the display name is there. Then we know that if the email is verified or not. Then there is metadata. The metadata includes the creator time, etc., and also phone number, and also we can see the photo URL. So we can directly give the photo URL also from here. So these are the details that will get from the Google authentication. I'm giving here that is auth dot current user as like this way. So now you can see that current user dot email. Okay, so now you can see that the email here. So you can see the current user here as like this way. So from this current user, we can access the display name, email. His email is verified, and also the photo URL, etc. from this given array or from this return. Okay. So from this response, we will get the. So from these details, we will get this. So from this, we can get the display name, email verified, photo URL, etc. So next, I'm going to do is. So after signing, next I'm going to do is to redirect to the home page itself. So or the main page itself. So for that I'm going to the sign in page component or next after the sign in, we know that we have auth dot current user dot email verified as a property. So if this the user email or Google account is verified, then we can give that to navigate to the main page, okay, or main component. So for that I'm going to define the use navigate in this sign in component also. So I'm defining a variable that is navigate, and I'm going to give this use navigate or assign this use navigate into this navigate. So now I'm going to use here as if this auth dot current user dot email verified is true, then the navigate we can navigate to the main component as like this way. Okay, so now I'm going to click this sign in button. At that time, you can see that the user will be navigate to the main component. Okay, so it is fine. The sign-in component is completed. So now the user is already logged in. So now you can see that here is a sign-in button. But actually, we don't want sign-in button when the user is logged in. So now the user is logged in. So now we need the logout button here. So here I am going to give. That means in the navbar, I'm going to use another button. So below this sign-in button, I'm going to use another button that is logout as like this way. And I'm going to give the variant as contained, and I'm giving the color as error itself. Okay, so now you can see that there will be a logout button here. Then next I'm giving the style as height 40 px as same as that of sign button. Okay, now it is fine. So next I'm going to do is I'm going to put these two buttons inside a div as like this way. So now you can see that it is arranged together. So next I'm going to give a style to the logout button that is margin left 10 px. Now it will be fine. Okay. Then next, now you can see that it is showing sign in and logout button. Actually, it only want to show one button at a time. That means when the user is logged in, we only want to show the logout there. And when the user is logged out, we only want to show the sign in button. So I'm giving it by a condition. That is, if we know that there is an auth which we have used or defined in the setup.js file. So I have imported that auth. So when the auth dot current user auth.currentuser.email verified. Then we have to show the logout button. That means when the user is logged in, we have to show the logout button. And when the user is logged out, we have to show the sign in button. So now you can see that we have to do the condition. That is when the user email is verified, we have to show the logout button. And when the user is not verified or the email ID is not verified, we have to show the sign in button. That is when the user is logged in, we have to show the logout button. So you can see that now with the user is logged in, so it is showing logout button. So next I'm going to do is we have to implement the logout functionality here. So for that, I'm going to use a function from the Firebase as like that of sign in function. So in this navbar, I'm going to define a function that is const logout. The function is sign out. So I'm going to import that sign out function from the Firebase auth, that is async await. And I'm giving the try catch as like this way. So now I'm going to give this await sign out into this, and I'm giving the console.error. Okay. So next I'm going to give this or call this logout function inside the logout button. So here is the logout button. I'm giving this function here. So in the on click of the logout button, I am giving the function that is logout. Okay. Then inside this logout function, we have to give the auth as like this way as the argument. So whenever we click this auth, then the user will be whenever we click the logout button, the user will be logged out. And when we check that by using the auth dot current user dot email verified, it will be false. Okay, so now I am going to click the logout button, and at that time you can see that now in the console it is undefined. That means here in the navbar we have logged the auth.currentuser.email, and now it is undefined, and also it is showing sign in button here. Okay, next I'm going to change the name of this button, that is in the sign in component. We are given the name of the button as sign in. So I am giving the name of the button as sign in with Google. Okay, so now you can see that it is sign in with Google. Okay, so I am going to click on that, and next we will be logged in and we will be redirected to the home page again. So next I'm going to do is that when the user clicked this banner, one of the banner, the user need to be redirected to a component or a page which contains the details of this movie. So for that, I'm going to use the link component from the React router DOM. So in the home component, I'm going to use this link component and I'm going to wrap this card. Okay. First of all, I'm going to create a new component that is movie detail. Okay. So next I'm going to the app.js and I'm giving the root to this movie detail component. Okay. So next I'm going to the home component and here you can see the card. So I'm going to wrap this card into the link component from the React router DOM. So I'm going to import the link from React router DOM as like this way. And I'm going to wrap this whole card by using the link. Next, I'm going to give the path to this link component as 2, which is equal to movie detail. Okay, so now you can see that in the browser, when I'm going to click this any of the banner, you can see that we will be redirected to the movie detail component. So I'm going to click this banner. So you can see that now we have redirected to the movie detail component. So next I'm going to pass the detail of the movie from the home component into the movie detail component. So for that, I'm going to use the link component and I'm going to pass the data as state. So here in this state props, I'm going to pass the movie. So now you can see that when I'm going to the movie detail component and I'm going to use here a use location hook from React. So I'm going to define a variable that is location and I'm going to import the use location from React router DOM. Then next I'm going to console this location. So I'm going to take the console and you can see that when I'm clicking the each banner. So here you can see the details of that single movie or that particular movie. That is location.state.movie. Here is the overview, popularity, poster path, release date, original title, etc. So next I'm going to do is I'm going to convert or make this movie detail component into three parts. That means first part is the details of that movie. That is the half portion of this component. The next half portion is the next half portion is of the section for the user to add their review about the movie and also to show the review here. So for that I'm going to do is I'm going to create another div. Inside this div, I'm going to show the details of the movie. So first of all, I'm going to use the style for giving background image in this div. So here I'm going to use the background image as like this way. And here I'm using backtick and inside the backtick, I'm using the URL. So here we know that in the home component, we have already used the background image. So I'm going to copy that and paste it here. Then in the endpoint, I'm giving the location.state.movie.poster path. You can see that here we need to use the location.state.movie.the poster path. Okay, so location.state.movie.poster path. Okay, so I'm going to remove this portion, that is the width that they have given. That is, I'm removing and giving it as original. Here also I'm giving it as original. Okay, so next I'm going to do is I'm giving a height in this component, height of under ph. So you can see that. So you can see it as like this way. Then I'm giving background size as cover. And also background repeat as no repeat. So now you can see that this is a structure of that banner in the movie detail. As like when I am clicking any of the banner here, we will be redirected to that movie detail component and we can see the image there. So I'm going to click this and you can see that image here. So next I'm going to do is to create another div that is here as like this way. This div contains the section for the user to post their own reviews and also the reviews that you and also a section to show the user's review. So for that I'm going to create two div inside this component. Here it is add review Here it is show review. Okay, so you can see that here we have created here we have given two div also. So next I'm going to do is to use the grid from material UI. So I'm going to import the grid from material UI as like this way, and I'm giving container and spacing as a prop into this div. So next I'm going to divide this whole component into two parts. So for that I'm giving the grid here as like this way, and also a grid here as like this way. So next I'm giving here as item access equal to, I'm giving as 4, and here I'm giving item access equal to 8. So next I'm going to remove this div from here. Okay, now it is perfect. We have divided this component into two parts. That is, one part is for showing the details of that movie, and one part is for the review. So in these details, I'm going to change the perspective. That means here I am giving 6, and here I am going to give 6 also. Here also I'm giving 6. You can see that now it is divided equally. But I think it is perfect when we given 8 here and 4 here. Okay, so I have given 8 by 12 part for the review, or for the description or the details of the movie, and the 4 by 12 part I have given for the reviews. Okay, next I'm going to give the title and the overview here. So for that I'm using H2 tag for head title, and H5 tag for overview. So here I'm going to give that location.state.movie.original title. So you can see that. So you can see that here it is location.state.movie.original title. So I'm going to use this original title as the title of the movie. So here I'm giving as original title, and next you can see there is overview. So I'm going to use this overview to show, that is location.state.movie.overview. Okay, so now you can see that here is uh, here is the title and here is the overview. So I'm giving the style as white to this, both of this title and the overview as style white, and to this overview also the style as color white. Okay, so now you can see that here is the title and the overview. So next I'm going to do is I'm going to give this detail section also in the grid. So I'm using a grid here. I'm going to put this H2 inside this grid, and this H5 or overview inside this second grid, as like this way. Okay, so next I'm going to give the container to both div as a prop. Okay, so now you can see that, yeah, it is looking good and also perfectly aligned. Okay, so next we have to bring this title and overview at the bottom of this image. So for that I'm putting this title and origin inside the overview inside a new div. So I'm using the div as like this way, and I'm giving this title and overview inside this div. And next I'm going to give a style into this div as like this way. So I'm giving the style as padding top 350px. So now you can see that the title and the overview is at the bottom. So next I'm going to give the padding left also as 30px. Okay. So next I'm going to increase the size of the title. So I'm giving h1 here, and also I'm giving font size as, okay, I think it is fine now. Next I'm going to reduce the padding top from here to 200. Okay, it is good. Then I'm going to increase the size of the overview also. That means here I am giving size as h3. Okay, I think it is better. Next I'm going to do is to give a padding right also to this div. That means the div which contains the title and overview. I'm giving a padding right as a 5 or 10px. Okay, I think now it is better. Then next thing I'm going to do is to change the font family of the title and overview. So for I'm giving that in the font family in this div itself. That is I'm giving initial. Okay, not bad. Next I'm going to increase the size of the overview again. That means here overview size as h2. Okay. So next I'm going to do is to make the background image much darker. So here I'm going to do that when we are adding another images like here, this we can see that the letter will not be correctly visible. So for that I'm going to do is to make the background image some more darker. So for that I'm going to give the linear gradient in this background image style. Okay, so now you can see that the background image has changed. So we can now the title and overview is more visible than before. Next, I'm going to give the same style into this navbar also. So I'm going to this navbar component and I'm giving the same style here. So I'm going to copy linear gradient up to here and I'm going to paste it the same in the navbar. Okay, so now you can see that in the navbar also there is a slight change for the background image. So I think it is very nice. So one more thing I am going to do is here I am going to make the font weight of this overview thin. That means in the movie details. So here this is the overview section. So I am going to give the font weight as 100 font weight. So now you can see that the font weight will be thin than before. Okay. Here I am going to change the color of this head title. So I am giving the color of the title as red in the movie detail component. I'm giving the color of the title as red here. So now you can see that the color of the title has changed to red. Okay, so I think it is fine. Okay, so next I'm going to do is to give a button in the below the overview, that is view trailer button or play trailer button. So for that I'm going to use the button component from the material UI. So here below the overview I'm using the button as like this way. So now you can see that I'm giving the name of the button as play trailer as like this way. So now you can see that here will be button. So I'm going to import that button from material UI. Okay. So here is the button play trailer. So I'm going to give the props into that button. That means variant contained. Next I'm going to give the color of the button, that is background color as white and color of the letters as black. So in the SS tag, I'm giving the color as black, and also I'm giving the background color as white. Okay, so now you can see that here is a play trailer component or play trailer button. Okay, I think it is fine. Next, I'm going to reduce the padding top here, so everything will be visible visible now. Okay, it is looking great. So next, you can see that when we check in the console, there are other details such as here is original language, and also there is another information that is release date. So I'm going to use these two details also to show in the browser. So for that, I'm going to use to show that two details in below the title here. So for that, I'm going to use the h4 tag. This is a title. So here I'm going to do is to give h4 tag as like this way, and I'm going to give the location dot state dot movie dot original language as like this way. Original language. That time we can see that in the browser there will be original language. I'm going to give the color of the original language as also white. That is in the side style. I'm giving as color to white. Okay. So we can find it here. So I'm going to give that below the title. I'm going to give it in the below the title and also below the grid from here. So I'm going to cut that portion and give below the below the grid. So now you can see that there will be it is showing that English here. Okay, now I'm going to reduce the padding top. So next I'm going to use the name as original language here. So now I'm giving the language here. Okay, it's like this way. Now we can see that it is fine. The next I'm giving the release date also. So I'm giving release date here. That means I'm giving release date by using h5 tag, and I'm giving as location dot state dot movie dot release date. Okay, so I'm giving a style same as like that of the language, and here also release date. Okay, so now you can see that there will be release date and a language also showing. I'm going to bring that two things in same line. So I'm using the div to put them within the div, and giving the display flex as a style in the div. Okay, display flex. Okay, so now you can see that here is the release date and also language, and I'm going to give a arrow here, sorry, an icon here. So I'm going to change this to h4 itself. Yeah, now it is fine. It is in the same line. I think the description section is completed. Then next we have to do the player trailer also. So I'm giving the name of the button as player trailer here also in the nav bar. Okay, fine. Then next I'm going to do the review section. So here you can see that here is the review. So first of all, we need to add the review into the database, and next we have to show that review here. So for that, I'm going to use the button and a text field from the material UI. So here is the section. Sorry. So here is the section for add review and show review. So inside this add review, I'm going to use the text field and a button. So text field one from material UI as like this way, and a button from material UI same as like that of this. Okay, and I'm giving the placeholder and label to this material UI. So I'm giving the label to this material UI as a review, and also I'm giving variant that is contained, sorry, outlined. Okay, so now you can see that here will be a, yeah, here is the text field for giving the review or adding the review. Then there is a show review button. So I'm going to give the variant to that button also. That I'm giving the variant of the button as contained, and I'm giving the name of the button as submit. Okay, now you can see that here is the button, submit button, and I am changing the size to small for the text field. So now you can see that it is aligned correctly. Okay, I'm giving a margin left to submit button. So in the SX tag, I'm giving ML margin left to 10px. Okay, yeah, I think it is fine. Next, I am giving the color of the button as black and the background color as black and the color of the letter as white. So in the button, I am giving BG background color as black and also the color as white. So, okay, this is the structure. So I'm going to give an H1 tag here at the top of the div, that is as a review. Okay, okay. Now you can see that is much better than before. I am giving a color of blue to this. I'm giving a color of blue to this review heading, the review title. So here I am using the blue as like this way. So copy this color and I'm going to paste that color in the style of this review. So now you can see that, okay, this is the review section. So we can give the reviews here. Next, I'm going to create the UI of the UI to show the review. Okay, so this is a section for showing review. So there also I'm giving an H1 tag. So actually here we need the review and here we need to add review. So I'm giving that add review here. Okay, now you can see that here is add review and here is review. So next I'm going to change the background color of the div completely. That means here, this is the div in the right section, that is a div of the review. So I'm going to give the style as a dark gray. I'm selecting a color from the HTML color code as like this. So you can see that I'm selecting a dark gray as like this. So now I'm giving this or pasting that color inside this background color style. So now you can see that, yeah, this is the background color that we have given. Next, I'm going to change the height. That means I'm giving the height as 100 ph. Okay. So here you can see there is a gap between this review section and detail section, and also a space on the top of the review section. So I'm going to give a grid for the add review and post show review also. So here I'm going to use the grid here as like this way. For show review also I'm going to use the grid, and I'm going to give the container, and here also. Okay, so now you can see that space at the top has gone. Next time we don't want this space also. So I'm going to remove the spacing in the top grid. So here we have already given a spacing of 2. Actually, we don't want that. So I have removed that spacing also. Now you can see that the gap has gone. The space between the detail and the review section has gone. And now it is looking good. So now I'm going to give a padding to the div of review. So here, this is the review div. So I'm giving a padding of 20 px. So now you can see that it will be more fine. Yes, it is now very good. So next I am going to change the style of this review text field. I'm giving background color to white. So here you can see that this is the review section. So here is the text field for add review and also button. So I am going to give the style for this text field as like this way. Style is equal to background color white. Border radius also border radius 5px. Okay, so now you can see that this is the this is a text field now in the form. So now the text field is looking like this way. I think it is more better than before. Then next I'm going to change the color of this title. So here I'm going to give the color of the title, which is light gray. So here I'm picking this color. Okay, now you can see that it is changed as like this way. Next I'm going to give big letter. So here you can see that, and I'm going to reduce the size of the letter as I'm giving here h6 tag. Yeah. So I think it is better to give h5. And also I'm doing that. I'm giving a style such as I'm giving font weight to 100. Okay, you can see that here I have given the font weight as 100 as like this way. Then I'm going to change the background color of this review section. So here this is the background color that we have given. So I'm giving it as black. Okay, I think now it is fine and much better. Then I'm changing the color of the submit button also. So here this is the submit button. I'm changing the color to red, black. I mean the background color. So I think it is more better. So next I'm going to create a new collection in our Firebase project. That means Netflix clone. So for that I'm going to the Netflix clone console. So here you can see that in the sidebar there is a build option. So I'm going to click on the build. In the drop down you can see that there is authentication abstract, Firestore database, real-time database extension, etc. So here is the Firestore database. So I'm going to click on the Firestore database. Next I'm going to click on the create database button. Then you can see that here is two options, that is start in production mode and start in test mode. I'm going to select the start in production mode and I'm going to click on the next button. Next, I'm going to select the location. So from here, I'm going to select the Mumbai as a location. And next, I'm going to click on the enable button. Okay, so now you can see that this is the database of our Netflix clone project in the Firebase. So here we can create a new collection as like this way. We can create the collection manually from here by clicking the start collection, and we can add the collection ID, etc. So now we are going to add the collection from our project, React.js project. So for that, first of all, we need to do is we have done a setup here. That is, we have created a file that is set up in the Firebase folder, and we have done these things for authentication. So next, for using this Firestore database, we need to import one function from the Firebase Firestore. So I'm going to import that from Firebase Firestore. Okay, so here I am going to import is get Firestore function. Okay, next I'm going to do is I'm going to define another variable and I'm giving the name of the variable as database, which is equal to I'm going to assign the get Firestore function here. Next, I'm going to do as like that of this authentication. I'm going to pass the app variable into this get Firestore function. Okay, this section is completed. So next, what I'm going to do is in the project. So whenever I'm clicking any of the banner here, at that time, a collection need to be created in our database of the Firebase Netflix clone project. Okay, so whenever I'm clicking the banner here, we need to create a collection in our Firebase database. So for that, I'm going to use a function called setDoc from Firebase. So I'm going to the home component and here I'm going to define a function add movie as an arrow function. And I'm going to use the setDoc function from Firebase. So I have imported that setDoc from Firebase Firestore. I'm giving async await and try catch. Okay, I'm going to use this add movie function inside this map method. So here I'm going to call that add movie as like this way. And from here, we know that we can pass the ID of the movie and also the original title of the movie into this function. So from here, I'm going to pass the full details of that single movie. So here we can take the details of that movie when we are defining the add movie function. Next, I'm going to define a variable that is movie ref, and I'm going to use the function doc, which I have imported from the Firebase Firestore. So here, as a first argument, we have to pass the database that we have already defined in the setup.js file. Next, as a second argument, I'm going to pass the name of the collection. So I'm going to create the collection in the name movies. Okay. And as a third argument, we need to pass the ID of the movie. So here, I'm going to pass the ID of the movie as movie.id. So here I am giving it as a string like this way. Okay. And after that, I'm going to give this movie ref into this setDoc as a argument, as a first argument. And as a second argument, I'm going to give the name of the movie. So here I'm giving movie name, that is movie dot original title. Okay. So now you can see that whenever we click that card in the home component or in the first page, home page, then a collection will be created in our Firebase database. So before that, we have to do one thing which is very important. That is, here now we are in the data section. So next I'm going to click the rules. Then here you can see that it is read and write false. So I'm going to convert that into true and clicking the publish. So now the changes will be published. And now you can see that the collection will be created in this data section whenever I'm clicking the banner. So I'm going to click one of the banner here. At that time, you can see that a new collection will be created. Yeah, you can see here that a new collection is created, that is movies. We have already given the name of the collection here when we are defining the function. Okay, as a second argument. And also we have passed the ID of the movie. So here you can see that this is the ID of each movie. We can see that ID when we are taking the or we are logging the details. That means the details that is movie. So here I'm going to log the details of this each movie or the specific movie. So here you can see that here is the ID. So movie.id. So this movie is Fear the Night. So I am going to take the ID 1143190. Then you can see that here 1143190. Yes, the Fear the Night. Okay, so we have created a collection named movie, and we have added all the movies, 20 movies into that collection with the name of the movie. So name of the movie we have added here. Okay, so now we have already added the movie to the database. Okay, so next I'm going to do is to add the review to the database. So here we have already given the section for adding the review. Next, whenever we given any review here, we need it to be added to the database here. Okay, so I'm going to the movie detail section or movie detail component. So I'm going to add the review here. So we know that here there is already a text field and a submit button. So next I'm going to define a function, add review as an arrow function. So I'm going to use the add doc function from the Firebase Firestore. Okay, so here I'm giving the async await and try catch. Console.error, and I'm passing this add doc here. So I'm going to call this function in the submit button. So here we know that here is a submit button. So I'm going to call the function add review in the on click of this submit button as like this way. Next I'm going to do is to define two ref. That means I'm going to define the movie ref and review ref. So first of all, I'm going to use the doc for movie ref. So here as a first argument, I'm going to pass the database which I have defined in the setup.js file. Next, I'm going to pass the name of the collection. So we have already created the collection of the movie, that means movies. So here we can see that here is a collection. So I'm going to give the name of the collection as a second argument, as like this way. And as a third argument, I'm going to pass the ID. So we have already given the ID of the movie. So here we have given the ID of the movie for each document. So I am giving the same ID itself. So we can get the ID of that each movie or that particular movie from this location. I'm going to give the location.state.movie.id. So here, first of all, I'm going to log that location. So here in the console, you can see that I'm taking the console in the project. So in this object, you can see that location.state.movie.id. Okay, so this is the ID that we have given. So I'm going to give that ID as a third argument to this doc function in the movie ref. So here I am giving as location.state.movie.id, and I'm giving this as a string. So I'm going to convert it to string by giving the backtick. Okay. So next I'm going to create the review ref. So here const review ref as like this way, which is equal to collection. So I'm going to use the collection function from the Firebase Firestore. So in the collection function, the first argument that we need to pass is this movie ref. So I'm going to pass this movie ref as the first argument, and as a second argument, I'm going to pass the name of the collection that we are going to create for the review. So here I'm giving the name of the collection as a reviews, as like this way. So what we are doing is, in our database, we have already created the collection for movies. For example, consider the movie The Flood. So we are going to create a new collection. That means a sub collection. That means particularly for this movie. That is the review of this movie. So that we are doing here. So a new collection will be created as like that of movies, but in this field, for particularly for this document or each of these documents separately. Okay, with the name reviews that we are going to do. Okay, next thing I'm going to do is to pass this review ref into this add rock function as like this way. After that, we have to do is we have to give the review into this section. So for that, I'm going to define a state. That means the name of the state as review, set review. Okay. So next I'm going to do is in the text field here, I'm going to give the set review in the on change of the set field as like this way. So set review, and I'm going to pass it as e.target.value. Okay. Okay. Next, I'm going to give that review here as a second argument by object. So first of all, I'm giving the movie review here as like this way. I'm passing the stage directly here. The next, I'm also passing the email ID of the user who is giving the review or who is reviewing the movie. So I'm giving as email. So we will get the email of that user or the user that is logged in by using the auth.currentuser.email. So first of all, I need to import the auth, and I'm going to use the current user, auth.currentuser, then dot email. Okay. So next I'm going to pass the display name of the user as the user name. Okay. So as user name, I'm going to pass the display name of the user. That means auth.currentuser. Display name as like this way. Okay. So now what will happen is that when we are giving any review here and clicking the submit button, the review for the particular movie will be created. So I'm going to give review in this section. I'm giving a random review. Okay, I'm giving submit button. So now you can see that in the database. So I'm going to take this movie. Here you can see that. Yeah, this is the movie that we have taken here in the movie details. So we have already created a review collection, that is a nested collection. That is, we have already given the name reviews here, and that collection is created. This ID is a random ID. Then next we can see that the review email ID and username that we have given here. So we have added the reviews to the particular movie in our movie details section. So next I'm going to do is to list or show the reviews that we have already given in this section below this review section. So for that, I'm going to define another function, that is const show review, which is an arrow function. And I'm going to use the function get docs from Firebase Firestore. So I have imported that get docs from Firebase Firestore. Next, I'm going to give async await, and also try catch. In the console.error, I'm going to give the error, and I'm passing this get docs inside this try. So next, I'm going to call this show review function inside the use effect. So here inside this use effect, I'm going to call that show review function as like this way. And next, we have to pass the argument into this get docs. So for that, we have already defined a variable that is a review ref. So we need to pass this review ref into this get docs as an argument. So now you can see that I'm defining a variable that is data, and I'm assigning this into the data. Okay. So when I log this data, you can see that so this is the data that we get from here. Okay. So we can see that here there is the docs. So the data that we need is included in this doc section, but that is not in the form which we can directly use. So I'm going to do is I'm going to define another variable that is filtered data as like this way, and I'm going to map through the docs which we have already seen there. Okay, as like this way. Then we are taking each doc, then we are applying or we are calling data method there, and we are also giving the ID into that filtered data variable as doc.id. Okay, next I'm going to pass this filtered data into a state. So for that I'm going to define a state. So that is review data, set review data, and I'm passing the empty array into it. The next I'm going to use is set review data here. Okay, so now I'm going to log that state review data as like this way. You can see that in the console. So here is the state review data. It contains email, ID, movie review, and also the username. Okay, so now we can show these details or list these details below this review section. Okay, so now I'm going to map through this array. So here we can see that this is the review section. I'm going to map through this array review data dot map. I'm using h5 tag for displaying the username. So here we get the each data. So I'm taking each data as like this way, and I'm giving as each dot username. Okay, I'm giving the style as color white. Okay, so you can see that here is the username. Okay, so the username we have shown or listed here. Next, I'm going to list the review here as like this way. H6. I'm taking a review as each dot movie review. So I'm giving the style color as gray itself to this review section also. So now you can see that here is the review. Okay. So next I'm going to do is here we have given the movie review email and the username into that add review function. So next I'm going to do or I'm going to add another field also. That means the profile picture. So I'm going to console the auth again. So at that time you can see that here in the console you can see that this is the auth details, the details of the user. So here in the current user you can see that there is a photo URL. So the photo URL is the same profile pic that we have given in the Google account. So I'm going to pass that also. That means I'm copying this photo URL and I'm giving here that is as profile pic, profile image. That is auth.current user dot photo URL. So now you can see that when we are adding a review into the database, we can see that I'm going to submit the data here. And then you can see that a new document will be created with the movie and also there is profile image. Okay, so now I'm going to use that profile image also. Here you can see that I'm going to use the profile image in the image tag. In the source, I'm going to give each dot profile image. Okay, and I'm giving the style for width and height. That is width. I'm giving width that is 20 px And also you can see that here the image will be shown. So you can see that here this is the image. So I'm going to uh, show that again. So this is the image of the Google account that I'm logged in. So you can see that here. So I am going to reduce the size again. Okay. Next, I'm going to put this inside a div. So now you can see that here as like this way. I'm giving this as in the list, that is username as in list. I'm going to reduce the size, and also I'm giving this style as display flex. Okay, so now you can see that here. So here you can see that this is the profile pic and the username. So next I'm going to increase the size of the profile pic again. So here I'm giving as 20 px. So now I am going to give the or change the color of the review section to white. At that time you can see it clearly. Okay, so here is the profile pic and also the username. So I'm going to give border radius. Okay, so now you can see that it looked like this. Next I'm going to give the margin left or padding left to this profile, this username. So here I am giving padding. Okay, now it is fine. So next I'm going to use the React Toastify into our project. So for that I'm going to take the npm of React Toastify. So I'm going to click on this first link. Then we will be redirected to this page. Here I'm going to first copy this npm install React Toastify command, and I'm going to run this command in our project. So now the React Toastify will be installed into our project. Okay, so React Toastify has been installed into our project. So now in the package.json we can see that React Toastify. Okay, so next I'm going to do is I'm going to use this React Toastify notification in our navbar, so that here is the logged out logout button. So I'm going to first use this React Toastify notification in the logout button. So here you can see that this is the logout function. So after calling the sign out button, I'm going to use this toast. So for that, when we go to the documentation of the React Toastify, you can see that first of all we have to import the toast container, toast and the style to our project, to our component. So I'm going to copy that and paste it here as like this way. So next I'm going to use this toast after this sign out function as like this way. Toast.success, and inside that I'm going to write logged out successfully. Okay, next I'm going to use this toast container component here, and also I'm giving a prop that is auto close, that is 2000. Next I'm going to give a theme in this toast, that is dark. So next I'm going to log out. So here you can see that I'm going to click on the logout button. At that time you can see that here is the logged out successfully notification. So next I'm going to use this toast notify in the sign in component. So here when we click the sign in with Google, we need to show that signed in successfully. So for that I'm going to the sign in component, and I'm going to import the same from navbar as like this way. I'm going to copy this completely and I'm going to import here. Okay. The next I'm going to use the toast container as like that of that. that is toast container auto close 2000. And also I am using the toast after this sign in with the pop-up function. So I am going to put this navigation in set timeout 2000 as like this way. And after that, I'm going to use the toast total success. Signed in successfully. Okay. So now you can see that when I am clicking the sign in button, sign in with the Google, it will show the signed in successfully. Okay. So we have used the React Ossify in the, for the logout button and also for the sign in button. So next I'm going to use this React Ossify for the submit button in the review section. So here you can see that this is the submit button. So I'm going to use the React Ossify whenever we submit the review into the Firebase. So for that, I'm going to the movie detail section. Here I'm going to import the same from the navbar. I'm going to copy and paste same as from the navbar, and I imported the toast container and toast here. Next, I'm going to do is in the this is the add review function. So here after this try or using the add dog, I'm going to use the toast.success as like this way, and I'm giving review added successfully. Okay, so next I'm giving the theme that is dark, and also I'm using the toast container here, toast container component with auto close 2000. Okay, so now you can see that I'm giving a review. Yeah, it is showing review added successfully. Okay, so we have used the React Ossify for the logout section, logout button, sign in button, and also for the review submitting section. So next I'm going to do is when we are clicking this play trailer button, we have to show the trailer of the movie. For showing that trailer, I'm going to use the React model library. So I'm going to install the React model library from npm React model. Okay, so I'm going to click the first link there and I'm going to copy this npm I React model. I'm going to run this in our React.js project. Now React model will be installed into our project. So React model has been installed into our project. We can see that React model in the package.json. Okay. So next I'm going to do is to create a new component to show this model. So I'm going to name that component as trailer.js as like this way. Okay. Then when we go to the document of the React model, here you can see that this is the example of that React model. So first of all, I'm going to copy this return of the example return section, and I'm going to paste it here. Okay. So now you can see that. Okay. So now I am going to call this trailer component in the movie detail component instead of the play trailer button. So we can see that here is the play trailer button. So I'm going to first comment this play trailer button and I'm going to call the component that is trailer. Okay, as like this way you can see that. So next we have to import these all things. So from the example here, I'm going to copy these functions up to here, and I'm going to copy in this trailer component. Okay. So now you can see that next they are asking to import the model and custom styles. So for that, here is a custom style and here is a model. So I'm going to copy these two and to paste it here. Okay, so now you can see that. Okay, next here is the open model button. So when we look the trailer component, we can see inside this model, here is the open model button. Next, I'm going to give the button component from the material UI. Okay, so now you can see that here is the material UI button, and I'm giving the props such as variant, contained, and style by SX tag, that is color, black, and background color, white. Okay, so next I'm going to change the name, that is open or play trailer. So now you can see that the button is ready. So when we click this button, we can see the model pop up here. So next I'm going to remove these all things. So we don't want this form, and I am model, and also I am removing this hello text from there. Okay, so when we click, now you can see that this is a structure, and also I am removing the close button also. Okay, next I'm going to show the trailer of the movie. So for that I'm going to use the React YouTube library from npm. So I'm going to the React npm React YouTube. So you can see that this is npm React YouTube, and I'm going to copy this and to run in the project. So now React YouTube will be installed into our project. So React YouTube has been installed into our project. You can see it here. So when we take the package.json, we can see that here is a React YouTube library. It's installed into our project. So next, I'm going to use this YouTube component from React YouTube in the model. So here I am going to call that YouTube component as like this way. Next, I need to import that from React YouTube here. So import YouTube from React YouTube. Okay. So now you can see that when I click the play trailer button, here is the preview. So now when we click that, there will be an error. Okay. So next we need to give the actual trailer of this movie. So for that, in the TMDB website, we can see that in the sidebar of this API reference, there is a section for movies. In there, you can see videos section here. So I'm going to click on the videos, and here you can see the URL that we need to show the trailer. So I'm going to copy the complete URL, and I'm going to paste it here. So for that, I'm going to define a function, that is show trailer. So inside the fetch operation, I'm going to paste that URL as like this way. So now you can see that this URL contains movie ID. Now you can see that in this URL, we need to give the movie ID. So in the movie, from the movie details component, I am going to pass the location here. So I'm going to give it as a location itself as a props. So I'm passing it as like this way. Okay, so then in the trailer component, I'm going to take it as location. So I'm going to give the ID of the movie here as location.state.movie.id. Location.state.movie.id. Okay, so here we have given the ID of the movie. Next, we have to give the API key after this video question mark. So I'm giving API key as like this way. It's equal to, I'm going to copy this API key from the navbar component. So here is the API key. I'm going to copy this and paste it in the trailer component. Okay, and I'm giving an and here. Okay. So next I'm going to use the response. And after that, I'm going to call this function in the use effect. So here I'm going to use the use effect hook, and I'm going to call that use show trailer inside this use effect hook as like this way. So next I'm going to take the console. So here you can see that in the console, this is the results that we got. It contains the videos or trailers related to this particular movie. So you can see that here is the key of the movie. We need this key particularly. Okay, this is an extended review. It contains results, 21 results. That means each type of the videos related to the same movie itself. So I'm going to use this zeroth element from this array. So the array is JSON.results. So when we give the JSON dot results, we will get these 21 results as like this way. From that, we need the particular key. So we need to pass that particular key inside this YouTube component as a video ID. So I'm giving video ID, which is equal to the key that I have shown in the console. Okay. So for that, I'm going to define a state. Here I'm going to define a state as trailer view, set trailer view, which is equal to view state empty array. Then I'm going to use the set trailer view here. Okay, so next I'm going to use the set trailer here. Okay, so next you can see that this trailer view contains the array, that means the 21 results of the particular movie. From that, I'm going to take the zeroth element. So for taking the zeroth elements, I'm going to give the trailer view of 0. So I'm going to console that particular, or the first element, console.log trailer view of 0. So now you can see that in the console, here is the result that contains the key. So I'm going to use that particular key here. So for that, I'm going to use trailer view of 0 dot key. Okay, so now you can see that when I am clicking this play trailer, the trailer here as like this way. Yeah, here comes the trailer. So when I click this icon here, so the next thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to bring a condition in the movie detail component. The user should be post their review whenever the user is logged in. So I'm going to give a condition. So here in the movie details section, you can see that this is an add doc function in the add review. So I'm giving a condition such that auth dot current user and this add doc. So whenever this user is logged in, then only the user should post their review. Then I'm going a condition to this toast also. That means auth dot current user. If the auth dot current user is present, then we have to show the success message, or otherwise toast dot warning. So as like this way, please log in. So now you can see that I'm going to log out first. Okay. Then next I'm going to the movie details section, and I'm going to click on the submit button. So now you can see that it is showing please log in. That means now the user is not logged in. Okay, so we have given the condition for the submit button. So next I'm going to do is, here you can see that here is the trailer in this movie details section. So I'm going to give the same functionality in this play trailer button in the navbar section also. So for that, in the navbar, we know that here there is a button that is play trailer. I'm going to change that button and to use or call the trailer component in this navbar as like this way. Okay. So next we have to do is we have to pass the movie ID. So now we know that in the trailer component, we are using the ID of the movie here in the API as like this way. That means here we get the ID from the location in the movie details. But in the navbar, actually, we are going to pass the ID itself, that is movies.id. So for that, I'm going to pass here movie ID as a prop, that is movies of 11.id. Okay. So next in the trailer, I'm going to take that props also, that is movie ID. So I'm giving a condition here, that is if the movie ID is there, then we can use the movie ID as here, the ID that we need to pass. Otherwise, we need to use the location.state.movie.id. Okay. So, okay. So now we can see that I'm going to click on this play trailer button. At that time, you can see the trailer of the movie. Okay. Here there is a chance for another error. That means here we are taking the zeroth element from the trailer view state. What I'm going to do is I'm going to give or take the zeroth element from the JSON itself. And next I'm going to give trailer view directly as like this way. So now you can see that that error will be gone. Okay. So next I'm going to bring some changes to this movie detail sections design part. So for that, here I'm going to remove this height attribute in the review section. And I'm going to give this color of the review section as black. Okay. So next I'm going to do is I'm going to wrap this whole inside a div. And I'm going to give the style as background color black and height as 100%. Okay, so now you can see that it is more good. Next, I'm going to do one thing, that is here in this movie detail section, we don't want these grids. So I'm going to remove the grids here. They are unnecessary. Okay, actually we only need two grid items. That is, one is here for the overview or description section and another for the review section. Okay. Hi friends. In this video, I'm going to show you how to create a WhatsApp clone using React.js and Firebase. So first of all, I'm going to show you the demo of the project. So here you can see that this is the first page of our project of our WhatsApp clone. So I'm going to show you the demo by using two Google account. You can see as like this way. So you can see that this is the original WhatsApp web. So in our WhatsApp clone, you can see that here is the logo. Here is the name of our website. So I have given the name of the clone as like this way. So here you can see the text. And here you can see the steps for using the WhatsApp clone as like this way. Okay. So in the right side, you can see a button. That means a Google icon for login. So we are going to log in by using Google authentication. Then next you can see that there is a button below that is sign in with the phone number. So first of all, I'm going to click on this Google icon. At that time, a pop-up will be arrived and we can select our Google account from there. Okay. So now we have redirected to the home page after login. So here you can see that there is in the navbar profile image of the user, and after that you can see a logout button, and next in the right side you can see the picture and some text, and left side you can see there is a sidebar. Here the list of the users will be shown. So in the other Google account, I am going to click on this Google account icon again. At that time the user will be logged in and will be redirected to the home page. So here you can see that the available user. So we have already logged in by using this user. So in the both Google account, WhatsApp clone, you can see that in the home page there is the user is listed. Okay. So next I'm going to do is I'm going to click on the user, and at that time you can see that we will be redirected to the chat page of our WhatsApp clone. In this page, here you can see in the navbar the name of the user to whom we are sending the message and the profile image of that user. And also you can see the logout button after that. Okay. So in the bottom of this page, you can see there is a text page, there is a text field, and also a clip icon, and also a send icon. So first of all, I am going to send a message. Hi to this user. Okay. So I am going to click on this send button. At that time, you can see that it is shown here. Okay. So when we look the other user's account, you can see that I am going to take the user by clicking here. At that time, you can see that it is also listed here. So here it is showing the name of the user who sends the message. Okay. So next I'm going to send as hello. At that time, you can see that it is shown here also. Then you can see the name of the user who sends that message. Okay. So we can chat as like this way. Okay, fine. Next, I'm going to send a file to the user. So for that, I'm going to click on this click button. At that time, you can see that the pop-up window for selecting the image will be arrived. So from here, I'm going to select one of the image. So I'm going to click on this image. So you can see that the preview of the image will be shown after this text field. So I'm going to click on this send button. At that time, you can see that this image will be sent. So I'm going to select one more image and I'm going to send. Okay, so now you can see that this image is like this way. Okay, so next I'm going to do is I'm going to click on this logout button. So when we click this logout button, we will be redirected to this sign in page after the logged out. Okay, so next I'm going to show you how we can log in by using our phone number. So I'm going to click on the sign in with a phone number button here. Then we will be redirected to this phone sign in page. And here you can see that we can select the country code as like this way. So I'm going to select the country code. So I'm selecting as like this way, and I'm going to give the phone number. The next, I'm going to click on this send OTP button. At the time, you can see that a reCAPTCHA section is arrived. From here, I'm going to click on this empty space to ensure that I'm not a robot. Okay. So now an OTP will be arrived into my phone number. So next, I'm going to give that OTP here, 847813. Okay. So next, I'm going to click on the verify OTP button. At that time, you can see that the user will be verified and will be redirected to the home page. So I have created a new React.js project using Create React app and removed all the boilerplate codes. You can see the project here. Next, I'm going to do is to create a new component called sign-in. So in the components folder, I'm going to create the sign-in component as like this way, sign-in.js. Next, I'm going to call the sign-in component in the app component. So now you can see that sign-in here. So next I'm going to do is to install the Material UI. So for that I'm going to the Material UI website and I'm going to click on the installation button here. So we will be redirected to the installation page in which you can see that in the beginning itself there is command for installing the Material UI into our project. So I'm going to copy this command and paste and run in the new terminal. So now Material UI will be installed into our project. Okay, so Material UI has been installed into our project. You can see that in the package.json. So next I'm going to do is I'm going to the Material UI website, and here in the components in the sidebar you can see there is an app bar. I'm going to use one of the design of the app bar in our project. So here is the app bar. You can see different designs are there in the app bar list. So I'm going to use a simple design. This is one of the basic app bar design. So I'm going to copy the code completely and I'm going to paste it here in the sign in component. And I'm going to change it as sign in. So now you can see that. Okay, so here you can see that there is a menu in the app bar. So we don't want this menu icon. And I'm going to remove that menu icon as like this way. Next, I'm going to remove these two things. And you can see that this is a structure as of now. So we don't want this login button also. So I'm going to remove this login button from here. Okay. So next I'm going to take the original WhatsApp web. So here you can see that this is a structure of the sign-in page of the original WhatsApp web. So here you can see the title, logo, and some text steps and QR code and the button for link with the phone number. So first of all, what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove this typography and I'm going to use the H3 tag. Here I am giving it as words, chat, web as like this way. So now you can see that this is a structure as of now. Words, chat, web. Next, I'm going to create a new file that is sign in.css as like this way. And I'm going to import sign in.css as like this way. So now we can use the styles that is given in the sign in.css file. So first of all, I'm going to give a class name here as title. Then next I'm going to create this class as title here as like this way. And I'm giving the font size as 13px. Okay, then I'm going to give the font weight 500. Okay, then I'm going to give the margin left. Here I'm going to give the margin left as 125px. So as of now, this is a structure. Next, I'm going to import an image from my system itself. So here I have downloaded an image. So I'm going to create a new folder that is images. And inside this images folder, I'm going to import the images from my system. So here in the system, you can see that there is images. That is, I'm going to import this WhatsApp logo as like this way into this images folder. You can see that here. Next I'm going to do is to import that image as like this way from. Okay, then next I'm going to use that image. So for that I'm going to use the image tag and I'm giving it as source WhatsApp. Okay, so now you can see that this is a structure as of now. I'm going to use this image tag before this or above of this h3 tag, and I'm going to give a class name here, that is class name logo, and I'm going to define that here width 30px, height 30px, and margin left 125px. So now you can see that the structure as like this way. So next I'm going to do is here the margin left is given as 125px. I'm going to reduce that to as 20px. So as like this way. So now it is a structure. Next I'm going to do is to put this image and h3 tag inside a div. So here I'm going to define or use a div and put this image and h3 tag inside this div as like this way. And I'm going to do is to give a class name for this div, that is nav content. Next, I'm going to define this nav content style, that is nav. I'm giving as margin top 20px, and display flex and align items at the center. Okay, so now you can see that the structure of as like this way. The next I'm going to give the height of this navbar. So for that, here I'm going to give the height as 230 px and a background color. So I'm going to select a background color from the HTML color code. So for that, I'm going to take the HTML color code website, and here I'm going to select a color which has similarities with this. So I'm going to select that color. So here I'm giving it as a green. I'm going to copy this and to paste it here. So now you can see that the structure as like this way. This is a better color, so I'm going to copy this and to paste it here. So now you can see that the structure of our clone as of now is like this way. Okay, fine. The next I'm going to do is to use the card component from the material UI after this div. So here I'm going to use the card as like this way. I have imported it from the material UI. Then I'm going to use as like this way. So we have imported the card and the card content from the material UI. Then here you can see that the card as like this way. So I'm going to give first the class name to the card and the card content. So here I'm giving a class name as box and card content as sign in card. Next I'm going to give this styles. So for that I'm going to give as box width 70%, height 400 px, position absolute, top 0, left 0, background white, margin top 100 px, and next margin left has 150 px and padding 40 px. So next I'm going to do is to, you can see that here, this is a structure. It contains the card as like this way. So now you can see that as like this way. Okay. So next I'm going to do is, I'm going to give this text as like this way. So I'm going to use the h2 tag. So here as h2, I'm giving as use what's chat on your computer as like this way. Then I'm going to give the class name as description. So here, and I'm giving the class name as description as like this way. So now you can see that I'm giving the descriptions style, font weight 100, and a color. I'm giving a dark gray. So as like this way, I'm going to select a dark gray from here. Okay. So here you can see that use WhatsApp on your computer. The next I'm going to do is to give the steps as like this way. So here you can see that they are showing some steps. So I'm giving the steps as in the h5 tag. I'm going to give 3 steps. First, open WhatsApp on your computer. Next, I'm going to give it as to sign in using Google account. And as a third step, I'm going to give as sign in using phone number. Okay, so now you can see that here it is a structure as like this way. So I'm going to give a class name steps here, class name as step for the 3 steps as like this way. So next I'm going to give description or define this step class name. So here I'm going to give as font weight 400 and font size 20 px. Font weight 400 and font size as 20 px. So now you can see that the structure as like this way. Okay. Next I'm going to put this inside a div. So here I'm going to put these inside a div as like this way. So I'm going to use a div and I'm going to paste these or wrap these steps here. Okay. So next I'm going to use a div as like this way. And here I'm going to give an image tag. Here I'm going to use the logo of the image. So I'm going to import an image from the system itself. So I'm going to import the image, which is this image. Okay. So here I'm going to import first that image, import Google from. Okay. So now you can see that here I have imported the image. So I'm going to use this image here. So you can see that the image. Okay. So I'm giving a class name Google itself as like this way, and I'm going to define that class. So I'm giving as width 150 px. So now you can see that the structure as like this way. Okay. So next what I'm going to do is I'm going to give class name for this div here. So I'm giving the class name as sign in button. So here as like this way, class name sign in button. And next I'm going to define this class name. So I'm going to copy this and to paste it here. And I'm going to give as border 1px solid gray. And next I'm going to give width 250 px. Then next I'm going to give as height 200 px. Next I'm going as margin left 250 px. So now you can see that the structure as like this way. Okay. So next I'm giving the text align to center. And padding top about 60 px. Padding top. Okay. So now you can see that the structure as like this way. Okay. So this is the structure. Here it for the original WhatsApp it is QR code. So here we are giving the Google icon. So as a button. So next what I'm going to do is we have already given the class name for the div here, that is sign in card. I'm going to define that sign in card as like this way, and I'm giving the display flex. Okay, so now you can see that the structure as like this way. Okay. Next I'm going to do is to give a button as like this. So I'm going to give a button below this card content. That is, I'm going to import the button from the material UI as like this way, and I'm going to give the name of the button as sign in with the phone number. So sign in with the phone number. Okay. Next, I'm going to give the color success. So here you can see that the sign in with the phone number button is like this way. So this is the structure of the sign in page of the WhatsApp web. Okay. So next, I am going to integrate the Firebase authentication into our project. So for that, I'm going to take the Firebase website. And here I'm going to click on this link. Then we will be redirected to a page where I'm going to click on this Get Started button. From here, I'm going to click on this Add Project button. And next, I'm going to give the name of the project. So I'm going to give the name of the project as WhatsApp clone. Next, I'm going to click on the Continue button. After that, I'm going to disable this analytics and click on Create Project. Next, our new project will be created. Okay, so our new project has been created. I'm going to click on the Continue button. Then we will be redirected to the Firebase console. Here you can see that there are three icons for iOS, Android, and web. I'm going to click on the web icon, and as a first step, I'm going to register the app. So for that, I'm going to give the name of the app as WhatsApp clone. Next, I'm going to click on the register app button. Then as a second step, we can see that we have to install the Firebase into our project. As I am using npm, we need to use npm install Firebase. So I'm going to copy this command and run the command in the new terminal. So now Firebase will be installed into our project. So now Firebase has been installed into our project. You can see that in the package.json as like this way. Okay. So next I'm going to do is in the document, you can see that I'm going to copy this code snippet completely. And next I'm going to create a new folder called Firebase. And inside this folder, I'm going to create a file called setup.js as like this way. Then in the setup.js file, I'm going to paste that code snippet that I have copied from the document. So next, after that, I'm going to do is I'm going to remove these commands for make it more clear as like this way. So now you can see that here is a Firebase config which contains the API key or domain, etc. We are not going to make any changes in this Firebase config. So I'm going to minimize it. So they have initialized the app by using importing initialize app from Firebase app. So the thing that we have to do first is we have to, next I'm going to do is to click on the continue to console button here. And you can see that we will be redirected to the console of our project. So here in the sidebar, you can see that there is a build option. There you can see the authentication, app check, Firebase, database, etc. So I'm going to click on this authentication. Then after that, I'm going to click on this get started button. Okay. So next I'm going to select the Google for authentication. So after that, I'm going to click on the enable button. Then I'm going to select my mail account and I'm going to click on save button. Next, you can see that Google is enabled. After that, I'm going to our project and here we have to import something from Firebase auth. So I'm going to import two things from Firebase auth. That is, one is get auth and next I'm going to import is Google auth provider as like this way. So after importing this get auth and Google auth provider, I'm going to do is to define two variables. One, I'm going to give the name as auth and I'm going to assign the get auth function into it. Then to this get auth function, we have to give next is to give this app variable as an argument. So when we are using this Firebase, Firestore, authentication, what we have to do is to pass this app into this function that we have imported as an argument. Okay, as like this way. Next, I'm going to do is to export this auth variable for using it in another file. So next, I'm going to do is to define another variable, that is I'm giving it as Google provider. And I'm going to assign the Google auth provider into this variable as like this way. Next, I'm going to pass this app as like that of before as an argument. Okay, so after that, I'm going to export this Google provider for using it in another file or all other files. Okay, so here setup.js file has completed. So next I'm going to do is in the sign-in component, I'm going to define a new function, that is Google sign-in as an arrow function. So I'm going to define a function Google sign-in as an arrow function. So here, next I'm going to do is to import a function from Firebase auth. So the function that I'm going to import is sign in with a pop-up. Okay. So we have imported the sign in with a pop-up function from the Firebase auth first. So we have to use the sign in with a pop-up function inside this Google sign as like this way. Then I'm going to give async await and also try catch. Then I'm going to give this sign in with a pop-up function inside this try, and I'm giving the console.error as like this way. So next I'm going to do is to call this Google sign in function inside this div of sign in button. So inside this on click of this div, I'm going to give the Google sign in function as like this way. Next, I'm going to give a style to this sign in button here as cursor pointer. Okay. After that, I'm going to give two arguments to this sign in with the pop-up function. So we have to pass the auth and the Google provider as the arguments into this sign in with the pop-up function. So we have already defined this auth and the Google provider in the setup.js file. So I'm going to do is to I'm going to import these two variables from setup.js file as like this way. Okay. So next I'm going to do is I'm going to click on this Google icon or button here. So at the time you can see that a pop-up will be arrived. From here I'm going to select the Google account. Then the user will be logged in. So that we can see in the Firebase. So I'm going to select the users here, and you can see that the details of the user who is logged in. Okay. So we have done the authentication through Firebase. Next I'm going to do is to comment this sign-in component, and after that I'm going to create a new component called main.js as like this way. Then next I'm going to do is to call this main component in the app.js as like this way. Okay. So now you can see that the main component here. So next what I'm going to do is to create a new component called sidebar.js. Sidebar. Okay. So after that, I'm going to create another component called navbar.js as like this way. Okay. So we have created the components main, sidebar, and navbar. And in this main component, I'm going to call this sidebar in the grid. So I have used the grid from Material UI, and I'm giving container for this top grid. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to divide this main component into three parts. For that, I'm going to use the grid here with item xx is equal to 12. And in the second grid, I'm giving the item xx is equal to 5. And in the first grid, I'm going to give the or call the navbar component. And in the second grid, I'm going to call the sidebar component as like this way. Then next I'm going to call the or use the third grid here as like this way, and I'm giving the item xx is equal to 7. And in that grid, I am going to use the div. So here you can see that we are divided it into three parts, that is navbar, sidebar, and a array bar section. The next I'm going to do is I'm going to use the app bar from the material UI. So here you can see that there is different designs of app bar are available in this material UI. So I'm going to select a basic navbar design. So here you can see that this is one of the basic app bar design. So I'm going to copy the complete code from here and I'm going to paste it in the navbar.js or navbar component as like this way. Then next I'm going to rename it as navbar. So now you can see that there is showing an error that is about the menu. So we don't want the menu as like this way. So I'm going to remove that menu section from here, and I'm going to remove this also. So now you can see that the structure of this navbar is like this way. So from here, I'm going to remove the typography also, typography completely, and I'm going to add or use avatar component from the material UI as like this way. So here I am going to give the source attribute, and inside the source attribute, I'm going to give the auth. That means I'm going to import the auth from Firebase setup.js file. Then I'm going to use that auth here in the source attribute to show the for images of the user as like this way, auth.current-user.photo URL. So now you can see that the image of this user here in the navbar. Okay, so next I'm going to do is to change the background color of this navbar. So for that I'm going to take the HTML color code as like this way. So from here I'm going to select a light gray, this color. So I'm going to copy this color code and to paste it here in the SX tag background color. Okay, so now you can see that the background color of this navbar is like this way. So I'm going to use much more darker gray. Okay, I think it is fine. Okay, so next I'm going to do is I'm going to give elevation to 0 to remove the shadow there in the navbar. Okay, it is removed. Then I'm going to give the height also for this navbar. So now you can see that the structure is like this way. Okay, so I think it is fine. The next I'm going to give a margin top to this profile image. So here I am going to give a class name. I'm giving as profile image. I'm going to create a new file called navbar.css, and here I am going to give the style for the profile image class name. So I'm giving the style such as margin top as like this way. Okay, so I'm going to import the navbar.css in this navbar.js file. So now you can see that the structure is like this way. I'm going to give 15 px here. Okay, so I think now it is fine. Okay, then next thing I'm going to do is to give the right bar to the same color of the navbar. So for that, it is the main component, and here in this div I am going to give the class name that is main right. So here I am going to use I'm going to create a new file called main.css, and I'm going to give a style to this class name main right as like this way. So I am giving the main right class name the style that is background color, the color that is same color that is given to the navbar as like this way. So I am going to copy and paste it here. as like this way, but now the color is not given. I think we have to call this. Okay, I am going to import the main.css file into this main component as like this way. At the time, now you can see that yes, there is a color to the right section. So I'm going to do is I'm going to give a height of 100 vh to this main right portion. So here I'm going to give the height 100 vh. Okay, so now you can see that the color of the right bar and the nav bar of same. Okay, here is sidebar, here is nav bar and the right bar. So next what we are going to do is to list the users in the sidebar. So first of all, for that I'm going to give the design of listing the user in the sidebar. So for that I'm going to take the sidebar component. And in the sidebar component, I'm going to do is to use the paper component from the material UI as like this way. Then next to paper component, I'm going to use the list component from material UI. And inside the list component, I'm going to use the list item. And inside the list item, I'm going to use the avatar component from the material UI. And next to that, I'm going to use the list item text component as like this way. Okay. Then here, next what I'm going to do is, you can see that here it is the structure of the user listing in the sidebar. So next what I'm going to do is, I'm going to give elevation 0 into this paper component also. At that time, you can see that the shadow has gone. Next, I'm going to give the SX tag in this paper component. And in the SX tag, I'm going to give the border 1px solid. And here I'm going to give gray. At that time, you can see that the border here is like this way. So I'm going to give a lighter gray there. So I'm going to pick a color from this HTML color code as like this way. And I'm going to give the color here as like this. So now you can see that the border of this user listing component as like this way. Okay, I think it is fine. So next what I'm going to do is I'm going to comment this main component and to uncomment this signing component as like this way. So here is the signing component. So next what I'm going to do is whenever we click this Google icon or whenever the user logged in, the details of the user need to be added to the database. So here for that I'm going to use the another Google account also. So I'm going to log in with another Google account as like this way. Here also I'm going to log in with this Google account. So now you can see that here there is two users are listed in this authentication section. Okay. So next I'm going to do is here in the sidebar you can see that there is a build button. So in the build button you can see authentication, app check, Firebase, database, real-time database, etc. So from that I'm going to click on this Firestore database. And next I'm going to click on this create database button. So from here we need to select one of the option. So I'm going to select this production mode and I'm going to click on this next button. Then I'm going to select the location and I'm going to click on the enable button. Okay, so now you can see that the database is created. The next I'm going to the rule section and I'm going to change this into true and I'm going to click on the publish button. So now you can see that the changes have been published. Okay, so next I'm going to the data section itself. Okay, so next we need to add the details of the user there. So for that I'm going to do is I'm going to the setup.js file and I'm going to import something from the Firebase Firestore. So I'm going to import the get to Firestore from this Firebase Firestore as like this way. After that, I'm going to do is to define a variable. So I'm going to give the name of the variable as database, and I'm going to pass this get to Firestore function into it, and I'm giving the add variable as an argument into this get to Firestore function. Okay, now the setup.js for this Firestore or database has completed, and I'm going to export this for using it in another file. Okay, so next what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the signing component and here I'm going to define a new function that is add user as an arrow function. Here I'm going to import that is add doc function from the Firebase Firestore as like this way. So I have imported the add doc function from the Firebase Firestore. Okay. So next I'm going to do is to use the async await and try catch. So here I am going to give the console.error as like this way, and I'm going to pass this add doc function inside this try. Okay. So now next I'm going to do is to define a variable that is user doc, and I'm going to use the doc function from the Firebase Firestore as like this way. So here in this doc, I am passing database as the first argument, and as a second argument, okay, so I have imported the database from the setup.js, and as a second argument, I'm going to pass the users collection or the collection named users. Okay, and as a third argument, I'm going to pass the ID. So we will get the ID of the user from the auth.currentuser.uid. So we are passing that ID here. Okay, as like this way. So next I'm going to call this add user function in this Google sign in function after this sign in with pop-up function. Okay, as like this way. So next I'm going to call this user doc variable inside this add doc function. So here I have called this user doc inside this add doc function as the first argument or as the argument. And next what I'm going to do is as a second argument, I'm going to pass the details of the users as the object. So first I'm passing the ID from the auth.currentuser.uid. Then as a second, I'm passing the username that is auth.currentuser.display name. Okay, so we will get these details from the auth, such as auth.currentuser.uid and the display name. And as a third detail, I'm going to pass the profile image from auth.currentuser.photo URL. Okay, so now I'm going to show you the auth in the console. So now you can see that I'm going to take the console here. And here in the console, you can see the auth.currentuser, which contains the details such as the display name, photo URL, and the UID. Okay. So next I'm going to do is to call or click the Google icon. So we have called this add user function here in this Google sign-in. Next I'm going to change this add doc into set doc. That is more better when we are using this sign-in. So next I'm going to click on this Google icon here. At that time, the pop-up will be arrived and the user will be logged in. Here you can see that a user collection is created and there is a document with the same user ID that we given here. And it contains the fields such as ID, profile image, and the username. The next time I'm going to log in with other user as like this way or other Google account. Then now another Google account is logged in. So now you can see that the new document has been created with the same user ID, which contains the ID, profile image, and username. Okay. So next I'm going to do is in the app.js file, I'm going to uncomment the main component and to comment this sign in component as like this way. Okay. So now you can see that this is our main component that we have created before with an navbar, sidebar, and the right section contains a profile image. The next I'm going to do is here you can see that sometimes this profile image is not showing as like this way. So I'm going to change the avatar into image tag and I'm going to give the reference policy to no refer. Okay. So now you can see that it is showing the image. So I'm giving a class name here, or I'm going to give a style in this class name profile image, that is border radius. So now you can see that the structure like this way I am giving as like this way. So now you can see that the, yeah, it is fine. So now I am giving a width. Okay. So you can see next I'm going to reduces the margin top to 10 px. Okay, fine. Next I'm going to do is to list the user in the sidebar. So what I'm going to do is to go to sidebar component and I'm going to define a new function that is get user and as an arrow function. So I'm going to use the get doc function, get docs function from the Firebase Firestore as like this way. Next I'm going to use the async await and I'm going to use the try catch. Okay. The next I'm going to do is here I'm going to give the console.error and I'm passing this get doc inside this try. Okay. So next what I'm going to do is to define a variable that is user ref as I'm using the collection function from the Firebase Firestore as like this way. So inside this collection function, I'm going to give the database as a first argument and name of the collection as the second argument. So here we have already created the collection with the name users. And next I'm going to do is I'm going to pass this user ref as an argument into this get docs function. So after that, I'm going to do is I'm going to call this get user in the use effect hook as like this way. Okay. So next, what I'm going to do is after calling this get user function, I'm going to assign this get docs to a variable data, and I'm going to log this data in the console. So you can see that in the console the details. So I'm going to take the console here. Then you can see that the data query snapshot, it is in this structure which we cannot use directly. So I'm going to convert it into the form that we can use directly. So for that I'm going to do is to define another variable that is filtered data. And in the filtered data I'm going to map through the data.docs. So here you can see the docs. I'm going to map through these docs and I'm going to give each document as doc. And first of all, I'm going to call function data on the each doc. And next I'm going to add ID also into that filter data. Okay, so next I'm going to define a state that is users. I'm giving an empty array as like this way. Then next I'm going to pass that filter data into the set users. Okay. So next I'm going to log this set users state in the console. So you can see that after that I'm going to call this user state in this dependency array as like this way. So now you can see that the details of the users. So we have logged in by using two user or Google accounts. So here you can see the ID, profile image, and the username of the both users. So next what I'm going to do is to map through this state that is users.map. And here I am going to return the each user. So in this return, I'm going to put this paper component completely as like this way. So I'm going to copy this paper component as like this way here. Okay, so next what I'm going to do is I'm going to list the user here. So here I'm going to give the primary. Then in the primary, I'm going to give the user.username. And in the avatar, I am going to give the user dot profile image. Okay, so now you can see that the list of the users who is available. So actually the current user is don't want to list here. So I am going to filter the user other than the current user. So for that I am going to use the filter method here on the user state. So I am giving the condition such as the user of user dot id, which is not equal to the auth dot current user dot uid. So at that time you can see that the user which is not the current user is listed. Okay, so here I am going to give the SS tag and a margin left. Okay, so I think it is fine. So next I'm going to do is to give a picture in this right bar. So for that I'm going to do is to import an image from my system itself. So here I'm going to import the image, that is this smartphone image. So I'm going to import that into the images folder in the project. Just like this way. So now you can see that this is the picture I'm going to put in the right section or right bar. So in the main component, I'm going to do is to use the image tag as like this way. So in this image tag, I'm going to give this smartphone image in the source attribute. So for that, I'm going to import the smartphone image into this main component as smartphone from images slash smartphone. Okay. So next I'm going to use that smartphone image in the source tag here, source attribute. So now you can see that the image as like this way. So next we need to reduce the size of this image. So for that I'm going to give the class name. That is I am giving the class name as like this way. That is right image. And I am going to give the class or style in the main component or main file, main.css file. Here I am going to give that is width. So now you can see that this is the image as of now. Then next I'm going to give the margin left as like this way. Okay, so this is the structure. Next I'm going to give is I'm going to give a margin top. Okay, after that here below this image I'm going to add a text. So I'm going to use the h1 tag for that. So here I'm going to write the WhatsApp web for desktop. Then next below that I'm going to use the h4 tag, and here I am going to write such as keep your computer connected. Okay, so now you can see that the structure of the image and text is like this way. So next I'm going to give a class name here for this h1 and h4 tag, that is right text. So I'm giving the style to this right text as like this way. So now you can see that I'm giving that font weight. Okay, so now you can see the structure as like this way. Okay, it is fine. Next I'm going to give the margin left as like this way. I'm going to give the text align to center. And I'm going to remove this margin left from here. At that time you can see that it will be fine. Okay, it is fine. Okay, so this is the structure of the home page as of now. Then next I'm going to give a search bar there. So for that I'm going to the sidebar, and here above this loop I'm going to use the input field for search bar. So I'm going to use the input field as like this way. Okay, so now you can see the input field there. Next, I'm going to use the image tag. And in the source attribute, I'm going to use the image that I'm going to import from my system. So I'm going to import the image of this lens as like this way. And I'm going to use it in sidebar as lens. So I'm going to import lens from images and lens.png. Okay, as like this way. So now you can see the lens image here. So I need to reduce the size of the image. So I'm going to give the class name as lens here. So for that, I'm going to create a new file called sidebar.css. Then inside this CSS sidebar.css, I'm going to give this styles to this lens. That is, I'm going to give the width as like this way. So now you can see that the width there. So for that, I'm going to import the sidebar.css into this sidebar component as like this way, sidebar.css. Okay, so now you can see that the structure of this image as like this way is reduced. So I'm going to give the or reduces the size to 25 px. So next I'm going to do is to put this image and the input field inside a div. So I'm going to paste these two here. So now you can see that the structure as like this way. Then I'm going to give a class name to this, that is search. And here I'm going to change this into search icon. Okay, so here also I'm going to change it into search icon. Okay. Then next I'm going to give the style to this search as like this way. So here I'm giving as display flex and align item center. Okay. So next I'm going to do is I'm going to sidebar component and I'm giving a class name to this input field also, that is search text. The next I'm going to give a style to this search text class name here in the sidebar.css file. So here I am giving as width as like this way. So I'm going to increase as the width. Okay. So next I'm going to give a height of. Okay. So now you can see that the. Okay, I'm reducing it. Okay. So I think it is fine. Next I'm going to give a border here. And a padding as like this way. Next I'm going to give the margin left also to the search icon and also the margin left to this search text. Okay. So next I'm going to do is to give the border radius. So here before that I'm going to give the placeholder search for new chat as like this way. Then next I'm going to give the border radius for this text field. So for that I'm going to this search sidebar.css and I'm giving as border radius. Okay. Then next I'm going to give the background color for this text field. That is I'm giving the same color which we have given in the nav bar as like this way. So I'm going to copy this color and to paste it here. So now you can see that the color of this text field is like this way. Then next I'm going to give a border to this text field also here as border 1px solid. And I'm going to use the same color that we given as the background color as the border also. So you can see that this is the whole structure of the home page of this WhatsApp phone. So next I'm going to do is to install React Router DOM into our project. So for that, I'm going to take the new terminal, npm install react router dom. So now React router dom will be installed into our project. Okay. So React router dom has been installed into our project. We can see it in the package.json as like this way. Okay. So next in this index.js, I'm going to import the browser router as like this way. After that, I'm going to wrap this app component using browser router. Okay. So next I'm going to app component and I'm going to give the route to sign in component and the main component. So here I'm going to import the routes as like this way, and I'm going to wrap the root component by using these roots. So in this root component, I'm going to give root to each component. So here I'm giving the path attribute that is slash for the component sign in. And next I'm going to give the route to main component as like this way. So here I have given the slash to sign in component because it is the first page. Then next I'm going to give the path as main for the main component as like this way. Okay. I'm going to remove the sign in and main component here. So now you can see that when we click this Google icon, we should be redirected to the home page. So for that, what I'm going to do is in the sign in component, here we know that this is the function for sign in. So here after this function, I'm going to navigate to the home component or main component. So for that, I'm going to use the use navigate hook from the React router doc as like this way. So here I'm going to define a variable that is navigate and I'm assigning this use navigate into that variable. So here I'm going to give the navigate and I'm going to give the route to this main component. So now you can see that when we click this Google icon, we will be redirected to the main component or home page of our clone after logging in. Okay, as like this way. So here also I'm going to click on this icon and we will be redirected to the home page. Okay. So next I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new component chat.js for chat page. As like this way. Okay. Next, I'm going to give the root to this chat component. So in the app.js, I'm going to add one more root component and I'm giving the root to chat component as chat. And I'm adding the component in the element attribute as like this way. Okay, so we have given the root to chat component also. Next, when we click this user, we should be redirected to the chat page of the user. So for that, what we have to do is in the sidebar, we need to give link to this whole component. So here I am going to use the link component from the React router DOM as like this way. And I'm going to wrap this whole paper component by using this link. Okay. Then next I'm going to do is to give the root. That means in the to attribute, I'm going to give the root that is chat. So now we can see that when we click this user, we will be redirected to the chat page as like this way. Okay. So next, what I'm going to do is to remove this underline. So for that, I'm going to give the class name that is I'm giving as chat link. And I'm going to give this style to this class name chat link in the sidebar.css. That is text decoration is none, as like this way. Okay, so now you can see that the design has removed. So next, what I'm going to do is in this chat component, we have to show the details of the user. So here I am going to call the navbar component as like this way. So now you can see that here the navbar component or navbar in the chat page. But here you should show the details of the user who receives the message, that is profile image and the name. So for that, what we can do is we can pass the details from the sidebar. So here we have already using the link component to wrap this paper component or to wrap the user. So we can pass the details such as username and profile image through this link by using the state props. So here I am going to do is to use the state props as like this way. And here I am going to pass the user.username and also the profile image as user.profile image. Then we can receive the or use these details in the chat component by using the use location hook from the React router. First of all, I'm going to define the variable that is location, and I am going to assign the use location hook to that variable. Okay. The next I'm going to do is I'm going to console this location. So at that time you can see that in the console, the details such as username and the profile image of the user. So I'm going to take the console and here I'm going to do to click on the user one more time. At that time you can see the details in the location.state.username and the profile image. Okay. So here what I'm going to do is next I'm going to pass the details such as username and profile image into the navbar as props. So here I'm going to give as a receiver username as the username of the receiving user. Okay, as like this way. So we can pass it as location.state.username as like this way. Then next I'm going to pass the profile image also. So I'm giving as a receiver profile image. I am giving as like this way. And here I am giving as location.state.profile image. So in the navbar, we can utilize these props. So here I'm going to do is to use these details as props. So in this image tag, I'm going to give as props such as you receiver profile image. So if this receiver profile image is available, then it should show the receiver profile image. Otherwise, it should show the current user profile image. Okay. So here I'm giving the props also. So props dot receiver profile image. If this props dot receiver profile image is available, it should show the profile image of the receiver. Okay. Next, I'm going to give the name also next to this profile image. So for that, I'm going to give another tag below this image tag. And here I'm giving the props dot receiver username. So now you can see that if this receiver username is available, it should be shown. Otherwise, it should be empty. So here you can see the receiver username. And I'm giving a class name also that is receiver name. So I'm giving this style to this receiver name class name here in this navbar.css. So I'm giving the style that is receiver name, color, black. Okay, then next I'm going to give the, here you can see the receiver name. And next I'm going to give the font weight as like this way. So now you can see that this is a structure, and I'm also giving the margin left 10 px. Okay, fine. So you can see that in this here also, in this account also. Okay, as like this way. So when we click this user, it will be redirected to chat. So next I'm going to do is to put this navbar inside a div. So I'm going to use a div here and to put this navbar inside this div. And here I'm going to give the class name for this div as chat top. Next, I'm going to create a new file that is chat.css, and I'm going to give the style to this chat top class name. So I'm giving the style as position absolute top 0. So here you can see that. And next I'm going to do is I'm going to use another div, and inside this div I'm going to use the input field as like this way. And here in this div I'm going to give a class name. Next I'm giving the class name as chat bottom as like this way. And next I'm going to give the style to this chat bottom. So here I'm going to give the position absolute and bottom 0. Okay. Next I'm going to call this or import this chat.css file here in this chat component as like this way. Chat.css. So now you can see that here this is a structure. So now I'm going to give the width to 100% for the navbar div. So here I'm going to give the width as 100%. Okay. So now you can see as like this way. Next I'm going to do is next I'm going to give this style as width 100% to this chat bottom also. So here you can see the structure. So next I'm going to do is I'm going to give a background color to this chat bottom. So I'm giving the background color as same as like that of the navbar. So I'm going to copy this color here and I'm going to give this color code here. So now you can see the background color of this bottom of the chat page. Okay. So next I'm going to do is I'm going to give a height also. So for that I'm going to copy this height from the navbar and to paste it here. That is height 70 px, the same height as that of the navbar. You can see that here. Okay. So next I'm going to give a height and width to this input field. So for that, I'm going to give a class name to this input field. That is, I'm going to give a class name as chat text. Okay. So next I'm going to give this style to this chat text class name. That is, I'm going to paste it here. And I'm going to give the style as width 70 px, 70 percentage, or 90 percentage. Okay. So next I'm going to give a height also. So I'm giving a height of about okay. So now you can see that this is a structure. Next, in the chat component, I'm going to use image tag as like this way. So here in this source, I'm going to use an image. So for that, I'm going to import an image from my system to this images folder. So from here, I'm going to use this clip image and to import or paste it in this folder, and I'm going to import that into the chat component. So first of all, I'm going to rename this as clip, and now I'm going to import that in this chat component as like this way. Okay, so I'm going to import as clip from images slash clip.png. Okay. So next I'm going to use that clip image in this source attribute as like this way. Okay. So now you can see the image as like this way here. So next I'm going to give a class name to this image tag also. So here I'm going to give the class name that is chat bottom icon. Then next I'm going to define the or giving I'm going to give the style to the chat bottom icon. So here I'm going to give as width for this chat bottom icon. So I'm giving the width here as like this way. So now you can see that the I'm giving as 30 px, and now you can see the structure as like this. I'm going to give the 40 px. So at that time you can see the structure as like this. Okay. So next I'm going to do is I'm going to give a class name to this, or I'm going to give a style to this chat bottom class name. So here I'm going to give the style as display flex, and I'm going to give align items to center. Okay, so now you can see the structure as like this way. Then after that, I'm going to give a margin left to this icon and also the text field. So here I'm going to give the margin left 10 px and also, okay, so next I'm going to give the margin left to this text field or input field also, that is this chat text class name. I'm giving the margin left to 10 px. So now you can see that. Next I'm going to increase of the margin left for this input field. Okay, and also to this icon. Okay, so now this is a structure. So next I'm going to give a border radius to this input field, that is 10 px. Okay, then next I'm going to give a border also. So I'm giving a border of 1 px solid and the color which is same as that of the background color. Okay, so now you can see the structure as like this way. Next I'm going to give a placeholder to this input field. So here in the chat component I'm going to give the placeholder, that is I'm giving as type a message. Okay, so now you can see that this is the structure. The next I'm going to give a style to this text field or placeholder also. So in this chat CSS, I'm going to give the style as I'm going to give the style to this placeholder in the chat text class name. So I'm giving as padding left to npx. So now you can see the structure as like this way. Okay, so here it contains the chat component contains. Here also I am giving or reducing the width. Okay, now the chat component or page contains the navbar with the name and the profile image and the text field.
So next I'm going to add a background image to the center portion or a background image to this chat page. So for that, in this chat component, I'm going to give a class name to this main div. So I'm going to give the class name as chat. And in this chat.css, I'm going to give a style to this class name chat. So first I'm going to give as height 100 vh. And next I'm going to give the background image. So I'm going to use a background image from my system itself. So I'm going to import an image from my system. So this is the image that I'm going to import. So I'm going to import it into the images folder of the project. Then next I'm going to, this is the image. So next I'm going to give the root of this image, that is images/design. So now you can see the structure as like this way.
So next I'm going to do is to send a message. So for that, I'm going to first define a new function in the chat component. So for that, I'm going to define the function that is send message. Here I am going to define an arrow function, and in the send message, I'm going to use a function from the Firebase Firestore. So the function that we need to use from the Firebase Firestore is add-dog function. Okay, so I have imported the add-dog function from the Firebase Firestore. Next, I'm going to do is to give async await as like this way. Then after that, I'm going to give the try catch And here I am going to give the console.error. I am going to pass the error into it as like this way. Next, I am going to pass the add dog inside this try. And next, I'm going to define a new variable that is user dog. I'm going to use a function called dog from the Firebase Firestore here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a subcollection into this Firebase database. So here we have already created a collection called users. Inside the users, we know that there is 2 users logged in. So in this users, I'm going to create a new subcollection. So the subcollection I'm going to create in the opposite user's ID or document. So that means, for example, we are sending messages from this user. So the user given here will get the message or the this user's ID. That means here you can see that this is the ID of this user. Okay, so I'm going to create a new subcollection in this document. So for that, I'm going to do is here, first of all, I'm going to give the database as a first argument. And as a second argument, I'm going to pass the name of the first collection. So users is the first collection that we have created. And as a third argument, I'm going to give the ID. So we have to specify the ID of the user. So here we have already told that this is the ID that we need to pass there to identify the user. Okay, so the ID will get from this location. So I'm going to console the location first. So at that time, you can see that in the console, here is the ID. So the location dot state contains ID, profile image, and username. So we can use that ID here directly. So I'm going to give the ID here as location dot state dot ID as like this way. Okay. The next I'm going to define another variable. So I'm going to give the name of the variable as message dog. So here also I'm going to use the dog function from the Firebase Firestore. And as a first argument, I'm going to pass the user dog itself that we have already defined here. Then as a second argument, I'm going to pass the name of the subcollection that we are going to create. So I'm going to give the name of the collection as message here. And as a third argument, I'm going to pass the ID itself. So I'm giving the ID which we have given here. So I'm going to copy this and to paste it here as like this way. So next I'm going to define a variable that is I'm going to give the name of the variable as message rough as like this way. And I'm going to use the collection function from the Firebase Firestore. Then as a first argument, I'm going to do is to pass this message dog. And as a second argument, I'm going to pass the name of the subcollection that we are going to create. So we know that we have already created a users collection. And inside this users collection, we are going to create a message collection. Inside that collection, we are going to create another collection called message-id. Okay. So here I am going to give the backtick. And inside this backtick, I'm going to give message hyphen and ID. So the ID that we are given, I'm going to give here is the ID of the current user. So I'm giving this ID to identify the user who sent the message. Okay, so for that I'm going to give the ID as auth.current user dot uid. Okay, so we have defined the 3 variables as like this way. So next I'm going to do is to pass this message of as a first argument into this add dog function. Okay, then next I'm going to do is to give the second argument that is object. So inside this object, we are going to pass the message. So for that, I'm going to do is to define a variable. So I'm going to define a variable named message, set message, which is equal to use state. Okay, the next I'm going to do is to use this set message in the input field. So here we already defined an input or already used an input field. So I'm going to give the set or use the set message in this on change of this input field. And here I am going to give that e.target.value. And I'm giving here e. Okay. The next I'm going to do is to call this send message function. So for that, I'm going to use a image from my system. So for that, I'm going to import an image from my system. That means I'm going to import this image to this images folder. Okay, so this is the image that we are going to use there. So for that, I'm going to import that image in this chat component as like this way. Import send from images and send. Okay. So now we can use this send image in this image tag here. So I'm going to use the image tag as like this way, and inside the source, I'm going to use the image send. Okay. Then after that, I'm going to give a class name send icon. Okay, as like this way. Then next I'm going to define the send icon or give this style to this send icon class name. So here in this stat.css, I'm going to give the send icon as like this way, and I'm going to give here the width. So I'm going to give here the width as 40 px. Okay. Then also I'm giving the margin left that is 10 px. So next I'm going to do is to call this send message function here in the on click of this image. Okay, so here I'm going to call the send message as like this way, and you can see that next I'm going to call this message or use this message state here to pass our message. Okay, so now you can see that I'm going to send a message to the user. So I'm going to type here hi, and I'm going to click on this icon here. So now you can see that a new subcollection will be created in this Firebase document. So now you can see that in this specific document, a new subcollection is created. Only the subcollection is created in the one of the document. Okay, you can see that here. Only subcollection called message is created in this document. So when I click this icon, message collection, you can see that here is the ID that we have given, which is the same ID as like this way. Okay. So inside this document, we can see that a new subcollection. That means here we have already given that is message hyphen the ID. So that is the subcollection that we can see here. Okay. So when we click that subcollection, you can see that here is a random ID. Then here we can see the message that we have given. Okay. So we have sent the message. So next I'm going to do is to show that message here. So for that, I'm going to take the chat component. Here I am going to define another function. So I'm going to give the name of the function as show message, as like this way. And I'm going to use a function from the Firebase. So I'm going to use the function called get docs. So I'm going to use the get docs, not get doc. I'm going to use get doc from Firebase Firestore. And next I'm going to do is I'm going to give async await here, and I'm giving the try catch. So here I am giving the console.error as like this way, and I am going to give get docs inside this try. Okay. Next I'm going to define variables. So I'm going to do is to copy these variables from this send message function and to paste it in the show message function here as like this way. So I'm going to bring some changes to this ID section. So I'm giving that here we have given the ID as location.state.id. So for showing that message, we need the current user's ID. So I'm going to give the auth.currentuser.uid here. Auth.currentuser.uid as like this way. And here also we have given the same ID that we have given here. So I'm going to copy this ID and to paste it here. Okay. The next day I'm going to give the location.state.id. That is the ID of the user who sent the message. Okay. Not the current user ID. So location.state.id as like this way. So now you can see that I'm going to call the show message function in the use effect hook as like this way. Okay. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to call this, or I'm going to give this message refer as an argument into this get docs function. Okay. So I'm going to assign this get docs into a data variable, and I'm going to log that data in the console. So in the console, you can see that so I'm going to take the console here. And in the console, you can see that here is a query snapshot. So in the query snapshot, we can see that there is our data that we needed to show, but it is not in the form that we can use it directly. So what I'm going to do is here I'm going to define another variable that is filter data, and I'm going to do is to map through the data.docs. we know that here we have already get the dogs here. So I'm going to do is I'm going to map through the data.dogs as like this way. So I'm going to do is I'm going to give the each document as dog, and I'm going to call the function called data here. So I did dog dot data as like this way, and comma. I'm going to pass the ID also dog.id. So next I'm going to do is I'm going to pass this filter data into a state variable. So for that I'm going to create another state or define another state, and I'm giving the name of the state as message data. Set message data, which is equal to use state. Okay. So I'm going to pass this set filter data into this set message data here as like this way. So next I'm going to log the message data in the console as like this way. So message data. So in the console we can see the message data as like this way. So I'm going to take the console as like this way. So now you can see that in the console here is the message data. Okay, it contains the message and also the ID. So I'm going to show this message here. So for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to map through this message data. So in this middle section, I'm going to use a div here, and here I am going to map through the message data as like this way. Message data dot map return, and I'm going to give here as data, and here as data dot message. So for that, I'm going to use the paper component, and inside this paper, I'm going to give the data dot message. I'm going to give a class name here. I'm giving the name of the class as chat middle, and I'm going to define this chat middle class name, or I'm going to give the style to this chat middle class name. So I'm giving as chat middle here as like this way. I'm going to give the padding top 90 px, and also the padding left as 30 px. So now you can see that the structure as like this way. Okay, so here is a message. So I'm going to give the list here, and also the list item, and list item text. And in this list item text, I'm going to give the primary, and inside this primary, I'm going to paste this data dot message as like this way. So now you can see that the message as like this here. So here you can see that this message is only showing in this user's account. So when I take this other user's account, you cannot see the message. So we also need to show that message in this user account also. So for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add the same sub collection as like that of here into this document also. That means, for example, here the document of the current user. So for that, I'm going to do is to create or define a new function. So I'm going to define a new function called add message. So as like this way, I'm going to define a new function, add message, and I'm going to do is I'm going to copy the whole function from here and to paste it here as like this way. So here I'm going to bring some changes. That means we need to add the message to the current user. So for that, I'm going to give the ID as current user as like this way. So here we need to add the same ID here. So I'm going to copy this ID from here and to paste it here. And here I'm going to give the ID of the sender who sent the message. So I'm giving it location.state.id. Okay. So next, after that, I'm going to do is to call this add message function inside this send message here as like this way. Okay. So now you can see that a new document or a new subcollection will be created in this current user's document also. So for that, I'm going to send a message again. So before that, I'm going to give this message data in this dependency array. Okay, so now you can see that here is the message. And also I'm going to do is I'm going to give a sx tag here. I'm going to give a margin top of about 10 px. Okay, so now you can see the structure as like this way. So it is already shown here in this user account. So I'm going to show it in the here also. So now you can see that in the both users account, we can see the subcollection. So here is also a subcollection called message, and here also we can see the subcollection called message. Okay, fine. So next I'm going to make this paper component responsive. So for that, I'm going to take the chat component, and here I am going to give the style to this paper component. So I'm giving the style as width max content. Okay, as like this way. So now you can see that the paper component is now responsive. So I'm giving or I'm sending a message that is where are you now. So now you can see that this is the structure. Okay. So next I'm going to do is, so as of now, when we send more messages, as of now, you can see that the design is not correct. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to take the chat.css file, and here I'm going to do is, I'm going to give the minimum height as 100 vh and the height as 100%. Okay. Now remove this 100 vh height from the chat class name. In the chat bottom class name, I'm going to give as pixel. And also in the chat top class name, I'm going to give as pixel here also. So now you can see the structure as like this way. It is fine. Then here I am going to give as set index 2. So here in the chat top class name, I'm going to give as set index 2. So now you can see that this is a structure. Okay, fine. So next I'm going to do is I'm going to give the functionality to this clip image. So for that, I'm going to the chat component, and here you can see that this is the clip image. So here I'm going to do is below this image, I'm going to use an input field, and I'm going to put the type as file. Okay. So now you can see a input field of type file here. So next I'm going to do is to give a class name. I'm giving a class name as file itself. Then here in the chat dot css, I'm going to give as file a class name of display none. Okay, so now you can see that the input field has been disappeared. Okay, so next I'm going to do is whenever we click this clip image, the pop-up need to be arrived for selecting the image. So for that, I'm going to do is to define a ref. So I'm giving as file ref here, which is equal to use ref, and in the use ref, I'm giving as null. And in the on click of this clip image, I'm going to give as file ref dot current dot click as like this way. Then next I'm going to do is to give the ref to this input field. So I'm giving as ref file ref. Okay. So now I'm going to click this clip image. At that time you can see that the window for uploading file will be arrived. Okay. So next I'm going to give a style to this class name. That means the class name of the image clip chat bottom icon. So here I'm going to give as cursor pointer. Okay, as like this way. So next I'm going to do is I'm going to add this image or the file to this function for sending the message. Okay, to these two functions here. So as of now, we only send the text message. So I'm also giving the images to the database. So for that, I'm going to do is here in the input field, I'm going to do is to give an on change. In this on change, I'm going to use the set file as like this way. And next, I'm going to give as a dot target dot files. So I'm putting that in URL dot create object URL, and inside this, I'm going to give e dot target dot files. Okay, it's like this way. Here, I'm taking it as event. Next, I'm going to define the state, that is file. So here, I'm going to define the state as const file set file, which is equal to use state as like this way. Then I'm giving the file here as file itself. Here also. Okay. Okay. So now I am going to send message again. So before that, I'm going to give the accept attribute in this input field. So here I am giving as accepted. I'm only giving images. So I'm giving as image slash tab. Okay. So now I'm going to select an image for uploading. So I'm selecting an image from here as like this way. So next I'm going to do is I'm going to show the preview here. So after this text, text field, I'm going to show the preview. So for that, I'm going to use the image paper component itself. So here I'm going to use the paper component as like this way. And inside this paper component, I'm going to use the image tag. So in the source, I'm going to give the file state. And here I'm going to give the style, that is width 70px, and padding for 3px. So now you can see that the structure as like this way. Here is the preview. So when we click this button, this image will be added to the database. So I'm going to click on this button. So now you can see the file here in the database. So in the message collection, you can see that the file as like this way. So next I'm going to show that file in the chat page. So for that, I'm going to do is I'm going to use the image tag inside this paper component. So here as like this way, and I'm giving as data.file here, and I'm giving a condition such as data.file is not equal to empty, then only we need to show this image tag. Okay, it's like this way. So now you can see that here is the image. So I'm giving a style to that image. So here I'm going to give the style as I'm giving a width for about 150px. So now you can see the structure as like this way. Okay, so I'm going to increase the width to 200px. Okay, fine. So I'm going to send another image as like this way. So here you can see the preview. Okay, fine. So next I'm going to do is to show the name of the sender who sends the message. Okay, so for that I'm going to do is to go to the chat component. And here we know that we are already created or defined a function called the send message. So inside this function, as of now, we are passing the message and also the file or the image. So along with that, I'm going to pass the name of the sender. That means the current user. So I'm passing as name itself. And here I'm giving as auth dot current user dot display name as like this way. Okay. So next I'm going to do is to show that name here. So here we know that in this data, we will get the data dot name. So here I am using the or giving the name above the paper component or outside the paper component in the h5 tag. So I'm giving as data dot name as like this way. So now you can see that the name of the sender will shown here as like this. Okay. So next I'm going to do is to give a style, that is style of font weight 200. Okay. So now you can see that Here, the name of the user will show as like this way. So we can identify the user who sends the message. Okay, then now you can see that here is showing the paper component after this text field, even though there is no preview. So I'm going to do is I'm going to give a condition for this paper component, that is we need to show only the paper component whenever the file state is there or file state is not empty. Okay, next I'm going to do is I'm going to make the set file or file state into empty whenever we send the message. So after sending message, I'm going to give as set file to empty. So at that time, you can see that now. So as of now, you can see the preview here. So I'm going to click on the send the image. At that time, you can see that the image here and the preview is gone. So next I'm going to do is to give the functionality for this sign in with the phone number button. Okay. So for that, I'm going to define a new component here. So I'm giving the name of the component as phone signing.js as like this way. And next I'm going to do is in the app.js component, I'm going to call that phone sign in component as like this way. Okay, so now you can see that here is the phone sign in component. So next I'm going to give designs to this component. So first of all, I'm going to use the phone input. So here you can see that I'm going to take the WhatsApp web. So here, when I click this link with the phone number button, you can see that here is the structure. So here you can see that there is an option for selecting the country code as like this way, a text field. And here, so I'm going to create a page as like this way, similar to this way. So for that, I'm going to do is I'm going to use the phone input React library. So I'm going to install the phone input React library from npm. So I'm going to copy this npm install React phone input 2, and I'm going to paste it in the new terminal here. I'm going to run that command. So now the React phone input 2 will be installed into our project. So now the library has been installed. So I'm going to take package.json. You can see that in the package.json as like this way. Okay. So next I'm going to do is here in the library document. That means in the React phone input to document, you can see that here is an example. So for that, we need to use the phone input component. So I'm going to use the phone input component in this phone sign in. So here as like this way, phone input. Okay, so I have imported that from the React phone input too. Then inside this component, I'm giving three props. The first two props I'm going to give is the country. I'm going to give default country as US. The next we need to give the props value and also the on change as like this way. Then next I'm going to do is here you can see that we have to import the React phone input style. So I'm going to copy this and to paste it below this phone input import. Okay, so now you can see the structure as like this way. I'm going to comment this value and on change. At that time, you can see that this is the structure. This is the style of the country code or the input. Okay, we can select the country and selecting like this way, we can enter the phone number as like this way. Okay, so next I'm going to do is I'm going to give a class name here. That is, I'm giving as phone sign in, and I'm going to create the new file that is phone.css. So I'm going to give the style to this phone sign in class name, that is phone sign in, and I'm giving as position absolute top 30 percentage, left 40 percentage as like this way. So now you can see that I'm going to import the phone.css file here, that is phone.css as like this way. So now you can see that the structure of the file as like this way. So here, next I'm going to do is to give a button below this text field. That means here I'm going to use the button component from the material UI, and I'm giving as a name that is send OTP as like this way, and I'm giving the variant contained. So now you can see the structure of the button here. So next I'm going to do is to put this phone input and the button inside another div as like this way. So I'm going to copy or cut this phone input and the button from here and to put it in this div. And in this div, I'm going to give another class name, that is I'm giving as phone content. Then I'm going to give a style to this phone content class name, that is phone content as like this way. Then here I'm going to give as text align to sender. So now you can see that the structure as like this way. I'm going to give, then next I'm going to give a style to this button. That means I'm giving as SX tag margin top 10 px. Okay, so now you can see that the structure is like this way. That is the phone input and the button. So below the button, I'm going to give another text field. So I'm going to use the text field from the material UI as like this way, and I'm going to give the variant as outlined. Then next I'm going to give the size as small and a label as enter OTP. So now you can see that the structure as like this way. Here is a text field with the label enter OTP. Okay, so next I'm going to do is to give a SX tag to this text field also. Here also I'm giving as margin top 10 px, and also I'm giving a width of about 300 px. Okay, so now you can see the structure. Okay, fine. The next thing I'm going to do is to use another button component from the material UI, and I'm going to give the name of the button as verify OTP, and I'm going to give the variant as contained, and I'm going to give the color as success. So now you can see the structure here. This is a verify OTP. Then next I'm going to put this text field and the button inside this div. That's like this way. So now I am going to give a BR tag below the send OTP button as like this way. And also after the text field, I'm going to give the BR tag. Now you can see the structure as like this. So here I'm going to give a SX tag for the verify OTP button, that is SX tag with the margin top 10 px. Okay, so now you can see that here is the structure as like this way. Okay, fine. Then next I'm going to give the functionalities. So for that I'm going to uncomment this value and on change it. And here I'm going to define a new state. So I'm going to define a state called phone as like this way. That is phone set to phone, which is equal to use state empty string, and I'm going to give phone to this value. And in this on change, I'm going to do is to give the set to phone. So I'm giving a set to phone like this way. And inside the set to phone, what I'm going to do is, first of all, I'm going to give the plus symbol, and I'm going to add the phone into it. Okay. So next I'm going to do is to define another function for calling it in this send OTP button. So for that, I'm going to define a function that is const send OTP, which is an arrow function. So I'm going to do is I'm going to import one thing from the Firebase auth. So I'm going to import the reCAPTCHA verifier from the Firebase auth as like this way. Then I'm going to use as it like this way, and I'm going to give it into a variable. So I'm going to give as variable reCAPTCHA. Okay. So next I'm going to do is to give the argument into this new reCAPTCHA verifier. So I'm going to give the first argument as auth. So the first argument that we need to give inside this reCAPTCHA verifier is must be auth. The next I'm going to give the name of the ID. Here we have given a string as like this way, that is reCAPTCHA itself. The next I'm going to give an empty object. Okay, after that I'm going to do is I'm going to define another variable I'm giving as confirmation. And here I'm going to do is to use another function from the Firebase auth. So for that, I'm going to import that function from the Firebase auth. The function that we need to import from Firebase auth is sign in with the phone number. So I have imported the sign in with the phone number from Firebase auth. And inside the sign in with the phone number, I'm going to give the three arguments. So first argument that I'm going to pass this into the sign in with the phone number is first is auth. Then second is the phone. That means the state we have defined. Then third is the reCAPTCHA. That means the variable that we have defined before. Okay, that's like this way. Next, I'm going to do is I'm going to console this confirmation as like this way. So next, I'm going to give async await, and a try catch. Console dot error, and I'm giving this into this try. Okay, so now you can see that the structure as like this way. I'm going to call the function that is send OTP in the button send OTP. Okay, here I'm going to call this in the on click of this button send OTP. Then next I'm going to give here phone. Okay, so after entering the phone number, I'm going to click on the send OTP. At that time, a recaptcha section for verifying that I'm not the robot will came here. So for that, we have to give a div for showing that verification. So I'm giving here an empty div as like this way, and here I'm going to give ID. So we have already given a name that is reCAPTCHA as a second argument in this reCAPTCHA verifier. So it is because we need to give that same name here. So I'm giving as reCAPTCHA here as well. Okay. Okay. So before hitting the send OTP button, I'm going to do one main thing. Here you can see that in the sidebar there is authentication. So I'm going to do is I'm going to add a new provider. So here you can see that in the sign in method, we have an option for adding new provider. So I'm going to click on this new provider addition. And here you can see that we can add the phone number provided by clicking here. And next I'm going to click on this enable button and this save button. So this phone authentication is enabled. So now I'm going to the project and I'm going to click on this send OTP button. So at that time you can see that I am not a robot. Div will be arrived as like this way. Here I'm going to give a style as well. So I'm giving here as the margin top 10px. So here I'm giving as margin top 10px as like this way. So then now you can see that here as like this way. So I'm going to click on this empty space to show that I'm not a robot. Then next I'm going to take the console. At that time you can see that here is the confirmation result. So we will get these details when we log this confirmation. Okay. So next what I'm going to do is I'm going to define another function. So I'm going to define a function called verify OTP. That is verify OTP, an error function. And I'm going to do is I'm going to pass this confirmation into a state. So for that, I'm going to define a new state that is user set user use state. Here I'm giving as null, and I'm going to pass this confirmation into this set user as like this way. That is confirmation. Okay. Then now we will get this user here in this verify OTP function. So what I'm going to do is here I am going to do is to use that user dot confirm. This confirmation contain a property called confirm. So I'm going to call that function here, and I'm going to pass an OTP that we will get in our mobile phone. So for that, I'm going to do is to define another state. So here I'm going to give it as OTP, set OTP as like this way, which is equal to use state empty string. Then I'm going to pass this set OTP into this text field on change of this text field as like this way. So I'm giving as set OTP e.target.value. Okay, and I'm giving as even here. Okay, so now you can see that we will get the OTP in this state. So I'm going to pass this OTP state into this confirm. Okay, that is user.confirm here. And I'm giving here async await and try catch as like this way. Okay, then I'm giving here as console.error error, and I'm going to pass this user.confirm into this try. Okay, next I'm going to do is to call this verify OTP in this button. That is in the on click of the button, I'm going to call the verify OTP function as like this way. Okay, so now you can see that here I am going to enter my mobile number again, and I'm going to click on the send OTP button, and I'm going to click on this blank space to show that I am not a robot. At the time, you can see that a verification code is arrived into my phone number. So I'm going to type that verification code as like this way, and I'm going to click on this verify OTP. Okay, so as of now, you can see that I'm going to define a new variable. I'm going to give as data, and I'm going to assign this user.confirm into it, and I'm going to log that data here, that is console.data. So I'm going to click on the verify OTP again. Okay, it is now showing as it is expired. I'm going to select the country code, and I'm going to give my phone number. And next, I'm going to click on the send OTP button. At that time, this I'm not a robot or reCAPTCHA div will be appeared, and I'm going to click on this empty space. At that time, you can see that the user will be verified and an OTP is sent to my phone number. I'm going to give that OTP here. The next, I'm going to click on this verify OTP. At that time, you can see that a result will be in the console, that is user credential. So in this user credential, you can see that in the user there is phone number. Okay, so I'm going to do is to use navigate hook from the React router DOM to navigate into the home page or main component after verifying. So if this data dot user dot phone number is available, then we should navigate to the main component. So for that, I'm going to use the use navigate. That is, I'm giving as navigate, and I'm going to use the use navigate hook as like this way. I have imported the use navigate from React router DOM, and I'm going to give as navigate here, and I'm going to do is I'm going to give as like this way to the main component. That means data dot user dot phone number is available, then only we should be navigate into the main component. So I'm going to verify one more time. At that time, I'm going to select my country, and I'm going to give my phone number here again, and I'm going to click on this send OTP button. At the time, this I'm not a robot will be arrived, and I'm going to click on this empty space, and I will get the OTP. So here I'm typing this OTP, that is 676 verify OTP. At that time, you can see that the user will be verified, and the user will be go to the main component. Here we can see the main as like this way. So in the app component, I'm going to uncomment this root, and I'm going to create a new root, that is root with a path, that is phone, and I'm going to do is to give the element, that is phone sign in component. Okay, and I'm going to uncomment this section also as like this way. The next I'm going to do is in the sign in component, I'm going to give a link to this button, that is link such as to phone. Here we have already given the phone. Okay, so I'm giving phone here, and I'm giving a style that is text decoration to none. So now you can see this. I'm going to click on the sign in with the phone number button. At that time, we will be redirected to the. So here I am going to give button inside this link. Okay. So now you can see that I'm going to click on the sign in with the phone number button. At that time, we will be redirected to this phone sign in section. I'm giving here, that is in the H2 tag, I'm going to give as enter your phone number. And I'm giving here, that is style font weight 200. So now you can see the structure as like this way. I'm going to give here text align center. Text align to center. So now you can see the structure as like this. Okay. Then below that I'm going to use another tag, that is I'm going to use the H5 tag. Enter phone number. Next I'm going to give a style here also. Here I'm giving the style, that is font weight for about 200. So now you can see that I'm going to give as text align center. Then also you can see that here is a structure as like this way. Okay. So I'm going to give here the font weight as 500 and also the color as gray. Okay. Next I'm going to reduce as the top here. So I'm giving as 25 as like this way. So now you can see that the structure, or I'm giving as 20. Okay. I think it is fine. I'm giving as 37 here. Okay. So now you can see the structure as like this way. So next I'm going to select a country code again, and I'm going to enter my phone number. Then next I'm going to click on this send OTP button. A new OTP is arrived into my phone. I'm going to enter that OTP here. After that, I'm going to click on this verify OTP button. At that time, you can see that we will be redirected to the home page or the main component. So next I'm going to do is to add the logout functionality. So for that, I'm going to import an image from my system. So I have downloaded an image. So here, this is the image. So I'm going to import that image. So this is the image. So next I'm going to the navbar component, and here I'm going to add this image in this image tag as like this way. So in the source attribute, I'm going to add the image. So I'm going to give the image, that is logout.png. So I'm going to import that image here, that is as logout from images and logout.png. Next, I'm going to use that image here as logout itself, and I'm going to give here a class name, that is logout icon. Next, I'm going to give style to that class name in the navbar.css file. So here I'm going to give as logout icon. I'm giving a width of about 30 px. So now you can see that this is a logout icon. I'm going to give for about 15 px. Okay. Next, I'm going to give a cursor pointer So this is the structure. Next I'm going to do is to give the functionality for this logout button or image. So for that I'm going to the navbar.js file, and here I'm going to define a new function. So I'm going to define a function called the logout. It is an arrow function, and I'm going to do is to use the sign out functionality from the Firebase auth. So I have imported the sign out from the Firebase auth. So I'm giving here at the name of the logout image as out. So I'm using it as out here, out.png. Okay. Okay. So now I'm giving here async await. Here also I'm giving a source in the source tag, the image as out. The next I'm going to give the await here, and I'm giving here try catch. Inside this catch, I'm going to give this console.error error as like this way. Then I'm going to pass this sign out function into this try. Okay. So next I'm going to do is to call this logout function in the on click of this image logout. So I'm going to call this function in the on click as like this way. That is logout. Next I'm going to do is next I'm going to give the auth here. Okay. Then next I'm going to do is to log the auth.current user in the console as auth console.log auth.current user. Next, I'm going to click on the logout button. At that time, you can see that the auth.current user is null as of now. Okay. When we take the user and go to the chat page, you can see that here it is showing the logout button in this chat page also. Here I am going to give a style of margin left as like this way. So I am giving here as margin left 10 px. So now you can see that the structure here. Okay. So after clicking this logout button, we have to redirect it to the sign in component after logging out. So for that, I'm going to use the use navigate hook from the React router DOM. So I'm giving as use navigate as like this way. I have imported the use navigate from React router DOM, and I'm going to do is to give this navigate after the sign out but function as a slash. So now you can see that I'm going to click on this logout button, and that time we will be redirected to this sign in component or sign in page. Hi friends, today we are going to create the clone of the LinkedIn website. So first of all, I'm going to show you the demo of the project that we are going to create. So here you can see that this is the first page that we are creating, that is the sign in page. In this page, you can see that here is LinkedIn logo, then text, then there is text field for entering username and designation, and also you can see the sign in button. Then here in the right side, you can see that the picture. So I am showing you the demo by logging using two Google account. So here you can see that this is of two Google account. Here I am going to give the username and the designation as like this way, and I'm going to click on the sign in button. At that time, you can see that we will be redirected to the home page of the project. So here you can see that in the home page, there is a navbar which contains the logo of the LinkedIn, a search bar, and icons such as home, network, messaging, and the profile. So here you can see that a logout button. Next in the home page, you can see the sidebar which contains the banner, the profile image of the user, the name of the user, and the designation. Below that you can see a connections and invitations. Then here in the middle section, you can see that the profile image and a text field and icons such as media, event, and write article. The newses are listed in the sidebar. Next, I'm going to post something here by clicking the text field, and here I'm giving that welcome all. Then next, I'm going to click on the done button. At that time, you can see that the post has been in the home page. Okay. Next, I'm going to post a picture. So I'm going to click on the media here, and from here at that time you can see that a window will open for selecting the image. So from here, I'm going to select the images. Okay, so now you can see the preview here. And next I'm going to click on the done button. At that time you can see that the image has been posted in the account. here you can say that when we close the window, you can see the upload from computer button is there. So I'm going to click on this button. At that time, you can see that the window will open again. So from here, I'm going to select the other image as like this way, and I'm going to click on the done button. So you can see that here is the post. Okay. Next, I'm going to show you that how to create the connection. Okay. So for that, first of all, I'm going to log in by using another Google account. So here I'm going to give the name as Bill, designation as like this way, and I'm clicking the sign in button. At that time, a new user will be logged in. Okay, here you can see that the homepage of the new user. Okay, the name and the designation and profile image is here. So I'm taking the previous account, and here I am going to the connections component or connections page after clicking this connections in the sidebar. So we will be redirected to this page. Here you can see the list of the users. So from here, we can click this button connect and request for the connection. So I'm going to click on the connect button. At that time, you can see that this is Bill's account. So I'm going to the Bill's account. And here in the sidebar, you can see that below the connections, there is an invitations. So when we click these invitations, we will be redirected to invitations page. So in the invitations page, you can see the request which Steve has been given. Okay, so here you can see that there is an ignore button and also the accept button. So whenever the user clicked the ignore button, at that time, this user will be removed from this list. So I'm going to click on the ignore button. So at that time, you can see that this user has been removed from the list. Okay. So I'm going to click on the connect button one more time. At that time, you can see that here it is showing again. So next I'm going to click on the accept button. So at that time you can see that the at that time also this user will or this user from this list will be removed. Okay, because there is no invitations as of now. So after that I am going to the home page again, and here I am going to click on this network icon in the nav bar. So when I click this network icon, you can see that we will be redirected to the network page. So here you can see that there is another list or there is another user in the list. That means the user has been connected. That means these two users has been connected. The Steve and the Bill has been connected. So when I'm going to the Steve's network page, you can see that the list of the user who is connected. Okay. Next, I'm going to click on the message icon, message button here. At that time, you can see that we will be redirected to the message page. So here, I'm going to type message. That is, I'm going to text it to the Bill. So I'm typing here as hi, and I'm going to click on the send button. At that time, it will show here the username and the user profile image and also the message. So when I take the other user account, you can see that I'm going to click on message. At that time also, you can see that here the message has shown. So here from here, I'm going to send as hello. So I'm going to click on hello. At that time, in the other user, you can see that it is here. So we can send messages between the user as like this way. We can only send messages between the users who has been or who has connected to each other. Okay, so this is the clone that we are going to create today. So here at last, when I click this or when we click this logout button, we will be redirected to the sign in page again after logging out. So I have created a new React.js project. Removed all boilerplate codes or unwanted files, and I'm going to run the project. Okay, so you can see the project here. So next I'm going to create the new component that is sign in. So in the components folder, I'm going to create the new component that is signing.js. Now I'm going to design the sign in component. So for that, I'm going to call the sign in component in this app.js component as like this way. Okay, so now you can see that here is the sign in component. So when we look the LinkedIn website, you can see that this is the first page that will arise when you open the LinkedIn website. So I'm going to first create this first page or sign in page. So here you can see that here is a LinkedIn logo. And also you can see that here is text that is find it or through your community. Then there is text boxes for adding the credentials or the email on and a sign in button, Google, continue with Google, etc. And also a picture is here in the right. So I'm going to make a clone of this page. So for that, I'm going to use the Google authentication by using the Firebase. Okay. So first of all, I'm going to install the Material UI into our project. So for that, I'm going to the Material UI website and I'm going to click on this installation button. And then you can see that we will be redirected to a page where in the beginning itself there's a command for installing Material UI into our project. So I'm going to copy this command and to run that command in the new terminal of the project. So now Material UI will be installed into our project. Okay, so Material UI has been installed into our project. You can see that in the package.json. Okay, here is the Material UI. So next I'm going to the sign in component. So you can see that here is a structure. So first of all, I'm going to divide that page into two parts. That is the part which contains the logo and the text fields and the button, sign in button, and also the part which contains the picture, this developer picture. Okay, so for that I'm going to use the grid from the Material UI as like this way. In the first grid, I'm using the container as the props. And in the second grid, I'm going to use the item as like this way. And I'm giving SX is 6. And I'm using another grid along with this grid and I'm giving it as 6 itself. So now you can see that sign in component or sign in page is divided into two parts. That means this is the authentication part and this is the developer or image showing image part. Okay, so now you can see that here. Yeah, we have divided that into two parts, that is authentication part and a developer image part. Okay, so in the authentication part, I am going to implement the or use the LinkedIn logo and also this text field and button from the material image. So I'm going to use the LinkedIn logo from my device. So for that, I'm going to create a folder named images, and I'm going to import that image from the from my system as like this way. And next, I'm going to use that image inside the sign-in component as like this way. Import LinkedIn from. Okay, so now I'm going to use that image inside the image tag. Inside the source, I'm going to pass that LinkedIn as like this way. So now you can see that the LinkedIn logo. So next I'm going to reduce the size of that image tag as I'm giving the style such as width 100 px. So now you can see that the structure of the logo as like this way. Okay, so I'm going to give it as 130 px. Okay. Next I'm going to use the text field and button from the material UI. So here in this authentication section, after the logo, I'm going to give a div here. Inside this div, I'm going to use this text field component as like this way. I'm giving the size of the text field as small and the variant of the text field as outlined. Okay, so now you can see that here is the text field and I'm giving the label of the text field as username. Okay, so here you can see that I'm going to increase the width of the text field. So I'm giving SS tag inside this text field as like this way, and I'm using the or I'm giving the width to 300 px. So now you can see that the width is increased. So I'm going to remove this size property, and I think it will be as like that of this. Okay, then I'm going to increase as the width again. That means I'm giving the width to 400 px. Okay, so here you can see that this is the structure now. Next, I'm going to give the label also. Here I'm giving the label as end of username. And now you can see that here is the label and I'm giving a BR tag to below this label. Okay, now you can see that this is a structure And also I am giving the style as margin top. Okay. Next, I'm giving the or using the button field or component from the material UI. So I'm going to use the button as like this way. Here I'm going to use the BR tag, and after that I'm going to use the button component. I'm going to give the name of the button as sign in. Also, I'm giving the variant as contained, and I'm giving the width of this button as same as that of the width of the text field. So I'm going to copy and paste that same style here. Okay, so now you can see that the sign in button here. Okay, so I'm giving the border radius also as the style. So I'm giving as border radius to 50 px. Okay, so next I'm going to give the size of the button as. Okay, so now you can see that yeah, here is the text field and a button, and I'm giving margin top to this button also. So as like this way, I'm giving the margin top as like this way. So now you can see that yeah, I'm giving margin top to 25 px. Okay, I think it is better. I think I can give the height of the button again. So I'm going to increase the height of. Okay, I think it is right height. Okay. So next I'm going to give this text there. So for that I'm going to use the h2 tag above this username section, that is h2 find jobs through this clone. Okay. And you can see that here. Okay, I'm giving the font weight also. That means style font weight 100, and I'm increasing the size, and also I am giving the color as like this way. I think it is brown. So here I'm giving the style as font size to 60 will be fine. Okay, now you can see that here it is find job through this clone. Okay, then I'm giving the color that is brown. So I'm giving it as color brown as like this way. Now you can see that I think it is not brown. So I'm taking the HTML color code and I'm giving the color as I'm picking color from here, this area. So I'm picking this color. So I'm going to copy that color and to give it here. Okay, so now you can see that the color of the text has changed. I think it is more similar to that. Okay, so next I'm going to give a padding left to this section. So here you can see that there is the grid. So I'm giving the style inside this grid, that is padding left to 50 px. So okay, I think it is much better. I think it is enough. I'm going to give padding much more. That means about 80 px will be fine. Okay, I think it is very fine. Next, I'm going to use the padding top also. Here, I'm going to give padding top to about 15 px. So now you can see that the padding top is like this way here. Okay, it's very fine. So I'm going to use an image from my system. I had already downloaded a image into my system. So I'm going to import that image into here. So I'm taking the image from my desktop. Okay, so this is the image that we are going to use here. So I'm going to import that developer from images developer. Okay, so I'm going to use this give this image inside this developer section. That is the second half of our sign-in page. I'm giving this developer image inside the source tag as like this way. So now you can see that here is the picture. I think it is very fine. So next I'm going to give the style to this image tag here as like this way. So I'm giving the style that is width 500 px. Okay, I think it is very fine. It's looking very good. So this is the design of the sign-in page of the LinkedIn. And the next thing I'm going to do is to give the authentication functionalities. So before that, I'm going to give this enter username, label, a style. That means I'm giving the color of it as a gray. Okay, so now you can see that as like this way. Okay, then I'm going to remove this div from here as like this way. We don't want that div here now. Okay. So you can see that this is a structure. So next I'm going to give the functionality of the authentication.
I'm going
For
to
that I'm
click on
going to
this first link, then we
take
will
the
be
Firebase
redirected
website.
where
So
a
here
page contains a get started button. So I'm going to click on this get started button. Then we will be redirected to a page.
A page where we can add or create a new project in the Firebase. So I'm going to create the project by clicking the add project button. And I'm going to first give the name of the project. So I'm giving the name of the project as LinkedIn clone. And I'm going to click on the continue button. Next, I'm going to disable this Google Analytics of this project, and I'm going to click on the create project. Now a new project will be created in the Firebase. So we have to wait for that. So our new project is created in the Firebase, that is LinkedIn clone. So next I'm going to click on the continue button and we will be redirected to the console of our Firebase project. In the sidebar, there is a build button. So I'm going to click on this build button. Then you can see that there is an authentication button. So I'm going to click on this authentication button. And then you can see that I'm going to click on this get started button. So next I'm going to click on this Google authentication. So here you can see that there is native providers, that is email, password, phone, anonymous, etc. Additional providers, custom providers. So I'm going to click on this or select this Google provider or Google authentication. So here you can see that there are a lot of additional providers like Facebook, Apple, Twitter, GitHub, etc. So I'm going to click on this Google button. Then I'm going to enable this Google authentication. Then next I'm going to select my email ID and I'm going to click on the save button. Okay, now you can see that here is Google enabled. So Google provider is enabled to our project, that is LinkedIn clone. Next, you can see that here is a project overview. I'm going to click on this project overview and project settings. Then when we move downward or to the bottom, you can see that there are no apps in your project. So I'm going to create an app in my project. So I'm going to click on this web icon. So here you can see that there is iOS, Android, and web. So I'm going to click on this web icon. So we are creating the website here. And I'm going to give the name of the app as LinkedIn clone, as like this way. And I'm going to click on this register app. Next, you can see that as a second step, that is add Firebase SDK into our project. As I'm using the npm, I'm going to copy this npm install Firebase command and run that in the terminal as like this way. So now the Firebase will be installed into our project. So Firebase has been installed into our project. So here you can see that in the package.json. Okay. So next I'm going to do is in the Firebase documentation, you can see that after installing the Firebase, here is a code snippet. So I'm going to copy this code completely and I'm going to create a new folder, that is Firebase. And inside this folder, I'm going to create a file, that is setup.js. And I'm going to paste that code completely here. So here you can see that I'm going to first remove the commands as like this way. Okay. Then here is the Firebase config, which contains API key, auth domain, project ID, etc. We don't want to bring any changes to that Firebase config. So I'm going to minimize that. So here you can see that we have initialized the app using initialize app or importing initialize app from Firebase app. After that, the first thing that we need to do is import one thing from Firebase auth. Next, I'm going to define a variable, that is const auth is equal to, and I'm assigning the getAuth function into it. And next I'm going to do is to pass the app variable into the getAuth. So whenever we are using this authentication from Firebase or the Firestore database, we have to do this thing. That means we have to give the app, app variable into this function which we have imported. Okay. So next we need to use this auth variable in other files. So I'm going to export this auth as like this way. Then now we can use that auth in other files also. So next I'm going to implement the authentication in the sign-in component. So for that, next I'm going to do is to click on this continue to console button. Okay. Then in the sign-in component, I'm going to do is to define a function that is sign in with Google, an arrow function, and I'm going to use the sign in with a pop-up. Okay, so I have imported the sign in with a pop-up from Firebase auth as like this way. I'm giving the async await, and I'm giving the try catch here. So next I'm going to give this sign in with a pop-up function inside this try, and after that I'm going to calling the sign in with the Google function in this button. On click of this button as like this way. Next, after that, I'm going to give auth inside this sign in with the pop-up function. So auth we have already defined in the setup file. So inside this setup file, we need to define another variable. That is, I'm going to import Google auth provider as like this way from the Firebase auth, and I'm going to define another variable that is Google auth or Google provider, anything. And I'm going to assign that Google auth provider function into this Google provider as like this way. Then as usual, I'm going to give this app variable inside this Google auth provider as an argument. Okay, here const. Okay, so we have done the setup file, and next in the component file, I'm going to use that Google provider which we have defined in this setup file as a second argument into the sign in with the pop-up function. Okay. So now I'm going to click on this sign in button. At that time, you can see that a pop-up will be arrived from this. We have to select our mail ID. So I'm going to select the Google account. Okay, so now you can see that the user will be logged in. So when we go to the Firebase project, and I am going to select this project overview button in the sidebar, you can see that we will be redirected to this section. And here I am going to click on the authentication. So now you can see that here the user is logged in. There is showing the user in the list. Okay, so for understanding the user is logged in our projects, log the auth here. So we know that auth we have already defined and we have imported in this page. So I have logged this auth in the console. So now I'm going to take the console, and you can see that here in the console there is an auth is available or logged in. So I'm going to click on this auth, and we can see the results as like this way. And here inside this auth we can see the current user, that is current user with the email ID and developer display name also is available. So from that we can understand that the user is logged in. Okay. So next I'm going to do is to use this username text field. So here I'm going to define a state. So here I'm going to define a state username set username. Okay, it's like this way. It is equal to the username. Okay. So next I'm going to do is to give the set username in the on change of this text field. So here I'm giving the set username as like this way, and I'm giving e.target.value. So next what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a collection in the Firebase, and I'm going to do is to add the username that the user is giving in the text field. Okay, that's what I'm going to do. So for that, in the sidebar, you can see the build button, and I'm going to click on the build button. And in the drop down, you can see along with authentication, app check, there is a Firestore database. So I'm going to click on this Firestore database and we will be redirected to this section. And here I'm going to click on the create database. So when I click the create database, we have an option for selecting the start in production mode and start in test mode. So I'm going to select the start in production mode and I'm going to click on this next button. Next, we need to select the location. So I'm going to select the Mumbai as a location and click on the enable button. So now you can see that this is the database of the Firebase project. That is LinkedIn project, LinkedIn clone. Okay, so now I'm going to add the collection into this database. So we can add manually the collection by clicking the start collection and giving the ID as like this way and giving document ID and the fields, etc. But I'm going to add the collection from our project itself. That's our need. So for that, I'm going to do is in the setup.js file, I'm going to import another function from Firebase Firestore. Okay, it's like this way. Then the function that I'm going to import is get Firestore from Firebase Firestore. Okay, so as like this way, as like the auth and Google provider, I'm going to create or define another variable that is database, which is equal to I'm assigning this get Firestore into that database, and as usual, I'm giving the app into that get Firestore as an argument. Then next, I'm going to export this database here. So now we can use the database in other files also. So I'm going to use the database in this sign-in file, sign-in component. So for that, for this creating of the collection, what I'm going to do is to define a function. So that is add user. So that is the function that I'm going to use here or define here as an arrow function. And I'm going to use another function from the Firebase Firestore that is add doc. So I have imported that add doc from Firebase Firestore as like this way, and I am giving async await and also try catch, and I'm giving the console dot error here. Okay. The next I'm going to do is to call this function inside this sign in with the Google function. So before that, we need to define a variable that is user ref. Inside this variable, I'm going to use a collection function as like this way, which is imported from the Firebase Firestore. And in the collection function, as a first argument, I'm going to pass the database, which we have already defined in the setup file. And as a second argument, I'm going to give the name of the collection that is users. Okay, so next I'm going to give this user ref inside this add doc function as a first argument or the argument. And as a second argument, I'm going to give an object. Inside that, I'm going to pass this username. As like this way, I'm passing the username into that add doc function. Okay, so now you can see that we have defined a function that is add user for adding the collection or creating a collection in the Firebase database. So for that, we have defined a user ref variable in which we have used the collection function, which is imported from the Firebase Firestore. And inside that collection function, we have passed the database as a first argument and the name of the collection as the second argument. Okay, and also we have passed here the username. Okay, next I'm going to call this function after the sign with the pop-up function. So as add user. Okay, then next important thing that we have to do is here you can see that we are in the data section. So I'm going to click on this role section and you can see that. So next I'm going to do is to convert this false into true and I'm going to click on the publish button. At that time you can see that the changes have been published. Okay. So next I'm going to do is here we are going to create the collection named users. So I'm going to click on the sign button after giving the username. So I'm giving the username as developer me and I'm going to click on the sign in button. At that time you can see that a pop-up will be arrived and the user will be logged in after selecting the Google account from the pop-up. Then next we can see that when we go to the database of our project LinkedIn clone, you can see that a new collection will be created. That is a collection with the name username users that we have already given here. And it have a document with a random ID. Next, it contains the username which we have given from the LinkedIn sign-in component or page. Okay. So next I'm going to give is, if the user clicked on the sign-in button without giving the username, we need to show the warning there. So for that, I'm going to use the React Toastify. So for I'm going to the React Toastify npm. I'm going to click on this first link here, and I'm going to copy this and to run that in the terminal. So now React Toastify will be installed into our project. Okay, so now React Toastify has been installed into our project. We can see that in the package.json. So next I'm going to do is, when we go to the documentary of this or npm of this React Toastify, you can see that when we move downward, there is an example. So the thing that we have imported, if we have to import from the React Toastify is toast container and toast. And also we have imported a style. So I'm going to copy this completely and to paste it in our project as like this way. And next I'm going to do is to use this toast inside this sign in with the Google function. So here I'm going to use that toast as like this way, toast.warning. So I'm giving that please enter username. Okay. Next, I'm going to use the toast container here, and I'm giving the auto close as 2000, and also I'm giving as position, that is top right, as like this way. Okay, so next I'm going to do is to give a condition here. The toast warning should be shown whenever the username is not present there. Okay, so whenever the username is not there, we need to show the warning. And also I'm giving the and also I have given the condition here, that is whenever the username is present, then only we need to call that function sign in with a pop-up. Here also I am giving, that is whenever the username is there, then only we need to call that add user function also. Okay, so now you can see that whenever I clicked the sign in button without entering the username, it will show the please enter username warning here. Okay, so this is the sign in component or sign in page of our LinkedIn project. Next, I'm going to create the home page of the LinkedIn. So here we have already created a sign in component. Next, I'm going to create the navbar component. So you can see that this is the demo of the homepage of the LinkedIn original LinkedIn. So you can see that here in the navbar, there is the icon of the LinkedIn, then a search bar, then a home, my network, jobs, messaging, notification, profile. These are the things that we can see in the navbar. I'm going to avoid this portion. In the right end portion, I'm going to remove this for business and get hired faster, such and such things. The things that I'm going to include in our LinkedIn clone navbar is LinkedIn logo, search bar, home, my network, messaging, and the profile. Okay, so we can see that the navbar is divided into two parts, left portion and right portion equally. So in the navbar component, first of all, I'm going to use the grid from the material UI. So we have imported the grid from material UI. This is the top grid. So I'm going to give it as container as like this way. And inside this container, I have already told that we have divided the navbar into two parts, the left part and the right part equally. So for that, I'm going to use the grid again inside this grid container as like this way. So now you can see that in the grid here, I'm giving item. Here also I'm giving item. Okay, so here I'm giving xx attribute as 6. That means half of the page or half of the screen. The next xx tag here also I'm giving a 6. So now you can see that we have divided this navbar into two portions, left portion and the right portion. So I'm giving here left and right. And next I'm going to call this navbar in the app.js component. Okay, so now you can see that in the app.js component, I'm going to do is to call this. So now you can see that I'm going to comment the sign-in component in the app.js, and I'm going to call the navbar component here as like this way. Okay, so now you can see that in the browser, here is the left portion of the navbar and the right portion of the navbar. So in the left portion of the nav bar, you can see that we are going to use the search bar and also the LinkedIn logo. Okay. So here I am going to use the image tag as like this way. Inside that source, I am going to give the image. So first of all, I'm going to import that images from my system. I'm going to import this logo into this images folder. Okay. So now you can see that this is the logo that we are going to use in the navbar. So I'm going to import that LinkedIn from. So I'm going to rename again. That is, I'm giving it as okay, as like this way, just linked, and I'm going to use that logo here. Yes, then I'm going to use this here. Now you can see that there will be the logo of the LinkedIn. Okay, so next I'm going to reduce the size of this logo. I'm giving the width to 50px. So now you can see that here is the logo. So when we look the demo, you can see that it is much more small. So I'm going to reduce the size again. So I'm giving it as 40px. I think it is fine, or 30px. Okay, I think it is fine. Okay, now it is much better. Then next I'm going to use the search bar. So I'm going to use a search icon. I'm going to import that search icon image from my system itself. So I'm going to import an image from my desktop, my system itself. So here you can see that this is the image that I'm going to use. Okay, so I'm going to import this image into this VS Code as like this way. Then I'm going to import that in this navbar component as lens from. Okay, so next I'm going to use this lens after this image, after this logo of the LinkedIn as like this way. I'm going to give source here, and I'm going to use this lens image, and I'm giving the same style, that is width equal to 30px in this for this lens image also. So now you can see that here is the lens image, and I'm going to okay, here is the lens image. So next I'm going to do is to import some other images, that is home icon, my network icon, messaging, and profile. So I have downloaded that too in my system. So I'm going to import that into the images folder, that is messaging, then network, then profile, and at last home. Okay, so these are the icons that I have, or images that I have imported from my system. The next I'm going to use that images inside this right portion of this navbar. So I'm using the image tag as like this way, and inside this image tag I'm going to use the source attribute. So I'm going to use the home, my network, messaging, and the profile pictures, profile, these images or icons. So I'm going to import that from the images folder as like this way, that is home from. This is a home.png. Next I'm going to import the message from images and messages like this way. And next I'm going to import network from images slash network. And next I'm going to import the profile from images and profile. Okay. Next I'm going to use these images one by one. So here I'm going to use the home icon. Next I'm going to use the my network, sorry, network here for the my network option. Okay. Next I'm going to use the messaging, and after that profile. Okay, so now you can see that these are the images that we have imported from the images folder. The next I'm going to give the same style as like here. So I'm going to copy the same style and I'm going to paste it here. Okay, so now you can see that I have pasted the styles for these images or these icons. So now you can see that here it is. So now you can see that this is a structure of the navbar of our clone, LinkedIn clone. So next I'm going to do is to use the margin left in each of this image tag. So here in this style, I am going to give margin left as like this way, margin left 20 px. So I am going to give this margin left to each of this icon as like this way. So now you can see that it is aligned as like this. Then next I am going to give a margin to this LinkedIn logo also. So now you can see that this logo is in here. So I am going to give a margin left of about 80 px. Then you can see that the structure is as like this way. Then I am going to give a margin to the lens also. So here I am going to give the margin to lens as 20 px. So now you can see that the structure is as like this way. Next, I'm going to give the padding top to this div. That is the common div or main div. I'm going to give a style that is padding top as like this way. Padding top 10 px. Okay, so now you can see that this is a structure. Okay, it is fine. It's very fine. So next I'm going to do is to give a border bottom to this div. So I think we can give a border bottom as like this way border. Let's border bottom to 1 px solid. Okay, now you can see that when you look this, yeah, it is very fine. When we look the demo, you can see that here is a border. So I am giving the color of the border as gray. So here I am giving gray. So now you can see that the structure is as like this way. So I am going to give a light gray. So HTML color codes. From that, I am going to pick a light gray color. So here you can see that this is the light gray. So I'm going to copy this light gray and to paste it in here. So here I am going to paste it as like this way. So now you can see that this color of this border is changed or border bottom is changed as like this way. Then next thing I'm going to do is to give a padding. I'm giving a padding, complete padding to this. I have removed that padding top and give a complete padding. So now this is the structure of our demo LinkedIn navbar. I'm going to reduce the size of this each logo or icons again. So here we have given the 30 as I'm going to give the 25. Okay, so now you can see that this is the size of these icons. I have reduced the icons again, size of the icon again. So I think it is very beautiful now. So next you can see that in the demo, there is a sidebar. The sidebar contains the details such as the profile picture, cover picture, name, designation, connections, invitations. So next we are going to create this sidebar section. So for that I'm going to create or define or create a new file that is sidebar.js, new component. Okay, it's like this way. So inside this component, first of all, I'm going to bring this banner in the sidebar. So for that, I'm going to use the image tag as like this way. And inside this image tag, I'm going to use the source. And inside the source, I'm going to put that image. I'm going to use an image from my desktop, my system now. So I'm going to use this image. Also for that, I have imported that image here. And next, I'm going to import that image into this component that is React.js from images and React.js. Okay, so next I'm going to use this React.js here. Now you can see that. Next I'm going to call this sidebar inside this app bar component as like this way. So we can call the sidebar here. So when we call the sidebar here, you can see the image. Yeah, this is the image. So I'm going to reduce the size of the image or the, you can see that this is the size of the image in the original LinkedIn sidebar. So I'm going to reduce the size. So we have to reduce the height and width also. So I'm giving the style as height 70 px. I think 70 px will be fine. Okay, next I'm going to give the width. So I'm going to give the width as 180 px. Okay. So I think I'm going to give the width as 210 px and also height as 55 px. Okay. I think now it is fine. Yeah. Next, I'm going to give the border to this sidebar. You can see that. So I'm going to give a border radius and also the border to the sidebar. So here in the div, I'm going to give the style as like this way. And I'm giving the border that is 1px solid gray. So now you can see that this is the border of the sidebar. So I'm going to give the same color. So same color for the border of the navbar here as like this way. And also I'm going to give the width of this border the same as same as that of the image that we have now used there. Okay, so now you can see that the width has changed as like this way. Then I am going to give the height. So here you can see that in the demo, this is the height. So I'm giving a particular height there. So for that I'm giving height tag as like this way, height attribute, and then I'm giving a height of about 300 ps. Then yeah, height is as like this way. I think we can give about 500 px. Okay, I think it is very large. Okay, then next I'm going to research the width of the image again, or height of the image again as like this way. So now you can see that this is a structure. I think it is fine. The next I'm going to give a border radius to this div as like this way, border radius. I think it will be fine. So now you can see that this is a border radius. The next I'm going to give a profile image. So here you can see that this is a profile image. So I'm going to give that profile there. So below this image, I'm going to use another image tag as like this way, and I'm going to give source which is equal to the image or the profile. That means I'm going to import that from the images folder as like this way. That is profile from images and the profile. Okay, profile.png, and I'm going to use this profile here. So now you can see that the profile picture there. I'm going to reduce the width or size of this profile image. So I'm giving the style that is width for about 40 px. So now you can see that the width has reduced as like this way. I think we have to give about the 55 px or 50 px will be enough. Next, I'm going to give a section for connections. So here you can see that they are showing the connections and also invitations. So I'm going to give a connections and invitations. So for that, I'm going to create another div. So inside this div, I'm going to create another div, and I'm going to give h5 tag and also h5 tag for the connections and h5 tag for the invitations. So for both, I'm giving the h5 tag. Then you can see that it is as like this way, and I'm giving it as connections. And here I'm going to give it as invitations. So now you can see that the structure is as like this way. There is connections and invitations, and I'm going to give a color of gray. Okay, so for that I'm going to pick the color from here itself. So I'm going to give a more darker color as like this way, C9, C9, C9. So I'm going to copy this color and to paste it here. So now you can see that we have given a color to these connections and the invitations as like this way. So now you can see that the color has changed. Okay, so I'm giving a much more darker color. Or it will be fine to give a color to div itself. Color. Okay. So now you can see that the structure is as like this way. Okay, then next I'm going to give a font weight also. That is font weight to 100. I'm giving a font weight to 100 here. At that time, it will be, yeah, I think it is fine. Next, I'm giving a font weight to 100 here also. And I'm removing this font weight from the div. Okay, so now you can see that the connections and invitations here. So next I'm going to give a border to this div, that is border 1px solid, and a color to it, that is color I'm giving the color same as that, like this way. So that is ds dsd d6 d6 d6. So here you can see that the structure is changed as like this way. So now you can see that when we look at the demo, I think it is same as like that of the clone. So I think one thing I have. So next I'm going to include the name and designation. Here you can see the name and designation below the profile pic. So for that I'm going to use the h3 tag before this image. So here h3 tag for the name and the h4 tag for the designation. So here we are going to give the name, and here we are going to give the designation. So now you can see that there is name and designation also. So I'm giving the designation color to the gray, same color from here. Okay, so now you can see that the designation is like this way. Okay, it's fine. So next I'm going to create a div as like this way, and I'm going to put these two, and I'm going to put this image and the name inside this div as like this way. Next I'm going to give a style here. Style as position, relative, left as 37%. Okay, I think it is better. So next I'm going to align this designation at the center here. So I'm going to give the style to this designation also. So here I am giving the style that is position fixed, and sorry, position relative and left 28%. Okay, so that is fine. So we can see the structure here as like this way. Next I'm going to do is, actually we don't want the last portion or this portion. So I'm going to reduce as the height of this whole div. We have given the height as 400 pixels. I am giving the height as, you can see that we have already created the div and we have given the border. So I'm going to give the border top here as like this way. So now you can see that it is changed. I think it is very beautiful. The next I'm going to give a padding to this div, that is padding left as 10 px. So now you can see that it will be much better. Yes. So this is the demo. Okay, it is fine. Okay, so we have done the navbar and also the structure or the styling of the navbar and the sidebar. So when you look the demo of the LinkedIn, you can see that it contains a sidebar, a middle section, and a right section or right bar. I'm going to give it as a home section completely. Then this home section contains the sidebar, middle section, and the right section. So first of all, I'm going to create the home component. So in the home components folder, I'm going to create the home component as like this way. Then next, I'm going to create the middle and the right section, middle.js, and a right section as like this way, that is right bar. Okay, so now you can see that we have defined or created three components, that is middle and right, sidebar, middle bar, and sidebar, middle, and right. And also we have created the home component. Next, I'm going to call this sidebar, middle, and right bar in the home component. So here I am going to call the sidebar first, then the middle, then the right bar as like this way. Okay, so now you can see that we have called the sidebar, middle, and the right bar in the home component. Next I'm going to do is, from here I'm going to remove the sidebar component, that is from the app.js. So in the home component we have called three components as like this way. So this is the home component. So the home component is divided into three parts. The 3 by 12 part is for sidebar, and other 3 by 12 part is for the right bar, and the center portion, or the 6 by 12 part, is for the center portion or middle portion. So for that, I'm going to use the grid. So I'm going to import the grid from the material UI, and as a first grid, I'm giving it as container. Then inside this main grid, I'm using three grids as like this way: 1, 2, and 3. Okay. So here in the first grid, I'm going to give the sidebar, and in the second grid, I'm going to give the middle, and in the third grid, I'm going to give right bar as like this way. So now you can see that it is as like this way. And in the first grid, I am going to give item xx is equal to 3. And in the second grid, I'm going to give the item xx is equal to 6. And in the third grid, I'm going to give the item xx is equal to 3. Okay, so we have divided the form component into three parts, which 3 by 12 part is for sidebar, 6 by 12 part is for middle, and last 3 by 12 part is for the right bar. The next I am going to call this home component and this navbar component inside another component. So for that I am going to create another component, that is main.js. So here I am going to call this navbar component first. Then next I am going to call the home component. So now I am going to call this main component inside this app as like this way. Okay, so now you can see that here is the sidebar, middle, and the right bar section. So in the demo, you can see that the background color of this home component is a light gray. So in the home component, I'm going to give the background color to this div, that is style color, background color, as a light gray. So from the HTML color codes, I'm going to select a light, very light gray. Okay, so now you can see that the color of the background color for the home component is as like this way. Okay. Next, I'm going to give a padding to this home component. That is here in the div itself, I'm going to give the padding for about 40 px. So now you can see that the structure is changed as like this way. So now you can see that in the demo, here is the structure. So in the clone, you can see the structure as like this way. Here you can see that we have to give the border radius for that image also. So in the sidebar component, I'm going to give a border radius to that image as well. Okay, so I think it is fine. Now you can see that the, yes, border top left right radius and border top left radius. Border top left radius. Okay, so now you can see that the border top right radius and the border top left radius has given. So I think it is very nice. The structure. We have to change the color of this sidebar also. We have given the color of this home component completely as gray. So I'm going to change the color of the sidebar. So here in the sidebar, I am giving the background color to white. So now you can see that the background color for the sidebar has changed. Yeah, it is very nice. The next I'm going to give the right bar. So here you can see that this is the structure of the right bar. So I'm going to create the right bar with the news. I'm giving here as news. Here you can see that it is linked news. I'm just giving the news as a title for this right bar. So here you can see that this is the right bar. Here I'm going to give the title, that is H for, I'm giving title as news, and I'm giving a style for this as border radius 30 px or 20 px. So I'm giving a border radius 20 px to this right bar. At that time, you can see that this has like this way, and I am giving the color of this or background color as white again. So you can see that here it is white. I'm giving the height also 500 ps will be fine. Okay, 500 ps is okay. The next I'm going to give a padding also. padding for about 20 px. So now you can see that this is the structure of the right bar. I think it is fine. I'm going to reduce the height. That is, I'm giving 400 px. Okay. Okay. So I think now it is very fine. I'm giving a padding top and padding right. So padding top I am giving 5 px, and the padding right also I am giving as 10 px. Sorry, padding left 20 px. Okay. So now it is fine. Then next I'm going to do the middle section. So middle section can be divided into two parts. That is, there is a part which contains the profile picture, text field or input, and the icons for adding the post. So in the middle, I'm going to create two div here. So inside these two div, I'm going to use the, or I'm going to create this two portion. That is, one is a portion contains the image, text field, and these icons. So I'm going to use the image tag here as like this way. I'm giving source. So inside the source, I'm going to use the image that we have already imported from our system, from my system, that is profile, from images folder and profile. Okay, so next I'm going to use this profile in this image tag as like this way. So now you can see that we have used that image here. So I'm going to give a style for reducing the size of this image as width, which is equal to 30 px. So now you can see that the width is reduced and the image is here. Okay, so I'm going to increase the size as 40 px. So now you can see that is as like this way. Then next I'm going to use this text field. So here I'm going to use the text field from the material UI. So we have imported the text field from material UI, and I'm going to use the variant that is outlined. And also I'm giving the label, that is, we can see that the label here given is start a post. So I'm giving the label as start a post. Okay. So now you can see that there is a text field here, that is start a post. So we can see that the length of the text field is as like that of the middle component. So I am increasing the length of that text field. So I am giving the style such as the width. Okay, I think it is enough. So here you can see that there we need to give a border radius to this text field. So I am giving the border radius by using the input props attribute here. So inside this input props, I'm going to use the SX tag as like this way, and I'm giving the border radius here. So I'm giving a border radius of about 150. So now you can see that the border radius has changed. Okay, I think it is fine. Next I'm going to do is to increase the size of this profile image. That is, I'm giving the width of this profile image as 65. Okay, so now you can see that the, okay, next I'm going to give a margin left to this text field, that is margin left here, that is about 20 px. So now you can see that, okay. Next I'm going to give the background color to the top portion, that is top div. So I'm giving the style as the background color, that is white. So now you can see that background color of the top portion. The next I'm going to give a padding to that top portion. That means padding for about 15 px. So now you can see that, yeah, it is as like this way. The next thing I'm going to do is to give a border radius to that same div. So here border radius as like this way. I'm giving it a 10 px as the border radius. Okay, so now it is fine. So here you can see that there is no gap between the middle portion and also between the right bar. Now in the demo, you can see that here is a gap. So for that, I'm going to give a spacing in the home component for the container. That is spacing I'm giving as 4. So now you can see that there will be a gap between the middle and the right bar. Okay. So next I'm going to do is to use these icons, that is for photo, video, and article. So for that I'm going to import the images from my system. So in this images folder, I'm going to import that images as like this way. That is image and video. Okay, so I have imported the 3 images here. So next time I'm going to use the 3 images inside this middle component. So here, this is the div that we need to use the image tag, that is 3 image tags, that is source. First of all, I'm going to import the 3 images. That means one is image, next is video, the next is article. So I'm going to import that 3 images here. One is image from images, image.png. Then next is import video from images, video.png. And the third one is import article from images, article.png. Okay. So next I'm going to use these 3 images here in the image tag as like this way, one by one. So second image I'm going to give as video, and as a third image I'm going to give the article as like this way. So now you can see that 3 images have been imported. The next I'm going to give the styles. So here you can see that this is a structure. So I'm going to give a style width which is for about 30px. So now you can see that in the browser. Okay, as like this way, I think it is fine. So I'm giving this style 30px to this other video, other image tag also. So now you can see that this is the structure of that each image. Actually, we need to give these 3 images inside this div itself. That is the first part itself. So I'm giving it there itself. So now you can see that in the top part there is image, video, and article logos. So we need to give a margin to this each icon. So margin left 40px. So here I am going to give the margin left to 10px, and here I am going to give the margin left to 40px, and next I am going to give the margin left to 40px. So now you can see that the structure of this browser or this top part of this middle section as like this way. I'm going to give the more margin to this 200px will be fine. Okay, the next is this 200px to this article section also. So now you can see that this is aligned as like this way. I'm giving a margin left to 20px to this image section. So next I'm going to create this second portion of this middle section. Here you can see that this is the portion that's showing the post of each user. So here you can see that I'm going to use the card from the card component from the material UI. So here you can see that here is the profile picture, name, the descriptions of that image. Then next you can see the image banner here or image here. So for that I'm going to import the card from the card component from the material UI as like this way. And inside that I'm going to use the card content as like this way. Okay. Next I'm going to use the card media below this card content. So in this card media we are going to give the images, and in the card content we are going to give other things like a profile picture. That means we can give image tag as like this way, and inside this source I'm going to use that profile which we have already imported, and I'm going to give this style that is width 30px or 40px. Okay, so now you can see that here is the profile image. Then next we can give a name of that person. So I am giving name of that person in the card content. For that I am going to use the typography component from the material UI, and I'm going to give the name So you can see the name here. Then also I'm going to use the typography for designation also. So right now you can see the designation here. So I'm going to put these things inside one div as like this way. Next I'm going to create another div and put this whole image and div inside that. And I'm giving a display flex as like this way. I'm going to give the style display flex here. So now you can see that. Okay, this is a structure now. So I'm giving a margin left also. Here I'm going to give the margin left as style margin left as like this way. So now you can see that I'm giving the margin left of about 10 px. Yeah, it is fine. So when we look here, you can see that designation is of gray. So I'm going to pick this color. Okay, so now you can see that it is fine. Then next I'm going to do is to give a margin top to this div. So here inside this div, I'm going to give a style of margin top or padding top for about 20 px. Okay. So next, what we have to do is in the card component. Next is a description. Below this div, I'm going to give an h5 tag. Inside this, we can give the description as like this way. So now you can see that in the browser, this is description. Then next, I'm going to use the card media component. So here we have already imported the card media component, and inside this card media component, I'm going to use the image. Okay, so the component of this card media component is of the image. Then next, I'm giving a height. So I'm giving a height of about 300, and also an image is going to give. So I have already downloaded an image into my system. So I am going to import that image into the images folder from my system. So from this desktop, I am going to. So next, I am going to use the image steve.jpg here. So I am going to import that image first in this component steve from image/steve. Okay. So next, I am going to use that image here as like this way. So now you can see that here is the image. I'm going to reduce the size of this or height of this as 250. 250. Okay. This is the UI of this home page of the LinkedIn clone. So next I'm going to do is in our project, we have commented the sign in component as like this way. So I'm going to uncomment the sign in component and comment the main component. So now we can see that here is the sign in or login component or login page. So whenever we added whenever the user logged in, you can see that on each login time, a document and a collection and a document will be created as like this way with the username. So I'm going to log in again with another username, or I'm going to change the username as like this way, and I'm going to click on the sign button. At that time, I will log in again, and a new document will be created. Actually, these two document is of the same user. So we can see that here in the sign in component, I'm going to add the email also along with this username. So that means you can see that in the console, here it is auth, the auth that we have imported from the setup.js file. Okay. So in the console, you can see that auth as like this way. Here, auth.current user with the email. Okay. So I'm going to pass that email into this database as like this way. That is auth.current user dot email. Okay. So now you can see that I'm going to log in again. At that time, a new document will be created here, and there will be email ID. Yes. So I'm going to create, I'm going to log in again. At that time, you can see that again a document will be created here and with the same email ID. Okay, now you can see that here is the email ID and here is also the same email ID. Actually, it is not needed. Whenever the user is the same, we don't want to add the document again and again. So for that, I'm going to do is I'm going to change this add doc and to use the set doc function from the Firebase. So I have imported the set doc from Firebase, and I'm going to do is to remove this collection and to use the function doc, which is also from Firebase. And here we have given the database as the first argument and users that the name of the collection as the second argument. And in the doc, we have to pass the third argument, that is the ID of the particular document. So here I am going to pass the ID from, you can see that in the console, there is auth. The auth contains, auth.current user contains an ID, that is UID. So actually, this UID will be same for the same Google account or the same user. So I'm going to pass this UID here. That means auth dot current user dot UID. So now you can see that I'm going to remove these collections and I'm going to add one more time. So I'm going to give the username as Matthew and I'm going to click on the sign in button. At that time, the user will be logged in. A user's collection will be created with the ID that we have given here. Okay, this is the ID UID that we given here specifically, and you can see that there is email ID and username that we have given. Okay, so next I'm going to log in with another username. That is, I'm going to change the username and I'm going to click on the sign in button. At that time, you can see that, yeah, new document will not be added. That means an updation of username is taking place. That's what we needed. That is, set doc is used for updation. Okay, whenever we given an ID, that particular document will be updated. Okay, and also, so what is the peculiarity of setdoc function is such that it will do the updation and also addition of the documents at the same time. That means here we have given the document ID. So whenever the document ID that we given is same, then the updation of the document will be take place if there is any updation, or the if an other user is logging in. So if another user is logging in with the other Google account, what will happen is such that we will pass a new user or new UID here. At that time, what will happen is such that a new document will be created here. So that is the peculiarity of such a doc function in the Firebase. Okay. Next, I'm going to do one thing, that is I'm going to add another text field in the sign in after the username or below the username, that is text field for designation. So I'm going to copy this text field again and to paste here, and I'm changing it as designation. And here I am giving it as set designation. Okay, so now you can see that I'm going to define a state, that is set designation, which is equal to use state. Okay, so now you can see that designation is added. Next, I'm going to pass this designation here as like display designation. So now you can see that here is a text field. So I'm going to add a label also. So I'm going to copy this label from here and to paste it here. Okay. Here is it. I'm also giving a font size of about 10 px here and also here. So now you can see that whenever I am adding So you can see that the document will be updated and the designation and the username will be added there. Username will be changed and the designation will also be added as a new field. Okay. So next I'm going to do is, here you can see that this is a demo of the original LinkedIn homepage. So here you can see that in the sidebar, there is showing the name of the user and the designation of the user. So next I'm going to show that in the homepage. So for that, I'm going to do is to comment the sign in and to uncomment the main component in the app.js as like this way. So now you can see that here is a home page. Next, I'm going to show the name and the designation here. So in the main component, I'm going to define a function that is get user, which is an arrow function. I'm going to use the get doc as like this way. Here I'm going to define a reference to the document, that is user document as a variable. I'm going to assign the doc function here as like this way. So I have imported the doc function from the Firebase and get doc from the Firebase. Next, I'm going to pass the database as the first argument and the name of the collection as the second argument and the ID, the specific ID as the third argument. So for that, I'm going to use the ID from the auth. So you can see that in the auth, there is we have imported the auth from the setup.js file, and you can see that in the console, the auth.currentuser.uid. Okay, so we need to pass that UID into this user document or the doc function as a third argument. So here comma auth dot current user dot UID. So we have to pass that UID here. So next I'm going to give this user document directly into this get doc function as an argument, and I'm just going to give the async await try catch, and I'm going to call this function inside this user fetch as like this way. I'm going to assign this get doc function into this data. So now you can see that when I console this data, so here is it is showing an error of cannot read undefined index of. So for that I'm going to give or convert it as a string as like this way, giving backtick. Okay, so now you can see that I'm going to refresh the page and you can see in the console the document snapshot, but actually here the document is null. So what I'm going to do is to use the set timeout here. I'm giving 1 second and I'm going to put these completely inside the set timeout. And I'm going to use this async here. So at that time you can see that when I refresh the page, here we get the document. The document contains this document.data.value.map value dot fields dot designation email and the username. So we will get the username, email and the designation as like this way. So next what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this in a state. So for that I'm going to define a state that is user data as like this way. and I'm going to pass this data into this user data. So now you can see that here is the data I have passed it to this user data. So I'm going to pass this user data state into this home component as a prop. So here user data. So in the home component, I'm going to take that props as like this way. Okay, so now you can see that I have taken the props from the home component and I'm going to give that props to the sidebar as the user data itself. As like this way, you can see that user data. So now I can take, or we can take this user data in the sidebar also as a prop. Okay, so we have taken the user data here. Next, I'm going to give the name and designation here by using the user data. So I'm going to console the name here, that is console.log user data dot this document dot data dot value dot map value dot fields dot username dot string value. Okay, so now you can see that here is the name. So I'm going to give the question mark here. Okay, so here is the name. So we will get the name as like this way. So now you can use the name in this place. So for that, I'm going to use this directly. That is user data document data value map value fields username string value. Okay. So now you can see that here is the name. Okay. Then I'm going to give the designation. So for that, I'm going to paste it here as like this way. That is username. I'm going to change it as designation. Okay. So now you can see that here is designation developer. So now I'm going to give a position relative here to 32 percentage. Okay, then to name also, I'm giving as 2 percentage. So here you can see that. Okay, you can see the name and the designation in the sidebar. Okay, so as of now, we have passed the username, designation, and email ID into the collection as like this way. So next I'm going to do is I'm going to pass the profile image of the user into the collection. So for that, here we know that we have already passed the username, email ID, and designation in the sign in component. So next I'm going to pass the profile image along with these details. So for that, first of all, I'm going to do is to uncomment the sign in component. So now you can see that I'm taking the console. Here in the console, you can see the auth.current user dot photo URL. So here we will get the photo URL from the auth itself. So I'm going to pass that auth.current user dot photo URL into this sign in component set of function as like this way. So I'm giving as profile image and I'm giving the user and I'm giving the auth dot current user dot photo URL as like this way. So now you can see that When I given the username designation and click this sign in button, at that time you can see that the photo URL or profile picture will be updated or a new field will be added, that is profile picture in this collection. So I'm going to give the username designation and I'm going to click on the sign in button. At that time you can see that a new field is added to this users collection. Okay, that is profile image. So now we can use this profile image and to show that in the home page of our LinkedIn clone. So for that, I'm going to this app.js component and I'm going to uncomment the main or home page. Here you can see that this is home page. So I'm going to show that profile image in the middle section, in the sidebar and in the nav bar. So we know that already we have taken the data from the in the main component as like this way in the user data stage, and we have passed that into the home component. So when we check the home component, we can see that we have passed that into the sidebar. So in the sidebar, I'm going to take that data. So first of all, I'm going to log that data as like this way, console.log user data. So now you can see that in the console, when I'm taking the console, you can see that. So here is the document.data.value.map value.fields.profile image. So I'm going to use that profile image here. So for that, I'm going to, here you can see that this is the image tag for that profile image. So first of all, I'm going to copy this whole thing from the username section and paste it here. And I'm giving as like this way. If there is no profile image, it will show the imported profile image. Okay, so here I'm going to change this username into profile image. So now you can see that, yeah, here is a profile image of the user who logged in. The next I'm going to give a style for this profile image. So here I'm going to give the border radius as like this way, border radius to 40 px. So now you can see that here is the profile image in the sidebar. So next I'm going to show that profile image in the middle section. So here we have passed that into the sidebar in the home component. Next I'm going to pass the same user data as a prop into this middle section as like this way. And I'm going to take that from the middle section as a prop, that is user data as like this way, and I'm going to show that email, show that profile image here also in this profile image part. So I'm going to copy that from the sidebar as like this way completely, and I'm going to copy and paste it in the middle section. So here you can see that I'm going to paste it, and also I'm giving the style, that is border radius 40 px. Okay, so now you can see that here is the profile image in the middle section. So we have shown that in the middle section and also in the sidebar. Next, we are going to show it in the nav bar. So in the home component, we have passed that to sidebar and middle section. Next, in the main component, we know that we have called the nav bar and the home component here. So next, I'm going to pass this user data into nav bar also as like this way, as like that of the home component, and I'm going to take that in the home component as a props. So here I am taking it as user data. And next I'm going to show it in or use it in this image tag. So I'm going to copy that from completely from the sidebar and then show it in the nav bar or paste it in the nav bar. So now you can see that after giving the border radius to 40 px, you can see it in the nav bar also. Okay. Next I'm going to do is to log in with two users. Okay. Or two Google account. So before that, first of all, I'm going to install the React Router DOM into our project. So I'm going to install the React Router DOM using npm install React Router DOM as like this way. So now the React Router DOM will be installed into our project. Now React Router DOM has been installed into our project. We can see the React Router DOM in the package.json as like this way. Okay. So next I'm going to the index.js component and I'm going to import browser router in the index.js from React router.dom, and I'm going to wrap the app component using browser router as like this way. And I'm going to the app.js component, and I'm going to do is to use the routes and the route from React router.dom. Okay. So next I'm going to give the route to sign in and the main component. So first I'm going to give the route to this sign in component. So I'm giving the path as the slash, and I'm going to give the element as like this way, sign in. And next I'm going to give the route for the main component as like this way. Okay. So now you can see that here is the sign in component and main component. Okay. So next I'm going to give in the sign in component such that after this sign in with the pop-up function, I'm going to use the navigate from the React router DOM. So for that, I'm going to use the use navigate hook that is called navigate as like this way. Okay, so next I'm going to give the navigate after this sign in with the pop-up function. So here I'm going to use the navigate as like this way, and I'm giving the main as the root. Okay, so now you can see that when after giving the username here and this designation, I'm going to click on sign in component. At that time, you can see that after the user is logged in, the user will be redirected to the home page. Okay, here you can see the designation, name, profile image, etc. So you can see that a new collection is formed, which is users with a document and the fields such as designation, email, profile image, and username. So next I'm going to do is to log in into our project LinkedIn clone using another user or another Google account. So here I'm going to take the project and I'm going to give the username, designation, and I'm going to click on the sign in button. At that time, you can see that this user will be logged in. Okay, you can see that the designation and the profile image here and the username. Then when we go to the Firebase, you can see that here is a collection that is formed. That is in the users collection, a new document is formed that is with another Google account. Okay, so that what we happened here. So next I'm going to do is to bring a slight change here. We know that now there is creating a single collection for different users. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create different collection for different users. So we know that the single collection is forming for different users because we have given the name users here. As a second argument, we have passed the name of the collection here. That's why a single collection is formed and each user is forming as a document into that single collection. As like this way. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create each collection for each user. Okay, so for that, what we can do is we can give a dynamic collection name here. As of now, it is static. So I'm giving the collection name as user hyphen auth dot current user dot UID. So what is happening is that we know that in the auth dot current user, there is a UID for each user. So I'm going to give the name of the collection as like this way. So now you can see that I'm going to first remove the collection that is available currently, and I'm going to add the collection again or add the login again. Okay, so here I'm going to give the as like this way. I'm going to click on the sign in button. At that time, the user will be logged in, and we can see that in the Firebase collection. So here you can see that a new collection is formed with the name of the collection as like this way. That means user hyphen and the UID that we have given here. So next I'm going to log in using this second Google account. So I'm going to give the So now you can see that the new user is logged in, and when we go to the Firebase, you can see that actually a new collection is formed. Here you can see that there is two collection with a different name. That means we have given the name by using the UID of the user. Okay, this is the first user, and here you can see the second user. Okay, so next we have to bring a slight change in the home page also for showing the user profile image designation username. Here you can see that now, as of now, it is not showing the username, profile image, and the designation. So for that, I'm going to the main component, and you can see that here we have given the second argument as users. So we have changed it now. So I'm going to copy that user slash auth.currentuser.uid, and I'm going to paste it here. So now you can see that, yes, now it is showing the username, designation, and the profile image also. Next, I'm going to give a post into our database from the user. So here, I'm going to bring changes in this section. So for that, I'm going to use the React model. So I'm going to take the React model npm. Here you can see that this is the React model npm, and I'm going to copy this command and to run this command in our project. npm I React model. Okay. So now React model will be installed into our project. So now you can see the React model has been installed into our project. You can see it in the package.json. Okay. Next, I'm going to create a new component that is post.js. So post.js. And here I'm going to do is to copy the document or the example from the React model. Here you can see there is an example. So I'm going to copy this section of return, and I'm going to paste it in our project. So I'm going to paste in this section, and after that I'm going to copy from here this whole function. So I'm going to copy that whole function and to paste it here. Next I'm going to do is to copy this section, and I'm going to paste it here. Okay, so now you can see that we have implemented the React model into our project. The next thing I'm going to do is to call this post component in the middle.js component. So here we know that there is a text field, that is this text field. So whenever we are clicking this start a post section, whenever we are clicking this text field, that model has to be shown. Okay. So first of all, I'm going to call that post component here as like this way. So now you can see that this is the post component. Whenever we call the post component, we can see that there is an open model button. So whenever we click this open model button, we can see the pop-up here. So what I'm going to do next is whenever I am clicking this text field, at that time this open model button should be invoked. So for that, I'm going to use the ref in the middle component. So for that, I'm going to define the post ref, and I'm going to use the use ref as like this way. So next, what we have to do is whenever we click this text field, at that time this post component should be invoked. So for that, we have to give this ref into this post component. For that, we know there is a functionality called forward ref in the React. So I'm going to use that forward ref in this post component as like this way. Forward ref. I have imported the forward ref from the React as like this way. So now what we can do is we can pass that ref into this post component as like this way. Okay. So next I'm going to do is to use that ref here in this post component. So first we have to use the props. Then as a second argument we had or parameter we have to use the ref. So we can give any name here. Usually we are giving the ref itself. So next I'm going to use this ref for the button that is open model. So we need to invoke this button whenever we are clicking that text field. So I'm going to give this ref here in this button as like this way. So now what we have to do is whenever we are clicking that text field, this post ref should be invoked. So I'm giving on click And at that time, what is happening is such that poster of dot current dot click. Okay, now we can check that by clicking this text field. Okay, so now you can see that when we click that text field with the label starter poster, this model pop-up have been arrived. So next I'm going to do is to hide this open model button. So in this post component, we know that this is the button that is open model. So I'm going to give a style such as display none. So now you can see that here there is no button that is open model button. Okay, I am going to click on this text field, and that time you can see that the model pop-up has arrived. Then I'm going to bring the changes in this model pop-up. So here we don't want these sections, this form, and this div, etc. And also I am going to change the color of this text. That is, here we can give the color. So I am giving the color as gray. So now you can see that this is the structure of this model pop-up. So I'm going to use button from the material UI as like this way. So now you can see that here is the button that is for close. Okay, so I'm giving the variant size small. Okay, so now you can see that here is the close button. Okay, I'm giving the name of this button as cancel. So here I'm going to change this text. That is, I'm giving as what do you want to talk about? Okay, so now you can see that this is the structure of our pop-up. The next I'm going to give a or use another button, that is button for adding the post as like this way, and I'm giving that done here. So I'm giving the variant as contained. So now you can see that here is the button. Okay, so I'm giving margin left here. So now you can see that here is the cancel button and the done button. So whenever we click this cancel button, at that time this pop-up will be gone. Okay, so whenever we click this done button, what we have to do is we have to add the post into our database. Okay, so for that I'm going to use the text field for adding the post. So I'm giving as text field as like this way. So in the material UI, you can see different designs for the text field. So I'm going to take the material UI as like this way. So now you can see that I'm going to click on this get started button. At that time, we will be redirected to the. Okay, so now you can see that here in the sidebar, there is components. In the components, you can see the text field. So inside this text field, you can see different designs as shown. So here you can see that I'm going to use this type of text field. So for that, you can see that when we take the code here, it is a third text field. So now you can see that this is the text field that they have shown there. So what I'm going to do is to copy this completely and to paste it here. So now you can see that, yeah, this is the structure of the text field. So I'm going to remove this default value, and also I'm changing the label as type here. So now you can see that this is the structure. Okay, I'm going to give the BR before after this text field as like this way. So now you can see that it has like this way. I'm going to give a SX tag that is margin top to these two buttons. So this is the structure of the text field now. Okay. I'm going to increase the width of the text field. So I'm going to give the width as I'm going to give the width as 500 px as like this way. So now you can see that. Okay, this is the structure of the text field as of now. So next, what I am going to do is to give the functionality to this done button. So here in this done button, there is a close model. So I am going to remove this close model and I am going to give the function add post, which I am going to define now. So here I am going to define the function add post as arrow function. Next, I am going to use the set doc from Firebase as like this way. I have imported the set doc from the Firebase Firestore. The next thing I'm going to do is to give async await as like this way, and I'm giving the try catch. So try catch console.error. Okay, then I'm giving this await set doc inside this try. Okay, next I'm going to define a post document. I'm going to use the doc function which I have imported from the Firebase. Inside this doc function, I'm going to pass the database as a first argument and the name of the collection as the second argument. So name of the collection as user hyphen auth dot current user dot UID as like this way. So now you can see that we have passed the database as the first argument, and as a second argument the name of the collection, and as a third argument I am passing the ID as like this way. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste it here. That is a post document. The next I'm going to define that is post ref. In which I'm going to use the doc, and also I'm passing the first argument as post document and the second argument as the name of the collection. So I'm giving the name of the collection as posts. And as a third argument, I'm going to pass the ID. So I'm going to give the random ID as like this way, math.random. Okay. And I'm going to use this poster of inside this setdoc. So inside this setdoc function, as a second argument, we have to pass the text that we have given in this text field. So for that, I'm going to use the on change. Inside that on change, I'm going to use this change. So for that, first of all, I'm going to define this change. That is as like this way. And I am using this set text here. In the on change of the text field, I am going to give the set text as like this way, e dot target dot value. Okay, so now you can see that we have used the or defined the state that is text, and we have used the set text here for collecting the text from this text field. And next I am going to do is to give that state as a second argument in this set doc function. So as an object, I'm going to pass the text as like this way. I'm giving as text post. Okay, so now I'm going to click the next. I'm going to give a something or type something here. As like this way, and I'm going to click on the done button. So here there is an error. So I'm giving the I'm converting this into a string as like this way. So next I'm going to click it once more. I'm going to click on the done button again. Okay, so now you can see that. here a new collection is added in this user. So here there is a post, the name of the collection that we have already given in the here. Then next I'm going to click on this post. At that time you can see that this is the document ID of the documents that we have given a random ID as like this way. And next you can see that here is the field that is text post. Thanks everyone for this warm welcome. Okay, so we have posted as like this way. Then next I'm going to do is to show that post here in this middle section. So for that I'm going to the middle component. So here in this card section, we have to show the post. So I'm going to define a function that is get post as like this way. So I'm going to use the get docs function, not get doc, get docs function from the Firebase Firestore. And I'm giving here async and await. I'm giving try catch here, console.error as like this way. And I'm passing this get docs inside this try. So now you can see that we have used the getDocs function from the material UI, from the Firebase Firestore. So next I'm going to do is to pass the reference to the document that or collection that we need to get. So for that, I'm going to the post component and I'm going to copy these two reference and I'm going to paste here. Next, I'm going to bring some changes. That is, we need the collection of the post that we have posted or the user posted there. So I'm going to change this as collection, which I have imported from the Firebase Firestore. And next I'm going to do is to remove this ID. Okay. After that, I'm going to pass this post ref inside this get docs function as like this way. Next, I'm going to assign this get docs into a variable that is data, and I'm going to log that data. So now you can see that in the console. Then here, I'm going to call this get posted in the use effect hook as like this way, and I'm giving a get post function. So next, you can see that I'm going to. So here we need to import the database and auth from the Firebase setup.js. So here I'm going to import the auth and also the database from the. So now you can see that here is the data that we need to show in the middle section or show in the home page. So here we need to get this doc, but it is not in the form which we can use directly. So I'm going to define another state, other variable that is filtered data, in which I'm going to use this data dot docs that we have already seen there dot map. I'm going to map as like this way. So we will get the each doc, and I'm going to do is to apply doc dot data function, and also I'm going to pass the ID as like this way, that is doc dot ID. Next, I'm going to pass this filtered data into a state. So for that, I'm going to define a state that is const post comma set post, which is an empty array. So next, I'm going to pass this filtered data into the set post. So now I am going to console the post. So now you can see that in the console, here is the post. Next, what I'm going to do is to put this inside the set to timeout as like this way. And I'm giving async here. So now you can see that, yeah, here is the post. Okay, that is it contains the ID and the text post that we have given there. Okay, so next I'm going to do is to map through this post state. So here there is the card. So I'm going to map through this post here. So I'm giving here as post and here as post. Okay. So next I'm going to do is to put this card completely inside here. So I'm going to cut this card component and to paste it here. And after that, I'm going to use that post in this description section. So I'm giving here as post dot text post. And next I'm going to give a return here. So now you can see that here is a post. Next, I'm giving a condition for this card media here. So here I'm going to do that. Here I'm giving a condition such as post dot. I'm giving photo. So now I have given the random name here, that is photo. So whenever there is a photo field in this post, then only it needs to show this card media. So now you can see that in this there is no card media. Okay. Next we have to show the name designation and the profile image along with this post. So I'm going to the post component. Here we have to pass the username, designation, and the profile image along with this post. So for that, we have already done that function for getting the user in the main component. So I'm going to copy the same function and to put that function or define that function in the post component. Then I'm going to call this function inside the use effect. So I'm going to use the use effect hook as like this way, and I'm going to call that function that is get user as like this way. Okay, I'm going to import this get doc from Firebase first. Okay, next I'm going to define this user data state. So here I'm going to define the state that is user data, comma set user data, and I'm passing an empty array into it. So now we will get the details of the user, that is username, designation, profile image in this user data, and I'm going to pass that same into this set of function. So here I'm going to pass the username as user data dot. We will get that same from the sidebar. So here we have used that already. So I'm going to copy user data dot document dot. So I'm going to copy this and to paste it here. And also as same as like that, I'm going to give the designation as like this way. And also I am giving the profile image. Okay, so now we have passed the username, designation, profile image along with the post. So now in the middle section or middle component, we can take that details also. So next I am going to post one more thing here. Okay, so now I'm going to click on the done button. At that time, you can see that a new document of post collection will be created. Okay, here is the new post that is created, new document with a new random ID. Here you can see that here is text post, profile image, designation, username, etc. So we can use that directly here. So I'm going to use that in this middle component. So here we will get the post, and we have already used the post.text post. I'm going to use the post.profile image, designation, and username. Okay, so now you can see that here is showing the name of the user, designation, and also the profile image. So I'm going to give a style to the profile image as border radius. So now you can see that here the border radius as like this way. I'm giving it as 50 px. So now you can see that. Okay, so I think it is very fine. So I'm giving a little gap between each of the card. So I'm giving a margin top to this as like this way. Next I'm going to do is to create a new component for connection. So for that, I'm going to create a new component in the components folder as like this way. That is connection. In this component, we have to list the users, and I'm going to give a button for establishing connection with that user. Okay. So for that, first of all, I'm going to do is we know that as of now in the database, there is separate collection for separate users. So what I'm going to do next is to create a single collection for all users. Then we can establish the connection. So I'm going to the sign in component, and I'm going to change this second argument, that is the name of the collection, and to give it as users itself. That is a static name. And also I'm going to change these things, the same things in other components, like in the middle component also. I'm giving the name of the collection as users. And also in the main component, I'm going to give as the name of the collection as users. So here you can see that I'm going to give the name of the collection as users. Okay. So next I'm going to do is whenever the user is logging in, the a single collection will be created named users. So I'm going to delete these collections as like this way. Then next I'm going to log in. So here I'm going to give the name and the designation. So at that time you can see that a new collection will be created and a new user will be added to that collection. Okay, as like this way. So I'm going to log in from other user, other Google account as like this way. So at that time now you can see that here a new document will be created for the second user. Okay. So next I'm going to do is to list the users in this database. So here we know that as of now there is two users or two Google account. So I'm going to list the users in the connection component. So for that, first of all, I'm going to give the connection route to the connection component in the app.js as like this way. I'm giving the path as connection or connect, and the element, that is connection. Okay, so now you can see that a new route is given in the app.js for connection component. And also next I'm going to do is we know that in the sidebar there is a section for connection. So I'm going to use link component from the React router DOM, and I'm going to pass this connection into that link component. And I'm giving a two props here as like this way as connect. So now we can see that I'm going to import this from the React router DOM. So now we can see that in the here is a connection. So when I click these connections, we will be redirected to the connection component. Here we need to list the users. So for that, first of all, I'm going to do is to list the users by using the getDocs function from the Firebase. So I'm going to define a function get users, which is an arrow function, and I'm going to use the getDocs function from the Firebase itself. Okay, so here I'm going to use async await and try catch, and I'm going to paste these inside this try and console.error here. Okay, so next I'm going to do is to call this get users function inside the use effect as like this way. And I'm going to define another variable, and I'm giving the name of the variable as user ref, which is equal to collection. I have imported the collection function from the Firebase. So we need to list the all documents from a particular collection. So for that purpose, we need to use the collection function. And as a first argument, I'm going to pass the database, and as a second argument, I'm going to pass the name of the collection. The next, I'm going to pass this user ref into this getDocs function. So I'm going to assign this into a data variable as like this way, and I'm going to console that data. So now you can see that I'm taking the console here. Here is the query snapshot. Okay, so in this, we will get the document from this docs, but now as of now, it is not in the form that we can directly use. So we need to convert it into the form which we can use directly. Okay, so for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to map through this data. So for that, I'm going to define a variable that is filtered data, which is equal to data.docs.map, and I'm going to map through this as like this way. And I'm passing the ID also into it as doc.id. Next, I'm going to define a state, and I'm giving the name of the state as user data, set user data as like this way. And I'm going to pass this filter data into this set user data. Okay, so now we can see that I'm going to console the filter data here or user data state. And then you can see that in the console, here is the user data. So we will get the details of the each user as like this way. So next I'm going to do is to map through this user data in this section. So I am going to map through user data.map, and we will get the details of each user. So I'm going to show that details of each user or list the details of each user using a list component from the material UI. So I'm going to use the paper first as like this way. Inside this paper, I'm going to use the list component from the material UI. Okay, then next I'm going to use the component named list item. And inside this list item, I'm going to use the avatar first as like this way. And as a second item, I'm going to use the list item text. Okay. So in this avatar is as like that of the image tag in the HTML. or in the JSX. So I'm going to give source here. Here we will get the source as user dot profile image. Here is it. Okay, so next I'm going to do is to pass the text into this list item text. So for that we can use two props into or pass two props into this list item text, that is primary and secondary. So as a primary, I'm going to pass the user dot username, and as a text secondary props, I'm going to pass the user dot designation. Okay, so now you can see that in the connection component, here is the list of the two users with their profile picture, name, and the designation. Okay, so I'm going to use another button here. So in the list item itself, after list item text, I'm going to use the button from the material UI itself as connect, and I'm giving the variant as outlined and size as small. Okay, so now you can see that here is the button for connect. Okay, so as of now, it is listing all the users from the database. You can see this. But actually, we don't want to list the current user here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to the connection component, and I'm going to use the filter method to filter the user. So for that, I'm going to do is to first comment this whole, and here I am going to filter first in the user data as like this way, and I am taking the each user. Then I am filtering by user dot id, which is not equal to auth dot current user dot uid. Okay, then I'm going to map through it. Here I am giving as other user, that is a filtered user. So inside this I'm going to pass this return completely, and I'm going to remove this. I'm going to change this user. We have to use the other user from the map here. So I'm going to copy this and paste it in the place of user. So now you can see that. So now you can see that it is showing only the other user or the filtered user in this connect or connection component. That's the users other than the user who is logged in now. Okay. So in the other Google account, you can see that here it is showing the other user. Okay. So next what I'm going to do is, we know that this user is Steve and the other user or other Google account is Bill. So what we have to do is, whenever the Steve click the connect button here, we need to pass an invitation to the Bill. In the invitation component or invitation page, the Bill need to get the request from the Steve. For that, what I'm going to do is, in the connection component, I'm going to define a new function that is send request. So in that function, I'm going to do is, when I click this connect button, at that time, through that function, we need to pass the details of this user, that is the user Steve, into this Bill's database or Bill's collection in the database. So for that, I'm going to create a new sub collection in the Bill's document or Bill's collection. So here in the connection component, I'm going to define a new function that is send a request as an arrow function, and I'm going to use the add doc method from the Firebase, and I'm giving here async await and try cats. Then I'm going to pass the console.log error. And also I'm giving the add dog function inside this try. Okay. So now next I'm going to do is to call this send request function inside this button, inside the on click of this button, as like this way. Next, what I'm going to do is here I'm going to define a variable that is request doc as like this way, and I'm going to use the doc function from the Firebase, and as a first argument I'm going to pass the database, and as a second argument I'm going to pass the name of the collection. So the name of the collection is users. Then next I'm going to do is to give this request doc as a first or the first argument of this add doc function, and as a second argument I'm going to pass the object. Then inside this object I'm going to do is to pass the details of this current user. So the details of the current user can be get from the sidebar. That means we have already used this link for connecting to this component. So inside this link, we can pass the details of this current user by using the state. So I'm going to pass this as state. So I'm going to pass the username, profile image, and the designation into this connection component. So as like this way, username. So I'm going to give the username completely as like this way from here, comma, then designation as like this way, comma, and profile image. So here we have passed the username, designation, and the profile image. Okay. So next I'm going to use that three details here. Suppose that I need to use the use location hook from React router home DOM. So I'm going to define variable location, and I'm going to use the or assign this use location hook into it. I have imported the use location from the React router DOM as like this way, and I have assigned the use location into the location variable. So next I'm going to console this location here. So at that time you can see that I'm going to take the console, and in the console you can see that I'm going to click on this connection component. So here we get the, first of all I'm going to remove this console. Okay, so now you can see that here is the details such as username, designation, and the profile image. So we can directly pass these details into this add doc as a second argument. So I'm going to take it as location dot state dot username, state dot designation, and state dot profile image. So here I am passing the username as location dot state dot username and designation as location dot state dot designation itself, and profile image as location dot state dot profile image. Okay, so now we have passed these details into the add doc. Okay, so here we are going to create a sub collection. So as a third argument, we need to pass the ID. So we are going to create a sub collection in the collection of bill. So the collection or the ID of the bill can be get from here. That is this other user dot ID. So we need to pass that ID by using the send request function. So I'm going to pass that ID here as like this way. That is user dot ID, and we can take that ID as user ID in the here as a parameter, that is user ID. Okay, it is other user. Okay, then next I'm going to pass the user ID as the third argument as like this way, user ID. Okay. Then next I'm going to define another variable that is connect rough, which is equal to, I'm going to use the collection function from the Firebase as like this way. And as a first argument to this collection function, I'm going to pass the request doc variable. And as a second argument, I'm going to give the name of the subcollection that we are going to create. So I'm going to give the name of the subcollection as request in. Okay. So next I'm going to replace this request doc by using this connector of. And here I need to change the name of the profile image as like this way because we are getting location.stage.profile image as like this way. So now I am going to click on the connect button. At that time you can see that a new subcollection will be created in the name request in. Okay, here is the subcollection. That subcollection is only created for this user, the user bin. Okay, so in that you can see that in the document the details of the other user, that means a user who requested for connection. Okay, here the user who requested for connection is Steve. Okay, so in the bills document we can see the details of the Steve as like this way. So next what I'm going to do is in the other Google account, that means in the bills Google account, I'm going to show the details of the Steve in the invitation page. For that I'm going to create a new component named invitation.js as like this way. So now you can see that I'm going to use the same UI of connection for this invitation also. So I'm going to copy this complete component from the material UI and I'm pasting it here. Okay. So next I'm going to do is to give root to this invitation component in this app.js. So I'm using the root from React root.com and I'm going to give the root as like this way for invitation. That is invite, and I'm giving the component as like this way. So now you can see that I'm giving the component that is invitation. And also in the sidebar, I'm going to, okay, so here it is showing some error in this invitation. So I'm going to remove this source, primary, secondary, on click, etc. Okay, next I'm going to import these components from the material UI, that is paper, list, list item, avatar, list item text, button. Okay, so next I'm going to do is in the sidebar, I'm going to use the link component as like this way to the invitation also. So I'm going to pass this invitations title into this link and I'm going to give the two props as invite. Okay, so next what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on the invitations link here. So at that time you can see that we will be redirected to the invitation. This is the invitation component. Here you can see the structure, that is the profile image and also the button connect. So I'm going to change that button in the invitation. That is, I'm going to use two buttons here. That is for, one is for accept, another is for reject. Okay, so you can see that here it is, two button is there here. So I'm giving the variant of the accept as contained. Okay, then I'm giving an XX, that is margin left to 5px. Okay, so next I'm going to show you the details of the user who requested for connection here. So here I'm going to define the function. I'm giving the name of the function as show request as like this way as an arrow function, and I'm going to use the get doc get docs from the Firebase as like this way. I'm giving async await. try catch console.log error and get dogs into this try. Okay, so now you can see that I'm going to call this function inside the use effect. So in the use effect, I'm going to call the function that is show request as like this way. Then next I'm going to define a variable request ref which is equal to the collection. I'm going to use the collection method or collection function from the Firebase, and as a first argument I'm going to pass the database which I have imported from the setup, and as a second argument I'm going to pass the name of the collection, that is first collection, main collection, that is users, and as a third argument we need to pass the ID. So the ID is the ID of the current user itself, that is auth.current user dot uid dot current user dot uid as like this way. And next I'm going to define another variable, that is I am giving the name of the variable simply as a request in ref which is equal to collection. Here I am going to change this collection to dog. Okay, and next I am going to give the first argument to this collection as request ref, and as a second argument I am going to pass the name of the collection, that is sub collection, that is request in. Okay, so now I am going to pass this request in ref into this get docs function. Next I am going to assign the get docs into this data, and I'm going to log data like console.log data as like this way. So here you can see that this is an invitation component or page. Here I am going to take the console. You can see the query snapshot. So I'm going to define another variable that is filter data, and I'm going to map through the data.docs. Here I'm going to take the each document, and I'm going to pass the, or I'm going to call the doc.data method here, comma, I'm going to pass the ID also, that is doc.id. Okay, then I'm going to pass this filter data into a state. So for that I'm going to define a state, that is I'm giving the name of the state as user set user which is equal to use state and array. Then I'm going to pass this filter data into that user or set user, that is set user filter data. So now I am going to log the user here, that is console user. So in the invitation page you can see the details of the users. So I am going to click on invitation. At that time you can see that here is the details of the user who requested for connection. That means Steve is the user who requested for the connection to this user. That is, this is Bill. Bill got a request from Steve. Okay. Next, what I'm going to do is to show the name, designation, and the profile image of the user who requested for this connection. Okay, so for that, in this invitation component, I'm going to use this user state and map through the user state as like this way. Each user, we will get each user here. So I'm going to use the each user for in the source. I'm going to give as each user dot the profile image. So here you can see that this is a profile image. So I'm going to pass that directly here. So each user dot profile image, and in the list item text I'm going to pass at primary, that is each user dot name, username. Okay, then next designation, that is as a secondary I'm going to pass the user or each user dot designation. So at that time, you can see that the name of the user, the designation and profile image of the user who requested for the connection in here in this invitation component. So next I'm going to do is to set the functionality for this reject button. So first of all, I'm going to change the design of these buttons as like that of in the original LinkedIn. So in the original LinkedIn, I'm giving here as ignore and a color of gray as like this way. And in this accept button, I'm going to give variant as outlined. So now you can see that this is the structure of the button ignore and accept as of now. Then next I'm going to give the functionality for this ignore button. So for that I'm going to create a new function or define a new function that is const delete request an arrow function, and I'm going to use the delete doc function from the Firebase, and I'm giving the async await try catch console.error, and I'm passing this delete doc into this try as like this way. Okay. So next I'm going to call this delete function inside this ignore button. So in the on click of this ignore button, I'm going to call this delete req function. Okay, next I'm going to define two doc. First I'm going to give the name of the doc as user doc. I'm going to use the doc function here, and the first argument I'm going to pass the database, and as a second argument I'm going to pass the users, that's the name of the collection, and as a third argument I'm going to pass the ID of the current user, that is auth dot current user dot uid. Okay, so as a as a next step, I'm going to define another variable that is delete doc, delete document. Here also I'm going to use the doc function from the Firebase as like this way, and I'm going to pass the user doc as the first argument. Okay, and as a second argument, I'm going to pass the name of the sub collection that is request in. And as a third argument, I'm going to pass the ID of that particular user that we need to delete. So we will get the ID in the from the button. So I'm going to pass the each user completely into this delete request function as an argument. So here we can take that as user, and we can pass this user ID as a third argument here. So here we can say that it is user.id. Okay. And next I'm going to pass this delete document as an argument into this delete doc function. Okay. Then next I'm going to click on the ignore button. So now as of now you can see that in the Firebase there is a request in subcollection which contains the details such as designation, profile, username, etc. So next I'm going to click on the ignore button here. Okay. I have clicked the ignore button. At that time you can see that yeah, this collection has no document. That means the document that we had before has been deleted. Okay. When the user is deleted or ignored the request, this user need to be removed from this list. So for that, I'm giving that this state user in this dependency of this user fetch. So at that time, this user will be deleted. Okay. So we have done the ignore functionality, and I'm giving a style for the div in the invitation as padding 20 px, and also in the connection the same style padding 20 px, and also I am giving the background color as gray. Okay, it's like this way. So now you can see that I am giving the same style in invitation and the connection. So here color from the home component. In the home component we have given the color as like this way. So I'm going to select that color and put it in the background color of connection and invitation, and I'm giving the height as 100 VH. Okay, okay. So now you can see that this is a structure. As of now, the invitation page of the second Google account is empty. So I'm going to click on the connect button again. At that time, you can see that here it is listing the user who asked for connection. And next, I'm going to give the functionality for this accept button. What I'm going to do is in the Firebase, we have know that already there is a request in connection with the documents and field. So whenever the user clicked this accept button, I'm going to edit this collection or edit this document. That means here I am going to add a new field that is called as status, and its status equal to accepted. Okay, that's a change I'm going to make here. So before that, when we are adding this request, that means when the user click this connect button, at that time I'm going to add the status field at that time itself. Okay, that means I'm giving it as pending. So here in the connection, there is send request function. Here we have added these details like username, designation, profile image, and ID. So here I am going to add the status as pending, as like this way. Okay. So now you can see that I am going to ignore the request again, and I am going to click on the connect button. At that time, a new request will be created. So here you can see that in the Firebase, a new field is added that is pending. So next I am going to do is to define another function for or another function in the invitation component that is for accepting the invitation. So const accept request as like this way, which is equal to an arrow function, and I'm going to use the set doc from the Firebase, and I'm giving the async await as like this way, try catch console dot error as error, and I'm putting this set doc inside this try as like this way. Then next I'm going to call this accept request function inside this accept button in the on click of this accept button. Okay. Next I'm going to do is to copy this to doc variable, and I'm going to paste it here. And I'm going to bring some changes. That is, I'm going to make it as accept doc and connection doc. Okay. Next, I'm going to pass this connection doc inside the set doc function and accept doc into this. Okay. So now, as a second argument, I'm going to pass the details such as designation. So here we need to pass the designation. So we need to accept the details of the user. So I'm going to accept the parameter as user. So here I'm going to give the each user details of the each user as like this way. So now we can take the details from here. That means user dot designation, comma username, user dot username, then profile image, that is user dot profile image, and ID user dot ID. Okay. So we have passed these details. The next, as a last details, I'm going to pass the status that is accepted or connected. Okay. So now you can see that I'm going to ignore this again. So as of now, you can see that there is no request in. The next, I'm going to click on the connect button again. A new request is formed with the details and the status that is pending. So next, I'm going to click on the accept button. At that time, you can see that the pending status has changed to connected. Okay. So here you can see that when we click the accept button, At that time also, you can see the user in this list. So what I'm going to do is when we are clicking this accept button or after clicking this accept button, I'm going to remove this particular user from this list. Okay. As of now, you can see that the status is connected. Then also we can see the user in this list. So I'm going to do is in the invitation component, I'm going to filter this list, filter the user. So for that, I'm going to use the filter method such as filter. Inside this filter, I'm going to do is I'm going to use this user and the user dot status is equal to pending. So then after this, in this invitation component, only the user having the status pending will be listed. So when we look here, you can see that the user from the list has gone. Okay, so I'm showing it one more time. So I'm going to remove this request. Then I'm going to click on the connect button again. So now you can see that here is the request in subcollection with the status pending. So I'm going to click on the accept button. At that time, you can see that the user has gone from the list. And also the status has changed to connected. Okay. So next I'm going to do is to create a new component for showing the list of the connected users. Okay. So for that I'm going to create a new component named. So I'm going to create a new component that is network.js. So here I'm going to do is first of all I'm going to the app.js component and I'm giving the root for this network component as like this way. I'm giving slash network and here I am using or calling the network component. Okay. Then next what I'm going to do is in the navbar link component from the React router DOM. So here I'm going to use the link as like this way. Then I'm going to put this image tag inside this link, image tag of the network inside this link. You can see that. And after that, I'm going to give the props that is slash network here. And now when I click this network icon in the navbar, you can see that we will be redirected to the network component. Okay, here what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy the code snippets from this invitation component. That is, I'm going to copy this show request function and this state, and I'm going to paste it in the network component here. Then after that, I'm going to call this show request inside the user text. So inside user text, I'm going to call it. And I am giving this user inside the dependency array as like this way. Okay. So next I'm going to do is to copy this section and paste it completely in the network component. Okay. So now in the invitation component, we have given the filter that means user.status equal to pending. So in the network component, we are giving user.status equal to connected. Then next I'm going to remove these buttons and I'm going to import the paper list item avatar list item text from material UI as like this way. Okay, so now you can see that this is the structure of the network component as of now. We can see the list of the user who is connected. Next I'm going to do is to bring a slight change in the post section. So here I'm going to take the post component and in the post component we have given the name of the collection as like this way. So I'm going to change it again. That means I'm giving the collection as of now users. And also the same change I'm bringing here also. So I'm going to remove this and to give users as like this way. Okay. Then next I'm going to post here as like this way. Okay. So now you can see that here is a post as like this way. So we have seen in the network component or network page of the bill, the user who is connected to the bill. So this is bill's account. And here when I take the network page, you can see that here contains the users, the list of users who is connected to the bill. Okay, here we can see that Steve is connected to bill now. So at that time, when we are taking the Steve's LinkedIn, at that time we need to see the name of the bill in the network page of the Steve's account. So I'm taking the Steve's Google account or LinkedIn. I'm going to the network page of the Steve. At that time, you can see that the network page of the Steve is empty. Actually, this network page should contain the users who are connected to the Steve. But here, actually, as of now, the name of the bill or the details of the bill should be shown in this page. So for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to the invitation component. After executing this function, this bill's network page is updated. Okay. So here I'm going to define another function. So for that, I'm going to copy directly this function and paste it here above this function here as like this way. And I'm going to change the name of the function, that is add connect. So it means that it is adding a connection collection in the Steve's account also, or Steve's Firebase account. So here a new collection will be added whenever the bill clicked the accepted button. Okay. So for that, what I'm going to do is here I'm going to bring some changes. That means here below or in the accept request function, we have given the auth.currentuser.id. Okay. So in this add connect button, add connect function, we don't want to pass the ID of the current user. We have to pass the ID of the opposite user. Okay. So for that, we are accepting the user details from this button. Okay. As of here. But now the ID of the user, that is user.id, is not complete ID. Because here in the connection component, we have used a slice for reducing that ID into 4 characters. But now I'm going to remove that slice from here. And at that time, we will get the correct ID here. Okay. So at that time, we can use this user.id directly here. Okay. Because I'm calling this add connect after this set doc in the accept request. That's like this way. And I'm passing this user details here. At that time, we can take this user here and pass the user.id here. Okay. In the second, that is connection doc. First of all, we have passed the accept doc as a first argument, and secondly, we have passed the request in, that is name of the collections or sub collection. And as a third argument, we have to pass the ID. Here we have passed the user.id, and here we have passed the current ID. So here I'm going to do the vice versa. So I am giving here as use auth.current user dot uid. Okay. The next one I'm going to do is I'm going to give the details such as designation, username, profile image, ID, status, etc. So for that, what I'm going to do is in the sidebar component, we have already used the link in the invite section. Okay. So here I'm going to pass the details such as username, designation, profile image, as like this way. So I'm going to copy this and to paste it here. Okay, so now we can use that details in the invitation component also by using the use location hook. That means I'm using the or I'm assigning the use location hook into this location variable as like this way. Okay, so now we can use that details for passing the details into this function or here. So here I'm going to use that as like designation location dot state dot designation, and like that I'm giving the username also. So here I'm going to give the username And here I'm going to give the profile image. Okay, I'm going to remove this ID here. Okay, so next I'm going to remove the request in collection from this document, and I'm going to request for, or I'm going to click on the connect button again. So in the connection component, I'm going to click on the connect button here in the Steve's account, and next I'm going to the Bill's account, and here in the invitation component, I'm going to click the accept button. At that time, you can see that in the network page of the Bill's account, there is the list of the user who is connected. Then now I'm going to the Steve's account, and you can see that I'm going to click on this network page in the Steve's account. At that time, you can see that here is also there is a list of the user who is connected to the Steve. So when we are going to the database, we can see that when we are taking the two databases, we can see that request in collection or sub collection in both of the databases. Okay. So next I'm going to do is to put a button here in this network component. So for that, I'm going to the network component and to use the button component from the material UI as like this way. And I'm going to give the name of the button as message. And I'm going to give the variant of the button as outlined as like this way. So now you can see that here is the button message. So next I'm going to do is in the app.js component, I'm going to give a root to the message component. So we have already created a component named messages before. So I'm going to give a root to that component. So here I'm going to use the root component as like this way. And inside this root component, I'm going to use the browse path, and I'm giving the root as like this way. And I'm going to give the component into the element prop as like this way. That is message. Okay. Next, I'm going to the network component, and here I'm going to give the or use the link component from the React router DOM and put this message button inside this link. Okay. Then next I'm going to give the two props in which I'm going to give the root of this component, that is message. So now what happened is when I click the message button, we will be redirected to this message component. So in the message component, I'm going to use the text field and button from the material UI. So inside this, I am going to give another div, and here I am going to use the text field from material UI as like this way, and giving the variant of this text field as outlined, and I'm giving the label as type here. Okay. The next I'm going to give the size of this text field as small. The next I'm going to use the button component, and I'm giving the name of the button as send, and I'm using the props variant which is equal to contained. So now you can see that this is the structure of the message component, and here I am going to do is to give the padding to this top div for about 30 px. So now you can see that this is a structure, and I'm going to give a margin left to this send button. So here I'm going to give the SF tag, and I'm using the margin left, that is okay. So next I'm going to give the functionality to this message component. So for that I'm going to the message component, and here I am going to define a new function. I'm giving the name of the function as send message, an arrow function. I'm going to use the add doc from the Firebase Firestore. So for that, I'm going to import the add doc from Firebase Firestore. I'm going to give the async await, and try catch. I'm going to call this send message function in the on click of the send button as like this way. Next, I'm going to define the variable that is user doc, and I'm going to use the doc function from the Firebase. As a first argument, I'm going to pass the database as like this way. And as a second argument, I'm going to give the name of the collection users. And as a third argument, we need to pass the ID. So what I'm going to do, we know that this is a database of our Firebase. And here, this is the document of the user Bill, and this is the document of the user Steve. So here, I'm going to send the message from the Steve's account. So first of all, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a subcollection named message in the Bill's document. So when the Steve is sending message, I'm going to create the message collection, subcollection containing the message of the Steve's in the Bill's document. So for that, we need to pass the Bill's document ID. Okay. So we know that we have already have an auth.currentuser.uid. That UID is of the current user's UID. So for here, it is the current user's UID is of the Steve's UID. But we need the UID of the bill. So for that, in the network component, we are already using the bill's ID, that is from the each user. So I'm going to log that each user first here as like this way. So now you can see that in the network component, when I take the console, here is the ID of the bill. So I'm going to use that ID from the network component in the message component. So for that, we have already used the link component from the React router DOM and wrapped this message button. So I am going to pass this ID from the network component to the message component. So by using the state props. So as like this way, I'm going to pass the username, that is each user dot username, and ID each user dot ID. Next, I'm passing the profile image as each user dot profile image. So here we can see that here is ID, profile image, and username as like this way. So we have passed these details to the message component. Okay. So next what I'm going to do is I'm going to use these details in the message component. So for that, I'm going to define a variable named location, and I'm going to use the use location hook from React router DOM. So here I'm going to log the location as like this way. So now you can see that in the message component, here is the details such as location.state.id, profile image, and username. So I'm going to pass this ID into this doc function as a third argument. So location dot state dot id as like this way. Next, I'm going to define another variable, and I'm giving the name of the variable as message doc, which is equal to the function doc. And as a first argument, I'm going to pass this user doc as like this way. And as a second argument, I'm going to pass the name of the subcollection, that is message. So I'm going to create a subcollection called message. So we have to give the name of the subcollection as the second argument. And as a third argument, we need to pass the ID. So I'm going to give the ID as the same ID that I have given here. So I'm copying this same ID from here and I'm going to paste it here. Okay. Then next I'm going to define another variable and I'm giving the name of the variable as message ref. And I'm going to use the collection function. And as a first argument, I'm going to pass the message doc. And as a second argument, I'm going to pass the name of the collection. So I'm going to create separate collection for separate users messages. So for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to give as message hyphen the ID. So I'm going to give the ID of the user who is sending message. So for here, as an example, the Steve is sending message. So that means the current user is sending message. So I'm going to give the ID of the current user, that is auth.current user dot UID. Okay. After that, I'm going to use this message ref as the first argument in this add doc. Okay. The next what I'm going to do is, as a second argument, we need to pass the object, that is a message. So for that, I'm going to define a state, that is message, as like this way, and set message, which is equal to use state as like this way. And I'm going to use this set message in the text field, on change of the text field here, e dot target dot value, as like this way. Then I'm going to pass this message here. Okay, so now I'm going to click on the send. I'm going to send a message here. I'm giving as hi, and I'm going to click on the send. So now you can see that a new subcollection will be created. Yes, as like this way. And you can see that there is the message hi. As of now, here the user who sent the message is Steve. This is the Steve's ID. That can be seen here. Okay. So next what I'm going to do is to show the message in the message page here. This is the Bill's account. So for that what I'm going to do is I'm going to define another function that is show message. As like this way. And I'm going to use the get doc function. That is doc get docs function. Okay. And I'm giving the async await. I'm using the try catch as like this way. And I'm giving get docs here. Next, I'm going to do is to define another variable that is user doc. So here we need to define three variables. So I'm going to copy these variables from the send message function and I'm going to paste it here. But we need to bring some changes. That means we are going to get the messages to show from the current user. That means here it is present in the bills document. So I'm going to give the auth.current user.uid here. Auth.current user.uid. And here we need to give the ID of the opposite or the user who requested for connection. Then next I'm going to give the auth.currentuser.uid in here also. Okay. So next I'm going to do is to give this message ref as the argument into this get docs function. Then next I'm going to assign this into a new variable that is data. Then I'm going to log this data. Then you can see that in the console. And I'm going to call this show message in the user pet hook. So I'm going to take the console here, and you can see that here is a query snapshot. So as of now, it is not in the form that we can use directly. So I am going to convert it. So for that, I am going to define another variable that is const filter data. This is equal to data dot docs. I'm going to map through that all docs. Okay, so I'm going to give the, or I'm going to call the data function or method on each doc. So I'm going to use that each doc here, and I'm going to give or pass the ID also, doc.id. Next, what I'm going to do is to define another variable that is message data. So here as message data, set message data as like this way, and I'm going to pass that filter data into this set message data. Okay, so now you can see that I'm going to log the message data here. So now you can see that I'm going to take the console here. Then you can see that message data here. So we have passed the ID and also the message. So I'm going to use that ID message here. So in the div, I'm going to map through the message data. That is message data to map return H5. I'm going to use it as user message and user message dot message. So now you can see that here it is the message. Okay. So next what I'm going to do is we need to pass the username and the profile image also. The username and profile image of the sender. So here it is the Steve who sent the message. So we need to pass the username and profile image of the Steve. So here we have only passed the message. So we need to pass the username and the profile image. We have given the route to the message component from the network component as like this way. So the route to the network component is given in the navbar component as like this way. And also we have the details of the current user's username and profile image in this user data. So I'm going to log the user data as like this way. So now you can see that this is the details. It contains the details such as the username, profile image, and designation email of the current user. So I'm going to pass that details into the network component. So for that, I'm going to use the state props, and I'm going to pass the details such as profile image and the username. So I'm going to do is I'm going to pass it as current user pro image as like this way, and the current user name as like this way. So now we can take that details in the network component using use location hook from the React router DOM. So I'm going to define a variable that is location, and I'm going to assign the use location hook as like this way, and I'm going to log the location. So now you can see that in the network component, here is the details such as current username and current user profile image. So next I'm going to do is to pass these details into the message component using the state props here. So here I am going to pass the current user name by using location dot state dot current user name. And next I am going to pass the profile image that is current pro image as location dot state dot current profile pro image. Okay. So now you can see that in the message component, we can take these details by using the location, use location hook. So I'm going to log this location as like this way. So now you can see that the details such as the username, profile image, ID, and the current profile image and current username also. So we can use the details here. So next what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass these details also along with the message. So here as username, that is location dot state dot current user name and profile image as location dot state dot current user pro image. So now you can see that I'm going to message one more time. So I'm going to take the message component and here I'm going to message as how are you, and I'm going to send the message. Now you can see in the database a new document has been created, that is the document which contains the message, profile image and username. So next I'm going to do is I'm going to show the username and the profile image here. Here we have already shown the message as like this way. So I'm going to show the username and the profile image. So in the image tag, I'm going to pass user message dot profile image. And here I am going to pass the user message dot username. So now you can see that here is the profile image and the username. So I'm going to give a style in this image tag such as width 30px, height 30px, and border radius 40px. So now you can see that the structure as like this way. Okay. Next, I'm going to give a style that is display flex, and also align items center. So now you can see that this is the structure. I'm going to remove this message. So now you can see that the structure very clearly. I'm going to give this message data inside this dependency array. At that time, it will load automatically. Okay, so now you can see the profile image and the user name. So I am giving a style to the message as margin left 30px and a margin left to this username also. Okay, so now you can see that this is the structure. Here I am going to give a style that is font weight as 100 as like this way. Okay, so as of now you can see that the message is showing in the bills account. That means the user who receives the message. So next, we need to show this same in the message page of the user who sent the message. So here it is Steve's message component. So for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to define another function, that is add message, in which I'm going to write the functionality for adding a subcollection message into the user who sends the message. So for that, I'm going to copy the same function and to paste it here. And I'm going to give the name of the function as add message. So here, what I'm going to do is, from the Steve's account perspective, we need to add a new subcollection in the Steve's document. So for that, we need the Steve's ID here. So here I'm going to pass the auth.current user.uid as like this way. And here also I'm going to pass the same. And here I am going to pass the bills ID. We have a location.stage.username and location.stage.profile image. So we have already logged the location here. So I'm going to take the console. So in the console, you can see that here is the ID. So when we take the database, you can see that this is the ID of bill that can be seen here. So we can pass the ID as location.state.id as like this way. Okay. After that, I'm going to call this add message function inside this send message as like this way. Okay. So now I'm going to send a message one more time. So here I'm going to give that where are you? And I'm going to send the message. At that time, you can see that it is shown in the Steve's message page also. Okay. Okay. So next I'm going to type a reply from here. And I'm going to send to the Steve. At that time, you can see that it is shown here and also in the Steve's page. Okay. So the messages functionality is completed. I'm going to change the design of this page. So for that, in the message component, I'm going to use the paper component from the material UI as like this way. Paper list item. And inside this list item, I'm going to paste this div. So now you can see that. Next, I'm going to do is I'm going to integrate the news API for listing the news in the sidebar of the home page here. So for that, I'm going to the news API website. I'm going to click on this first link. Then we will be redirected to the home page of the news API. So next, I'm going to click on the login button in the navbar. Next, I'm going to log in. I have already created the account. Okay, so logged in successfully. After login, you can see that we will have a API key. We need to use this API key when we are using the URL. So I'm going to back to home. Here I am going to click on the Get Started button in the navbar. From here, we need to select the languages that we are using. So here I am going to select the JavaScript as the language. Then when we scroll down, you can see that this is the URL that we need to use in our project. So I'm going to copy that URL and I'm going to the project. And next, I'm going to take the right bar component. Okay. So here we have already created a component called right bar. I'm going to use the URL in this component. So for that, I'm going to define a function get news, an arrow function. I'm going to use the fetch operation and I'm going to give the or paste the URL inside this fetch as like this way. Next, what I'm going to do is In this last section, I'm going to paste the API key available in the website. So I'm going to copy the API key from here and I'm going to paste it in the last section. Okay. Next, I'm going to remove this section of date. Then we will get the response. First of all, I'm going to convert that response into JSON format. After that, I'm going to log the response which is in the JSON format. Okay. So next I'm going to do is to call this get news function inside the use effect hook. So I'm going to use the use effect hook as like this way, and I'm going to call the function get news inside this use effect as like this way. Now I'm going to our project and take the console. You can see that.
So here you can see that there is showing 100 of results. So I'm going to list these news in the right bar section. So for that, first of all, I'm going to define a state, giving it as news, set news. So next I'm going to pass the JSON dot articles into this set news. So now you can see that here it is, the list is in articles. So I'm going to give as JSON dot articles. Okay, but when we look this news array, we can see that there is 100 of news are listed. But actually we don't want hundreds of newses to list in this news section. So we only need 5 or 6 news to list in this news section. So for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to define another variable and I'm giving the name of the variable as news list. And I'm going to do is to use the slice method on this news state, that is news.slice, and I'm giving as 0 to 5. Next, when I console the news list, you can see that there is only 5 newses are listed. So we are going to list these 5 newses in this section. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to map through this news list array, that is news list dot map, and I'm going to return the list as like this way. So here I'm going to give as each news and I'm going to list the title in the each news. So each news dot title. So now you can see that 5 newses are listed in this section. Okay, I'm going to give a margin top to this list as like this way. So now you can see that I'm going to give 6 here. Okay, so now this is the structure of the right sidebar. We have listed the newses. Okay,
Next, I'm going to do is to post images or video files into the database. So for that, I'm going to create a new component named file post.js. Next, I'm going to do is to copy the whole thing from the post component into this file post as like this way. Then I'm giving here file post. Here I am going to remove this text field. Next, I am going to call this file post component in the middle component. We have already called the post component here. So I'm going to call this file post below this post component as like this way. Next, I'm going to define another ref, that is file post ref as user. Next, I'm going to do is I'm going to give the on click in the 3 image tag, that is here and here. And I'm going to change this into file post ref. And here I'm going to give the ref as file post ref. Okay. Next, I'm going to the file post component, and I'm going to do is to use the file upload input or the input type file. So now you can see that whenever I click this image button, this model will be shown. Here you can see that there is a file type input. So next I'm going to do is I'm going to define a ref inside this file post component. So I'm going to define a ref, that is const file ref, which is equal to user. Now, then next I'm going to do is I'm going to assign this ref into this input field as like this way. Next I'm going to do is I'm going to give this on click of this ref inside the open model button. So here we have called the function open model. So I'm going to give the file ref dot current dot click function here. Next I'm going to do is to put this file ref dot current dot click inside this set timeout function by giving 1 second here. So I'm going to put this inside this set timeout, and next I'm going to click on this image icon. At that time you can see that window for choose the file to upload will be open. Okay. Next I'm going to do is to hide this choose file input. So for that I'm going to give a style, that is in the style attribute I'm going to give as display none. So now you can see that it is hidden. Okay. So I'm going to remove this text from here. Then next I'm going to do is I'm going to define a new state file set file, and I'm going to use this set file in the input field. So here in the on change of this input field, I'm going to use this set file as like this way. And here I'm going to take the event and I'm giving the URL dot create object URL, and inside this I'm going to give the e dot target dot files as like this way. Next I'm going to show this file as a preview here. So for that I'm going to use the image tag as like this way, and I'm giving this preview, that is file here. So now you can see that I'm going to click this image icon, then I'm going to select an image. At that time you can see that it is shown here. So I'm going to put this below this image. So for that I'm going to give the br tag as like this way. So now you can see that this is the structure. So next what I'm going to do is here in the component you can see that there is already a function that is add post which have already defined in the post component. So here in the post component we can see that they have given the text post username designation and profile images to the database. So from this file post component I'm going to give the file post also into this database. So here I'm going to give as a new file post as like this way, and I'm going to add the file that is from here. Actually, we are not adding this text post username designation profile image from this file post component. So I'm going to remove these four things from here. So now only file post or file is only added to the database from this component. Next, I'm going to remove text. Next, I'm going to remove this user data, which we are not using here. And also I'm going to remove this function. Okay, so now you can see that this is the structure of file post component. So I'm going to click on this image icon again. At that time, you can see that this, and I'm going to click on the done button. So at that time, you can see that a new post will be added, which contains the file that we uploaded. Next, I'm going to do is to show the post in the home page. So in the middle component, we have already used the card media as like this way. So we have written a condition randomly that is post.photo. I'm going to change that post dot that to post dot file. So here you can see that it is file post. So I'm giving as post dot file post. So if the post dot file post is available, then it will show the card media post. It shows the post dot file post. Otherwise, it will show the default image. So here you can see that here it is showing the file that we have uploaded. Okay. Here in the file post component, we need to pass the designation, profile image, and username also as like that in the post component. So we don't want to pass the text post as like that of post component. So I'm going to copy these three things and to paste it here, which we have removed before. Okay, as like this way. So when we are adding this username designation and profile image to the database, we need to give the user data here. So for that, we need to define that functions get user, and also you need to call that in the user file. So I'm going to copy these two things and also this state, and I'm going to paste it here. Okay. Next, I'm going to give a style in the image tag as like this way. So I'm giving as width 500 px, and I'm going to post an image as like that of before. So I'm going to click or select another image. I'm going to click on the done button. That time you can see that here new post is shown in the home page. So here next I'm going to do is in the home component I'm going to give the height as 100%. Okay. So we have posted two images. So like that we can post different image as like this way. At that time we can see that in the database as of now it is showing designation and profile image username along with the file post. So that's why we can see the name and the profile image here. Next, I'm going to bring some changes in the design part of the website. So first of all, I'm going to do for that to take the original LinkedIn account. So this is the original LinkedIn website. and this is our clone website. So first of all, I'm going to do is to, in the middle component, I'm going to give the state post in this dependency array. Okay. So next I'm going to do is to increase the size of this logo. Okay. So in the navbar component, I'm increasing the size of the logo. That is, as of now, it is 25. I'm giving it as 30 px. So now you can see that the size has been increased. I think we need to increase the size much more. So I'm giving 35. Okay. So next I'm going to do is to add the distance between the icons in the navbar. So first of all, I'm going to do is, you can see that in the original LinkedIn, the home button or home icon is in here. But in our clone, it is in here. So I'm going to change the grid item in the navbar. So here we have given the grid item xx equal to 5, 6 and 6. So I'm going to give it as 5 and 7. So now you can see that it will be changed. Yes. Now you can see that home icon in the actual place. So next I'm going to give a margin left to, or increasing margin left to these icons. So here we can see that we have given the margin left as like this way. So I'm giving margin left as 50, 50 and 50. So now you can see that these icons were moved apart. Okay. Next I'm going to do is to change the video icon in the home page to calendar. So as of now in the updated LinkedIn website, you can see that here it is media, here it is event, and here it is write article. So I'm going to do is to change this video icon into the calendar icon. So for that, I'm going to import an image from my system. So I have downloaded an image of calendar. So I'm going to import this image into the project. Okay. So here I'm going to import this image calendar into this images folder here. So now you can see that this is the image that I'm going to use. So for that, I'm going to the middle component, and I'm going to import the calendar image in the place of video image. Okay. So next I'm going to replace the image video using this calendar. Okay. So now you can see that the structure has been changed. Okay. So next I'm going to give here the names. That is, here I am giving as media. Here I am giving as event. And here I am giving as write article. So now you can see that the structure has been changed. So I am going to reduce the margin left from here. So I am giving margin left 150 px. And here I am also giving the margin left as like this way. Okay. I'm going to reduce the margin left here one more time. Okay. Next I'm going to do is, in the middle, I'm going to remove this on click from this event and the write article. The next I'm going to the file post component. Here we know that we have already have an input field with the type of file. We have made that input field hidden by giving the style display none. Next I'm going to do is to give a button as like this way. And you can see that when we go to the LinkedIn original website and they click the media button, at that time you can see that when we close this window, there is a button for upload from computer. So I'm going to make that button. So I'm giving as upload from computer as like this way. And I'm giving the variant as contained. So now you can see that this is the button. Okay. So now you can see that this is the upload from computer button. Then next I'm going to do is, I'm going to give a style, that is SX border radius for about 30 px. So now you can see that this is a structure. Okay. Next, I'm going to give the on click here, and in the inside this on click, I'm going to do is to give the function that we have already given in this open model. So I'm going to copy this file of .current.click, and I'm going to put that in this on click of the upload from computer button. So here you can see that when I click this button, at that time also this window will open for file upload. So here you can see that we can upload the file as like this way. Okay, and also I'm giving this text also. So here after the button, I'm going to give H for select files to begin. Okay, I'm giving H3 here, and I am giving the style, that is font weight 500. Okay, and also I'm giving as H6 share images or videos, share your images or videos. Okay, next I'm going to do is to change the design of these connections and invitations text. So for that, I'm going to the sidebar component. From here, I'm going to give the style to this link. So here I'm giving the style as text decoration to none. I'm giving the same style to this invite link also. So now you can see that the style as like this way. Then I'm giving gray color to this. Here also. So now you can see that this is a structure as of now. So next I'm going to do is to capitalize the first letter of this name and the designation. So for that, I'm going to take the sign in component, and I'm going to give methods in this text field. So here I'm going to give as e.target.value dot char at method. I'm giving as 0. At that time we will get the first letter. Then dot to uppercase. To uppercase will convert that into capital letter, or it will capitalize the letter. Next I'm going to do is to add the other part of the string using slice method. One argument into the slice method. Here we need to give this e.target.value here dot slice. Okay, so now you can see that I'm going to log in again. Here I'm giving a Steve, CEO, sign in. At that time you can see that the first letter is capitalized. Okay, so I'm giving this same method to this designation also. I'm going to copy this and to paste it here. So now you can see that I'm going to log in again, Steve, CEO, and sign in. So now you can see that. Next I'm going to do is to align this designation and the name at the center. So for that I'm going to take the sidebar component, and here I am going to give the text align center. So I'm going to remove this, and I'm giving as text align center. I'm giving this same style here in this designation part also. So that is text align center. Next, I'm going to remove this style, that is position relative left to, from here also. So now you can see that the designation and the name is aligned clearly at the center. Okay. Next, I'm going to give the accept attribute in the file upload of media. So for that, I'm going to the file post component, and here I'm going to give the accept attribute as like this way. That is image slash star, comma, video slash star. Okay, so now you can see that we can only select the image or video. Okay. Next, I'm going to change the size of the profile image in the sidebar and in the middle component. So I'm going to the sidebar component, and I'm going to increase as the size of the profile image. So here I'm going to give the width as 65px. So now you can see that the size is increased. So I'm going to reduce the size here in the middle component. So in the middle component, I'm going to give the size of the image as 55. Okay. Then next I'm going to give a margin left to the sidebar. Okay. So I'm going to the sidebar component, and here I am going to give the margin left for about 45. Okay. The next I'm going to increase as the width little bit. Okay, so I'm giving a width here, that is 240 or 230 px. I'm giving that width to this banner also, that is this image width as 230 px. Okay. Next I'm going to reduce this border radius in the sidebar and in the right bar also. So here we have given the border radius 15px, so I'm giving as 10px. And next I'm giving this border radius to this border top right radius, that is 10px, and border top left radius 10px. And also in the right bar, I'm going to give the border radius as 10px. Okay, so now you can see that border radius has changed. Okay. Next, I'm going to reduce the padding here in the home component. So here we have given the padding as 40px. I'm giving as 20px now. So now you can see that the padding has been reduced. I'm going to give the margin left here once more, that is in the sidebar, 55px. Okay. So this is a structure as of now. Next, I'm going to do is to remove this preview after uploading the image. So here is a preview. In the file post component, I'm going to give set file as empty here in the add post function. So at the time you can see that when I click the done button, this preview will be moved away. Next, I'm going to give the link to the network component for this message icon. So in the navbar, you can see that here is the message icon. So I'm going to give it as network here also. Okay. And here also I'm going to pass this state. I'm going to click on this message icon. At that time, you can see that we will be redirected to this network component itself. Okay. Then at last, I'm going to use the logout functionality from the Firebase or logout authentication. So in the navbar, I'm going to use this logout. So for that, I'm going to use a button named logout. So here below this image, I'm going to use the button from the material UI. as like this way, and I'm giving the name of the button as logout. So now you can see that the button here. So I'm going to give the size as small, and I'm giving the variant as contained, as like this way. Okay, I'm going to give the SX tag, and in this SX tag, I'm going to give the background color as black, white, and the color as black. So now you can see that the structure of this logout button is like this way. I'm going to put this button into another grid. So I'm going to give another grid, and I'm giving here as item SX1, and here I am giving it as 6. And I'm putting this button inside this grid. So as like this way at the end. Okay, I think this will be fine. So next I'm going to do is to define a function that is const logout, which is equal to, I'm going to use the function sign out from the Firebase as like this way, and I'm giving the async await, and I'm giving the try catch, and I'm putting this sign out functionality inside this try as like this way. Next, I'm going to call this function logout in this button, on click of this button as like this way. Okay. Next, I'm going to give this auth, which we have defined in the setup.js file. And also I'm providing the Google provider, which we have defined in the setup.js file. So in the setup.js file, we can see that we have defined the auth and the Google provider. So I have given that auth and Google provider in the sign out function. So now you can see that I'm going to click on the sign out button. And then you can see that the user has logged out. Okay, so here there is no user and the post. So next what I'm going to do is to, after signing, we have to navigate into the login or sign in component. So here I'm going to use the use navigate hook from React router DOM. So I'm going to assign use navigate into this variable that is navigate. And here I'm going to use this navigate variable as like this way. Okay, as like this way. So now you can see that after clicking logout, we will be redirected to this sign in component. So I'm going to give the name and the designation again, and I'm going to click on the sign in button. Now we will be logged in and will be redirected. Next, I'm going to click on the logout button again. At that time, we will be logged out and we will be redirected to this sign in component. So we have completed our LinkedIn clone website. I think it is very useful to you. So first of all, I'm going to show you the demo of our project. So here you can see that this is the first page of our Gmail clone. So in this page, you can see that here is a button that is sign in with the Google button. So whenever we click the sign in with the Google button, at that time we will be redirected to the home page. So I'm going to click on the sign in with the Google button. At that time a pop-up will be arrived and we will be redirected to the home page after login by using our Google account. Okay. So in our home page you can see that there is a nav bar and a left panel, right panel, etc. So in the nav bar, you can see that here is the logo, Gmail, and a search, a text field is here. And here you can see the profile section. So first of all, I'm going to click on the profile section. So in the profile section, you can see that the email ID, then the name of the user, and here is the logout button. Okay, then also here you can see the profile image. So next, I'm going to show you the sidebar. So in the sidebar, you can see there is a compose button. So compose button is used to enter the mail. So when I click this compose, you can see that here is a pop-up arrived. So here you can see that I'm going to type the mail ID of the recipient. So here I'm going to give the mail ID as like this way. And I'm going to give the subject and I'm giving the content as like this way. Then next I'm going to click on the send button. So at that time you can see that we have sent the mail. So next I'm going to log in by using the other account. So here I'm going to take the other account and I'm going to log in by using that account. So here you can see that in the home page, this is the mail that we have sent now. Okay. So in the mail, you can see that there is three icons, that is a star icon, a snooze icon, and a delete icon. So when I click this delete icon, you can see that that mail has gone. Okay. So next I'm going to send a mail again as like this way. So next I'm going to click on the send button. So at that time you can see that in the other mail account, here is the mail that we have sent now. Okay. Then here, next I'm going to do is I'm going to click on this star icon. I'm going to click on this starred in the left panel. So here you can see that the mail that we have starred. Okay. So next I'm going to do is in the inbox, I'm going to click on this snooze icon. So at that time you can see that this mail will be gone from the inbox, and you can see that I'm going to click on the snoozed icon here or snoozed button here. At that time that mail will be in the snoozed. Okay. So next I'm going to do is to click on the send. You can see that the message or mail that we have sent before. Okay, fine. Then next what I'm going to show you that here you can see that I'm going to search for a particular user as like this way. So now you can see that we can search for that particular user. The next what I'm going to do is here in the right panel you can see that there is three icons. That is one icon is for calendar, then the icon for contacts, then icon for notes or task. So I'm going to click on the calendar icon, and here I'm going to do is to add an event. So I'm going to add an event like product launch, and I'm going to select a date. So here I'm going to select this date. The next I'm going to click on add button. Then I'm going to click on show. At the time you can see that the event that we have added. Okay. So next I'm going to click on the contacts icon, and I'm going to add a contact as like this way. And I'm going to give a random number here, and I'm going to click on add button. At the time you can see that when I click the show button here, you can see the name and the mobile number. Then next I'm going to click on the task icon. At that time you can see that we can add a to do. So here I'm going to add a to do as like this way. Then I'm going to click on the add button, and next I'm going to click on the show button. At that time you can see the to do that we have added. Okay. So this is the section in the right panel. So we have discussed about this inbox, star, the snooze, the send, and compose button, and here as well. Then I have told about this search bar, and here you can see that there is a profile section. Then next I'm going to show you the responsiveness of the app. So I'm going to take the inspect, and here you can see that this is responsive. I'm going to take the smallest device from here. Okay. Then next I'm going to do is I'm going to click on this profile section, and here you can see that there is a sign out button. So I'm going to click on this sign out button, and we will be redirected to the sign in page after logout. I have created a new React.js project using create React app, and I have removed all the boilerplate codes or unwanted files. Then I have changed the app.js component. Here you can see the project. So first of all, I'm going to do is to create the sign in page of the Gmail account. So here you can see that this is the sign in page, the model of the sign in page of the Gmail account. So I'm going to create a page similar to this. So first of all, I'm going to do is to install the Material UI into our project. So for that, I'm going to take the Material UI website. Here I'm going to click on this first link. Next, I'm going to click on this Get Started button. So I'm going to click on this installation button. Okay. In this installation page, you can see that at the beginning itself, there is commands for installing Material UI into our project. So I'm going to copy the command. Next, I'm going to run the command in the new terminal. So here, I'm going to run this command. So now Material UI will be installed into our project. So Material UI has been installed into our project. We can see it in the package.json. Okay. So next I'm going to do is to create a new component called the sign in the components folder. So here in this components folder, I'm going to create a new component called the sign in as like this way. Next, I'm going to call this sign in component in this app.js. as like this way. So now you can see that here. Then next I'm going to do is to use the button component from the material UI. So here I'm going to use the button component as like this way. So I have imported the button from material UI. Next, I'm going to give the name of the button. As in this clone, I'm going to use the Google authentication itself for login. So I'm going to give the name of the button as sign in with Google as like this way. Then I'm going to give the size as I'm going to give the variant as contained. So now you can see the button here as like this way. So here you can see that this is the sign in page of the Gmail account. So here you can see there is a text as create a Google account and enter your name. So I'm going to give or use the H1 tag here. I'm giving as create your Google clone account as like this way. Then here I am going to give as in the H3 tag, click the sign in button. Okay. So now you can see the structure as like this way. Next, I'm going to give a style to this H1 tag and the H3 tag. Here in this style, I'm going to give as font weight 200. I'm giving this same style into this H3 tag also. So I'm going to copy that and to paste it here. So now you can see that the structure as like this way. Next, I'm going to do is to put this inside another div as like this way. I'm going to paste this H1 tag, H3 tag and this button here. Next, I'm going to do is to give a style for this div border 1px solid gray. Okay, so now you can see the border here. So I'm going to give a padding to that div. That is, I'm giving as 20px. Next, I'm going to give a style to this div. That is, I'm giving as position absolute top 40 percentage, left 35 percentage. So now you can see the structure as like this way. It is in the center. Okay. Then next I'm going to give a style to this div, that is text align to center. So now you can see that the text is aligned as like this way. Okay. So next I'm going to give a border radius also here. Border radius of about 5 px. Okay. Then after that I'm going to use an image tag above all that other tags. So here I am going to give the source attribute, and inside the source attribute I am going to use an image. So I have already downloaded an image of Google. So I'm going to import that image into the project. So for that I'm going to create a new folder called images. So I'm going to import an image, that is this image, into this images folder. Okay. So this is the image that we are going to use. So first of all, I'm going to import that into the component as social from images slash social png. Okay, then I'm going to use this social inside this source attribute as like this way. So now you can see the image here. Next, I'm going to give the style for that image to reduces the size. That is, I'm giving the width as 30px. I'm going to increases the size. Okay, so now you can see the structure as like this way. I'm going to reduces the top here. I'm giving as 25 percentage. And next I'm going to do is to increases the height of this div. So here I am going to give the height of the div as 310. and here I am giving as 20%, and also I am reducing the left to 30%. Okay, so now you can see the structure as like this way. So this is the sign page of the original Gmail website. So this is the sign in page of our Gmail clone. So next I'm going to do is to give an H2 tag here. Okay, fine. Next I'm going to give the functionality for this sign in with the Google button. So for that I'm going to use the Firebase authentication. So I'm going to the Firebase website, and here I'm going to click on this first link. Then we will be redirected to a section. Here I'm going to click on this get started button. Next I'm going to click on this add project button, and I'm going to give the name of the project as Gmail clone. Then next I'm going to click on this continue button. After that I'm going to disable this analytics, and I'm going to click on this create project. Next, a new Firebase project will be created. So our new Gmail clone project is created. I'm going to click on the continue button. Okay. So next we will be redirected to the console of our project. Here you can see that Gmail clone. So here you can see that there is three icons. That is iOS, Android, and web. So today we are going to create the website. So I'm going to click on this web icon. Then we can see that first of all we need to do is we need to register the app. So for registering app, we need to give the name of the app. I'm going to give the name of the app as Gmail clone. So here I'm going to give as Gmail clone. Next, I'm going to click on the register app button. So as a second step, we need to install the Firebase into our project. So as I'm using npm, I'm going to copy this command and to run the command in the new terminal. So now Firebase will be installed into our project. So Firebase has been installed into our project. So now you can see that in the package.json, here is the Firebase. Okay. So next I'm going to the Firebase. Here you can see that after installation, we need to copy this code snippet and paste it in our project. So for that, I'm going to create a new folder called Firebase, and I'm going to create a new file inside this folder. I'm giving it as setup.js. So here I'm going to paste that code snippet completely, and I'm going to remove these comments as like this way. So here you can see that here is a Firebase config which contains API key, auth domain, project ID, etc. We don't want to bring any changes to this Firebase config. So I'm going to minimize this. So you can see that here they have initialized the app by importing the initialized app from the Firebase app, and they have assigned that into the app variable. Okay. So the first thing that we need to do is to import one thing from the Firebase auth. So for that, first of all, I'm going to enable the authentication in the Firebase. So after this code snippet, I'm going to click on this continue to console button. Then here you can see that in the sidebar, there is a build button. So I am going to click on that build button. And in this build button, you can see authentication, app check, file store, database, real-time database, etc. So from here, I'm going to click on this authentication. Then next, I'm going to click on the get started button. So after clicking this get started button, we will be redirected to this authentication page. From here, you can see that there are different providers. So here you can see that there is native providers, that is email, password, or phone, or anonymous, like that. So here you can see that there is additional providers, that is Google, Facebook, Play Games, GitHub, Twitter, etc. And here also there is custom providers. So in this project, I'm going to use the Google as a provider. So I'm going to click on this Google icon. Then you can see that I'm going to enable this, select my Gmail account. Okay. Next, I'm going to click on the save button. Then you can see the notification that is Google is enabled. Okay. Then next, I'm going to the project, and here I'm going to import one thing from the Firebase auth. So that is import from Firebase auth as like this way. So the thing that I'm going to import from Firebase auth is get auth. Okay. So we have first imported the get auth from the Firebase auth. So next I'm going to do is to define another variable. So here after app, I'm going to define another variable, and I'm giving the name of the variable as auth. And I'm going to assign the get auth function as like this way. Then inside this get auth function, I'm going to pass the app variable. Okay. So the thing is that when we are using this Firebase file store or the authentication, the common thing that we need to do is to pass this app into this function as an argument. Okay. So I'm going to copy this app and pass it here. Then next, I'm going to export this auth variable for using it in other files. Okay. So first we have imported the get auth from the Firebase auth. Then the next thing that we need to import is, we know that we are using the Google as a provider. So I'm going to import Google auth provider from the same Firebase auth as like this way. As like that of auth, I'm going to create or define another variable. So I'm going to give the name of the variable as Google provider. And I'm going to assign the Google auth provider function as like this way. New Google auth provider. And inside this Google auth provider also, I'm going to pass the app function, app variable as like this way as the argument. Okay. So next I'm going to do is to export this Google provider so that we can use it in other files. Okay. So setup.js file for doing the Google authentication is completed. So next I'm going to the sign in component. Here I'm going to define a new function. So I'm going to define a function called as Google sign in. Okay. As like this way. So it is an arrow function. So next I'm going to do is I have to import one function from the Firebase auth in this component also. Okay, so I'm going to import a function from the Firebase auth. So the function that we need to import from the Firebase auth is sign in with pop-up. Okay, so this is the function that we need to import from Firebase auth for Google authentication. And I'm going to use this function inside this Google sign in as like this way. Okay, the next I'm going to give async await and also try catch. Then next I'm going to pass this sign in with a pop-up function inside this try. Okay. So the next thing that we have to do is we have to pass an argument into this sign in with a pop-up. We have to pass two arguments here. That means the first argument that we need to pass is we have already defined a variable that is auth in the setup.js file. Import that from the Firebase setup.js file. Okay, so we have imported the auth from the Firebase setup and we have given it as an argument into this sign in with a pop-up function. Okay, as a first argument, we need to pass two arguments into this sign in with a pop-up function. So first argument we have passed the auth, and second argument we have already defined that argument in the setup.js file along with this auth, that is Google provider. So I'm going to pass that as also the second argument or an argument into this sign in with a pop-up function. So we have imported this auth and Google provider here. Then the next thing or the last thing that we need to do here is to call this Google sign-in function. And I'm going to call this Google sign-in function inside the on click of the button sign in with Google. So here I'm going to give it as like this way. Okay, so now I'm going to click on this sign in with Google. So now you can see that a pop-up will be arrived and we can select the Google account. So I'm going to select a Google account from this pop-up. So here I'm going to click on this Google account. At that time, you can see that the user is logged in. So when we go to this Firebase console, you can see that here is users section. Here you can see the user who is logged in as like this way. So next I'm going to show you how to check whether the user is logged in or not in our code. So for that I'm going to do is I'm going to console the auth. So the auth is the variable that we have already defined and we have imported here. I'm going to console that auth here. So I'm going to take the console and you can see that in the console, here is the auth. Okay, the auth contains a current user. That current user contains the details of the user, that is email ID, display name, his email is verified or not, etc. Okay, from that we can understand that the user is logged in. So next I'm going to do is to check whether this page is responsive or not. So for that I'm going to first click this icon here. Then I'm going to reduce the size as like this way. So as of now you can see that this button and this text is moved out of that div. So next what I'm going to do is I'm going to give height as min height here. So I'm going to give as min height to 310 px and max width to 350 px. Okay. So now you can see that button and the text is not overlapped. Okay. Next I'm going to do is here you can see that it is touching the line of the screen. Here you can see that the border is touching the line of the screen when we reduces the size of the screen. So for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to give a padding to the top div. So here you can see that this is a top div. I'm going to give a padding to this div here as like this way. Padding for about 110 px. Okay. So now you can see that the structure as like this way. It is now responsive. Then next I'm going to give changes to this. So next I'm going to create the home page of our Gmail clone. Here you can see that this is the home page of the original Gmail account. Here you can see there is a navbar, then there is a left sidebar, then there is a middle section, and also you can see a side panel. Okay. So first of all, I'm going to create the navbar of our Gmail clone. Okay. So for that, I'm going to do first is to create a new component called navbar in this components folder as like this way. Okay, so here we have created a new component called navbar. The next thing I'm going to do is call this component in the app.js file. So here in the app.js file, I'm going to call this navbar component as like this way. Okay, so now you can see that here. So here, next I'm going to do is I'm going to use the app bar component from the material UI. So here you can see that in the material UI, there are a different type of app bar. So I'm going to select one of the easiest or simple app bar. So here you can see that this is one of the simple app bar. So I'm going to copy the complete source code from here and I'm going to paste it in the navbar component as like this way. Then next I'm going to do is to change the name here as like this way. Okay. So now you can see that this is the structure. Okay. So here you can see a menu is there, menu icon and the name of the project. So I'm going to change the name into Gmail. Then next you can see that I'm going to use the image tag here above the name. So I'm going to use the image tag as like this way. And inside this image tag, I'm going to use the source attribute. And in the source attribute, I'm going to use an image. So for that, I'm going to import an image from my system. So I'm going to import this image, the logo of Gmail, into this images folder. So I'm going to import that image into this component as Gmail from images slash gmail.png. So I'm going to use this image here directly. So now you can see that. So now you can see the structure as like this way. So next I'm going to reduce the size of this image. So for that I'm going to use the style attribute as like this way. So I'm going to give here width to VW. VW means viewport width. That means it is the 2% of the entire screen width. Okay. So when we are reducing the screen size, we can see that the size of this image also will reduces apparently. Okay. So that's why I have given viewport. So next I'm going to do is next I'm going to change the background color of this app bar. So for that I'm going to give the SS tag in this app bar component and I'm going to give the background color as like this way. Then here I'm going to do is to give that F9, F9, F9. Okay, so now you can see the background color as like this way here. Then next I'm going to do is to give the color to this name of the clone and the menu icon. So here I'm going to give the color of this menu icon as like this way. So now you can see the color of the menu icon here. The next I'm going to give the same color to this typography of the name of the clone. So here I'm going to give as SX tag color. Then I'm going to remove this color inherit. Okay, fine. Then next I'm going to give a margin left to this typography. That is margin left of about 10 px. Okay, Fine. Then next you can see that in the middle section, there is a text field. Next, I'm going to create a text field as like this way. So before that, I'm going to do is I'm going to divide this into three parts. For that, I'm going to use the grid component from the material UI. So here, first of all, I'm going to wrap whole of this box component using a grid as like this way. And I'm going to give container into that grid. Okay, so here I'm going to give as container to the top grid. And I'm going to divide this into three grid. Okay, that means here you can see that I'm going to divide this navbar into three parts. That is, one part contains the menu icon, the logo of the Gmail, and the name. Then second part contains this text field only, and third part contains this profile image. Okay, so I'm going to use grid, and I'm going to divide it into three parts as like this way. So in this first part, I'm going to do is to give as item xx is equal to 2. In the second part, I'm going to give as item xx is equal to 9. And here I am going to give as item xx is equal to 1. Okay, so now you can see the structure as like this way. So I'm going to put this typography, image, and icon inside this first grid as like this way. And in the second grid, I am going to create a text field. So you can see that a text field and a lens image icon. So I am going to import that lens icon from my system. So here you can see that this is the lens icon. So I'm going to import that into this images folder. So next I'm going to import that into this navbar component as like this way. So import lens from images slash lens.png. Then next I'm going to use that lens image in this grid. So for that I'm going to use an image tag as like this way. And here I'm going to use the lens image. So now you can see that here is the image as like this way. So I'm going to give a style, that is I'm going to give the width as to viewport width. Okay, so I'm going to give the height also. So here I'm going to give the height as to viewport width. Okay, then next I'm going to use the input as like this way, and I'm going to give the placeholder as search main. Okay, so here you can see that. Then I'm going to give the style such as height and width as like this way. So here I'm going to give the height as 3 viewport width, and I'm going to give the width as 65 viewport width. Okay, or 60 viewport width. Okay, fine. The next I'm going to do is to give a background color for this input field. So here I'm going to give as background color E for EFFA. That means E for EFFA as like this way. So now you can see that the structure as like this way. Next I'm going to do is to remove the border of this input field. Here you can see that as like this way. So I'm going to give as border none. Okay, fine. Yeah. Next I'm going to put this image and the input field inside a div. So here I'm going to give a div as like this way, and I'm going to put these two things into this. And here in this div, I'm going to do is to give a style. So I'm going to give a style that is border radius to 40 px, and I'm going to give a background color also. So I'm going to give the background color as E for EFFA as like this way. So now you can see the structure now as like this. The next I'm going to give a style to this lens image. So here I am given the height and width. The next I'm going to give as align items to center. Okay, as like this way. So now you can see the structure has like this way here. So I'm going to give a margin left 15 px. The next I'm going to reduce the size. So here I'm going to give as 1.3 viewport width. Okay, here I'm going to give as display flex and align items to center. Okay, so now you can see the structure as like this way. Then next I'm going to give a margin left to this input field also. So here I'm going to give as margin left 10 px as like this way. So this is the structure as of now. So here I am going to give the width of this text field. So here in the div, I am going to give a width as like this way. I'm going to give the 60 viewport width a 65. Okay, fine. So I'm going to reduce the viewport width in this text field also. Okay. So here we have given the height at 1.3. So I'm going to give as 1.6 viewport width. So next I'm going to give a height to the div, that is height as I'm going to give as same height viewport width 1.3 as like that of the input field. I'm going to give as okay 3.7 viewport width. Okay, fine. This is the structure as of now. The next I'm going to give some changes to this section, the first grid. So here I'm going to put this into a div as like this way. So here I'm going to use the div tag and I'm going to put this icon, image and the name inside this div. So here in the div I'm going to give a style as display flex and align items to center. So here I'm going to give a style as like this way, that is display flex and align items to center. Okay, so now you can see the structure as like this way. Okay, fine. The next I'm going to increase the height of this tab bar completely. So here I'm going to give a height 6 viewport width. Okay, fine. The next I'm going to give a padding top. So I'm going to give a padding top of about 7 px. Padding top for about 7 px as like this way. So now you can see that the structure as like this. Fine. The next I'm going to do is to give a padding right to 30 px. Okay, so now you can see that this is the structure. The next I'm going to do is I'm going to use the avatar component in this third grid for the showing the profile image. So here I'm going to use as avatar component from the material UI itself. Here I'm going to give a source, and here I'm going to use the auth that we have already defined the auth in the Firebase setup.js file here. So I'm going to import that auth here, auth from Firebase/setup. Okay, so I'm going to give auth contains a property called current user. That current user contains a property called photo URL. So I'm going to give as auth.current user.photo URL. So as of now, it will be look like this way. When we log in, it will show the profile image. Okay, next I'm going to give a margin left also. Here I'm going to give a margin left. So for that I'm going to use SS tag and I'm going to give a margin left of about 90 px. Okay, fine. So this is the structure as of now. You can see that the structure of the navbar. Okay, I think it is fine. Next, I'm going to shrink the screen. Here you can see that the size of the menu icon is not reducing and size of the name is also not reducing. So here we have given the Gmail. So I'm going to give a font size for about 3 viewport width. So at that time you can see that this is the width as of now. So I'm going to give as 2 viewport width. Okay, or 1.5, 1.6. Okay, fine. Yes, it is great. The next I'm going to do is to shrink the screen. So at that time you can see that the size of this name Gmail is reducing as we reduces the size of the screen. Okay, fine. So logo and the name is fine. Next, I'm going to give the size to this menu icon. So in this menu icon, I'm going to give an XX tag and I'm going to give the width as the same width of this Gmail icon or logo. So I'm going to give as 2 viewport width. So at that time, you can see that the structure is like this way. Okay, fine. So next thing I'm going to do is to reduces the screen size. At that time, you can see that the size of the menu icon is also reducing as well. So next you can see that the app bar is not adjusting as we're reducing the size of the screen. So here I'm going to do first, I'm going to give as elevation to 0. So now you can see that the structure is like this way. So next I'm going to do is to give a height here. So here I have given the height as 5 viewport width. So I'm going to give as min height. Okay, so now you can see the structure as like this way. The next I'm going to give the min width also. So here I'm going to give as min width 100 viewport width. Okay. So now you can see that here is as like this way. So next we have already given a margin left to this avatar. So here I am going to give as margin left as for the about 7 viewport width. Okay. So now as of now you can see that this is a structure 7.5. Okay. So as of now when I reduce the screen size you can see that it is also responsive. Then here I am going to reduce the size of this avatar also. As I am giving the size of this avatar that is width and height to 3 viewport width. Okay, so now you can see that this is a structure. So I'm going to reduce the screen size again. Yeah, it is fine. Now it is responsive as like this way. Next, I'm going to change the given margin left and margin right to the viewport form. So here I'm going to give as viewport 3 viewport. And here also you can see that we have given a margin left. So I'm going to give as 3 viewport width. And here we have given already there is a margin right of about 2. Then I'm going to give as 2 viewport width as like this way. So now you can see that when we reduces the size, it is not overlapping and everything is fine. Here I am going to increases the size, reduces the width of this text field first. That is I'm giving as 45. Then here I am going to give as 55. Okay. When we reduces the size of this screen, now it is fine. So here I am going to give a margin left to this div also. Then I think there will be a margin left when we convert it into font size. So I'm giving as margin left 3 viewport width here as well. So now you can see that here there is a distance between this email name and this search field. Okay, so it is fine now. So here you can see that we have created the navbar of our Gmail clone. So next I'm going to do is to create the left panel. So in the original Gmail account homepage, you can see that there is a left panel, middle section, and the right panel. So I'm going to create the left panel. So for that, next I'm going to create a new component that is left panel as like this way, left panel.js. Okay, so here I'm going to give as left panel. Next I'm going to do is to create another component that is main.js. So next I'm going to do is I'm going to call this main component in the app.js. So I'm going to remove this navbar from this app.js and I'm going to call the main component here as like this way. So next I'm going to do is I'm going to divide the home page by using grid component from the material UI. So I'm going to import the grid and into the top grid I'm going to give as container as like this way. Then next I'm going to give the grid inside this as like this way. So here I'm going to give as item xx equal to 12 for navbar, and into the second grid I'm going to give as item xx is equal to 2 for the left panel. So here I'm going to call the navbar component as like this way. And here I am going to call the left panel as like this way. Okay, so here you can see that this is the structure as of now. So next I'm going to do is, here you can see that in the original Gmail account, the color, that means the background color of the left panel and the navbar is same. So I'm going to give the same background color of the navbar into the left panel. So here I'm going to give as div style, that is background color. I'm going to give the same background color of the navbar. So I'm going to copy the background color from the navbar as like this way, and I'm going to paste it in the left panel as well. Okay, next I'm going to give a min height for about 100 VH. Okay, so I have given the min height also. So now you can see the structure as like this way. Okay, so next you can see that here is a button, that is a compose button. Okay, so I'm going to create a compose button. So for that I'm going to do is to use the div inside this div here as like this way. And here I'm going to use the image tag. And inside this image tag, I'm going to give an image into this source attribute. So I'm going to give an image, that means I'm going to import an image from my system. So here you can see that I'm going to import this image into the images folder here. So next I'm going to do is to import that image into this component. So as import, I'm going to rename this into pen. Okay. So now you can see that I'm going to import that image here from images slash pen.png. Okay. The next I'm going to do is to use that image here. Then after that, I'm going to give a style, that is width for about 1.4 VW. VW, that means viewport width, for making it responsive. Okay. Then next I'm going to use the H4 tag here. So I'm going to give as compose, and I'm going to give a style, that is display flex and align items to center. Okay, so now you can see the structure as like this way. Okay, so here I'm going to give a border radius and also the background color as like this way. So I'm going to give here as border radius for about 20 px, and next I'm going to give the background color. So I'm going to select a background color from the HTML color code. Here you can see that I'm going to select a light blue color. So I'm going to select this color from here. So I'm going to copy this color and to paste it in the background color style. Okay, so now you can see the structure as like this way. Okay, fine. So next I'm going to do is to give a margin left to this image. Here I'm going to give as margin left. So I'm going to give a margin left of about 2 pw. Then next I'm going to give a margin left to this h4 tag also. So here I'm going to give as margin left 2 pw, and here I'm going to reduce the size of the image as 1.2 pw. Okay, so now you can see that this structure as like this way. So I'm going to reduce the width of this whole div. So here I'm going to give as a style of width as like this way. So I'm going to give as 12 pw. Okay, next I'm going to give a margin left also here. That means margin left for about 1 pw as like this way. The next I'm going to reduce as the margin left of this h4 tag here. I'm going to give as 1.6. Okay, so next I'm going to give a font weight also. So here I'm going to give a font weight to this compose as font weight 400. So next I'm going to give a padding top to this whole div of left panel. So here I am going to give as padding top as like this way, padding top 1 VW. Okay. So as of now, this is the structure. So next I'm going to list this inbox, or that means these buttons inbox, start, snooze and send. So for that I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this whole div and to paste it here. And next I'm going to remove this background color and the border radius as like this way. Okay. So now you can see the structure as like this way. So I'm going to copy these divs one by one. Then next I'm going to do is I'm going to change the image and the name. So here I'm going to give as inbox, and here I'm going to give as starred, here snoozed, and here send. Okay. So next I'm going to do is I'm going to import images corresponding this to the project from my system. So I have downloaded the image. So I'm going to import the images such as snooze, send, star, and I'm going to import the inbox image as well. Okay. So next I'm going to import that images into the component, the left panel. So I'm going to import as inbox from as like this way. Then next I'm going to import send. Then I'm going to import snooze, and at last I'm going to import the star images slash star. Okay. So now you can see that I'm going to use these images into this images tag. So here I'm going to use the inbox. Here I'm going to use the star, snooze, and send. So now you can see the structure as like this way. Okay. So here, as of now, this is a structure. So I'm going to use span instead of this h4 tag. So I'm going to copy this span and paste it here. Okay, so now you can see the structure as like this way. The next I'm going to do is to give a margin top to this div here in this div. So here I'm going to give as margin top as like this way. I'm going to give as one VW. So I'm going to copy this margin top and to paste it here as well. Okay, so now you can see this structure as like this way. Okay, it is fine. So next I'm going to reduce the margin left here. So I'm going to give here as 0.8, 0.8 to all the div here listed. Okay, so now you can see the structure as like this way. So next I'm going to do is I'm going to check whether it is responsive or not. So I'm going to reduce the screen size. So at that time you can see that there is some problem in the responsiveness. So I'm going to give a font size for this. Here I'm going to give as font size. So I'm going to give as font size VW as like this way. So I'm going to copy this font size and to paste it here as well. So I'm going to copy from here and to paste it here. So now you can see the structure as like this way. Okay. So I'm going to give as font size 1.3. Okay. So I'm going to give as 1.3 here as well. Okay. So now you can see that the structure as like this way. Okay. So next I'm going to do is you can see that. Okay. Now it is fine. Here also I am giving as 1.3 as font size. Okay. So now you can see the structure as like this way. Next, I'm going to bring some changes to this navbar also. So here you can see that there is a distance between this menu icon, this logo, and this Gmail. So I am going to give some changes there. So I'm going to take the navbar, and in the navbar, I'm going to give as here I'm going to reduce the margin left to 1 VW. Okay, as like this way, it is fine. Then next, I'm going to increase the size of the logo. So here I'm going to give as width 1.2.3 VW as like this way. The next I'm going to reduce as the margin right here 0.8 VW. Okay. So now I think it is fine. Next I'm going to increase as the size of the Gmail. Here I'm going to give as font size 1.8. So next I'm going to do is to create the middle section of our Gmail clone. So here you can see that this is a middle section of the original Gmail account. So you can see that here there is the name of the sender, then there is subject and date, then there is showing the star icon, delete icon, etc. So I'm going to star icon is here. Okay, so here is a refresh button. So I'm going to create a structure as like this way. So here I'm going to first create a component called middle. So I'm going to give the name of the component as just middle.js. Okay, as like this way. I'm giving here as middle, and I'm going to call this component in the main component. So in the main component, I'm going to give as middle, and here I'm going to give as item xx equal to 1. Okay, so now you can see the structure as like this way. Here is the middle. So I'm first of all I'm going to give the margin left to make middle section here. So in the middle, I'm going to give a style that is margin left 4.5 viewport width as like this way. So now you can see that this structure here as like this. So next I'm going to do is I'm going to remove this middle, and I'm going to use the paper component from the material UI as like this way. So inside this paper component, I'm going to use the list component, and inside this list component, I'm going to use the list item component. Okay. So in the list item component, I'm going to use the image tag as like this way, and also a span. Then inside this span, I'm going to use another span as well. Okay. So here I am going to give the sender name randomly, and here I am going to give the subject also randomly. Okay. Then in this image tag, I'm going to use the source attribute, and here I am going to use the star image. So I'm going to import that star image into this component we have already imported in this images folder. So I'm going to import that into this component here, images/star.png. Then I'm going to use that image here. Next, I'm going to give a style for this image, that is width and height. So I'm going to give a width for about 1.4 viewport width, and also height also 1.4. Then you can see that this is the structure as of now. Okay. So next I'm going to give is a width to this middle component. So here you can see that there's a gap. So I'm going to reduce this 4.5 viewport to width to 4.3 viewport to width. Okay, now it is fine. Then next I'm going to give a width completely to this middle section or middle component. So here I am going to give as a width. Here I'm going to give a width of about 75 viewport width. So now you can see that this is a structure as of now. Okay, fine. So here I'm going to give as elevation to 0. Okay. So now you can see the structure as like, okay. Then next I'm going to give a style, that is I'm going to give as border 1px solid light gray. Okay. So now you can see the structure as like this way. Okay. So next I'm going to copy this paper component completely and to paste as like this way for dummy data. Okay. So now you can see that this is the structure as of now. Okay. So next I'm going to give a margin left to this span, these two spans. So here I'm going to give as, so before that I'm going to read out. Next I'm going to give the style, that is margin left for this span. So I'm going to give as 1.2 viewport width as like this way. And here also I'm going to give this style, that is 1.2 viewport width. So now you can see the structure as like this way. Okay, I'm going to give a margin left. I'm going to increase as the margin left, that is 9 viewport width as like this way. The next I'm going to do is, here I'm going to give 12 viewport width. Next I'm going to do is, I'm going to give a font weight here for the Sender name, I'm going to give a font weight for about 500. And here I'm going to give a font weight for about 200. Okay, so now you can see the structure as like this way. Okay, fine. Then next I'm going to do is I'm going to copy and paste this paper again. Okay, fine. Next I'm going to use an image tag above all the div. So here I'm going to use the image tag. It's like this way. So here I'm going to use the source attribute and I'm going to import an image for the refresh icon. So I have already downloaded an image for refresh icon. So this is the image that I'm going to import into the images folder. So I'm going to import into this images folder. And after that, I'm going to use that image here. So I'm going to import into this component as well, refresh from images slash refresh.png. And I'm going to use that refresh here. Okay, so now you can see the structure as like this way. I'm going to reduce the size of that refresh icon. So here I'm going to give as style. That is, I'm going to give as width and height. So I'm going to give the width 1.4 or 1.5 viewport width, 1.5 viewport width, and also height 1.5 viewport width. Okay. So now you can see the structure as like this way. Okay, here. Then next I'm going to give a margin left and a margin top to this image. So here I'm going to give as two viewport width margin left and also I'm going to give the margin top also. So here I'm going to give the margin top to two viewport width. So now you can see the structure as like this way. Here I'm going to reduce the margin left. So here I'm going to give as 1.5. At that time you can see that this is a structure. Okay. The next I'm going to give a margin top to this first paper component. So I'm going to give as margin top as like this way. So I'm going to give a margin top of about 1.5 viewport width. So now you can see the structure as like this. Okay, fine. I'm going to give a border, that is border, bottom and bottom top. I'm going to remove this complete border here. I'm going to give as border, bottom and border top. So I'm going to copy it again and paste it here. And here I'm going to give as border bottom. And here I'm going to give as border top. So now you can see the structure as like this way here. Okay, so I'm going to give that same to this whole paper components as like this way. I'm going to copy here from here and to paste it here. Okay, fine. So we have given the border bottom and the border top to all of these paper components. So now it is looking like this way. Yeah, it's better now. So I think it is better to give a light color for the each paper component. So I'm going to give a light blue color. So I'm going to select one of the color from this HTML color code. So I'm going to select from this. So I think we should give a much lighter color to this paper component. It will be better to see as like this way. So now you can see the structure as like this here. Okay, it is fine. So this is the middle section. So now you can see the navbar of our Gmail clone, and also here you can see the left panel and also the middle section. So next I'm going to give here a height for this compose button as well. So I'm going to take the left panel and here I'm going to give as a height also for this div. So here I'm going to give a height of about 3 viewport width. So now you can see that this is a height 4.5. Okay, so this is the structure as of now. Then next I'm going to do is I'm going to check the responsiveness of our design as of now. So you can see that the font here is not reducing. So I'm going to give a font size for this each span. That means the center name and the subject. I'm going to give font size. So I'm going to remove this paper component first, and I'm going to give a font size here. So I'm going to give a font size that is font size for about 1 viewport width, 1.3 viewport width, 1.3 viewport width as like this way. I think it is enough here as like this way. So it is now responsive. Okay, so I'm going to copy this and paste here as like this way. So I'm going to remove this margin top from the rest of the paper component except the first paper component. Okay. Okay, so now we can see the structure as like this way. So it is now fine. So I'm going to check the responsiveness again. So as of now, it is responsive. So we have created the middle section of our Gmail Chrome. Next, I'm going to do is to install React Router DOM into our project. So I'm going to take a new terminal, and in this new terminal, I'm going to run the command npm install React Router DOM as like this way. So now React Router DOM will be installed into our project. So React Router DOM has been installed into our project. You can see that in the package.json. Okay, as like this way. Next, I'm going to do is to import this signing component here. I'm going to uncomment this. In the index.js file, I'm going to import the browser router from React Router DOM as like this way. Then next I'm going to do is to wrap this app component by using the browser router. Next I'm going to do is I'm going to the app component and I'm going to import the routes and route components from the React Router DOM into this app component. So here I'm going to do is I'm going to import routes and route from React Router DOM. Next I'm going to do is to wrap the route inside the routes component as like this way. So in this first route, I'm going to give a route to sign in component. So in the path, I'm going to give as the slash itself. So that is the sign in component is the first page that will load when we open this Gmail clone. Next, I'm going to give as element attribute here. And in the element, I'm going to give as sign in component. Then next, I'm going to give route to the main component as like this way. So here I'm going to give as path as main and element as like this way. Okay, so here I'm going to next remove the sign in and main component. And now you can see the structure as like this way. So whenever we click the sign in with the Google button at that time, we need to redirect it to this home page or main component. So for that, I'm going to the sign in component. And you can see that we have defined a function that is Google sign in. So after sign in with the pop-up function, I'm going to use the use navigate hook. So I'm going to assign use navigate to the navigate variable. So here I'm going to give as use navigate as like this way. So I'm going to use this navigate variable here after the sign in with the pop-up function. So that is navigate to main component as like this way. So I'm going to click on the sign in with the Google. So at that time you can see that we will be redirected to this home page. So next I'm going to reduce this height of this each paper component. So in this middle component, I'm going to do is I'm going to remove this list component from here. So at that time you can see that the distance between this or the height of this each paper component will reduce. So I'm going to do that for each paper component. So first of all, I'm going to remove this paper component, and here I am going to remove this list component as like this way. So now you can see that height of this each paper component has been reduced. Here I am going to change the color of this border for each mail. So for that, I'm going to choose a much lighter color, lighter gray. So I'm going to give it here. Here also. So now you can see that this is the structure as of now. So I am going to copy and paste the dummy data again. Okay, so now you can see the structure of this middle section as like this way. Okay, fine. So next I'm going to create the right section of our Gmail clone. So here you can see that in the original Gmail account, here is the right section. So in the right section, you can see that there is calendar, task, contact, etc. So I'm going to create first the right panel component. So I'm going to create the new component called right panel as like this way. Here I'm going to give as right panel. Okay. Then next I'm going to do is to call this right panel component in the main.js. So here I am going to use another grid, and in this grid I am going to give as item xx1. So here I am going to give as item xx9, and here I am going to give as item xx1. Okay. So inside this grid I am going to call the right panel component as like this way. So now you can see that here is the right panel component. Okay. So you can see that the background color of this right panel component is as same as that of the navbar and the left panel. So I'm going to give a background color. So here I'm going to give the background color in this div style, that is background color. I'm going to copy and paste the same background color from the left panel. So I'm going to paste this in this background color style. Okay, so now you can see the structure as like this way. So I'm going to give the height, that is min height is equal to 100 bh. So now you can see the structure as like this way. Okay, so here you can see the gap. Next I'm going to do is to give a position fixed and right 0. Okay, so now you can see that it is aligned completely to the right. Okay, so next I'm going to do is I'm going to give a width for about 5 VW. Okay, fine. Then next I'm going to do is I'm going to add these images of calendar, task, contact, etc. So I have already downloaded an image into my system. So I'm going to import that image into the images folder here. So I'm going to import the images such as I'm going to import the images like this contact, then calendar, task. Okay, so we have imported 3 images into our project from the system. So I'm going to import these images into this component. So here I'm going to import as, I'm going to rename this into calendar as like this way. And next I'm going to rename the user. Okay, so now I'm going to import the images such as calendar from images slash calendar.png. Then next I'm going to import the user from images slash user.png. Next I'm going to import the tasks from images slash task. Okay, so here you can see that we have imported 3 images into our component. So next I'm going to do is use these into this images field. So in the source attribute, I'm going to give as calendar user and the task. Okay, it's like this way. So next I'm going to do is to give a width to these images. So I'm going to give this child, that is width for about 1.4 VW. Okay, so now you can see the structure as like this way. Okay, so I'm going to give the same style to these images also. So now you can see that here is the images. So next I'm going to do is I'm going to give a style that is text aligned to this div. So here I'm going to give as text aligned to center as like this way. Here I'm going to give as BR. And here also I'm going to give the BR tag. Okay. So now you can see the structure as like this way. Okay, fine. The next I'm going to give the padding top to each images. That's I'm going to give a padding top of about 2 VW. Okay, fine. So now you can see the structure as like this way. Okay. So I'm going to check the responsiveness of this style. So I'm going to do is to put this profile image straight to this right panel. So for that I'm going to do is I'm going to the navbar, and in the navbar I'm going to do is to increases this margin left. So I'm going to give as 14.5 VW as a margin left. Okay. Next I'm going to reduce as the width and height also. So here I'm going to give as 2.7 width and height as like this way. So now you can see the structure as like this. Okay, fine. And next I'm going to check the responsiveness of this again. So now you can see that it is responsive. Also, you can see that when we are reducing the size of the screen, here the height of the navbar is not reducing as the screen size reduces. So for that I'm going to do is I'm going to remove this toolbar from here, and I'm going to give a div inside this toolbar. I'm going to give, so now this is a structure. I'm going to give a display flex and align items to center to this div. So I'm going to give as display flex and align items to center as like this way. So now you can see that I'm going to give as align item to center. Okay, then now you can see that this is a structure as of now. So I'm going to give a position fixed in this left panel. So here I'm going to give as position fixed. Okay. So next you can see that here is a footer in the original Gmail website. So I'm going to create this footer here. So for that I'm going to do is to create a new component called footer. So in the components folder, I'm going to create a new component that is footer.js as like this way. Here I'm going to give as footer. So you can see that the color of the footer is same as like that of the navbar left panel and right panel. So I'm going to do is to give the color that is child background color that is F9, F9, F9. Okay, so now you can see that the structure. So I'm going to give the width also. So here I'm going to give the width as 100 VW, and I'm going to give a height also. So I'm going to give a height that is I'm giving as a min height for about 2 VW. So now I'm going to call this footer component in the main.js file. So here after this right panel, I'm going to use a grid as like this way. Then I'm going to give here as item xx12, and I'm going to call the footer component as like this way. So here you can see that the footer component. So next I'm going to do is to give the position for footer component. So here I'm going to give as position fixed, and I'm going to do is to give the bottom to 0 as like this way. So now you can see the structure. So here is the footer. Okay, so I'm going to remove this name. Okay, fine. So next I'm going to adjust this space here. So I'm going to reduce the width of this left panel. So here you can see that the width 20.6. I'm going to reduce it to 20 VW, or I think 19.6. Okay. The next I'm going to do is to give a margin left, or reduces the margin left of this middle component. So here I'm going to reduce the margin left as 2.9 VW. So now you can see the structure as like this way. Okay, fine. So when I check the responsiveness, you can see that it is responsive now. Okay, fine. So next I'm going to do is I'm going to give more paper component or more list of mail here. So I'm going to copy and paste this. So now you can see that the structure as like this way. Okay, so now as of now it is scrolling, but this navbar is going upward along with the middle component. So I'm going to do is I'm going to give a position in this navbar. So I'm going to give here the position, that is position fixed. Okay, so now you can see the structure as like this way, and I'm going to give as top 0. So now you can see the structure as like this way. Okay, so next I'm going to do is to give a set index to. So now you can see that here is a structure. So next I'm going to do is to give a padding top to this left panel, middle section, and right panel. So here in the left panel, I'm going to give a padding top. So we have already given a padding here, that is 1 VW. So I'm going to give as 4 VW, or okay, I have given a 6 VW. So next I'm going to give a padding top to this middle section also. So here I'm going to give as padding top as like this way. So here also I'm going to give as 6 VW. Okay, fine. The next I'm going to do is to give a padding top to this right panel also. So here I'm going to give as padding top as like this way, that is padding top 6 VW. Okay, fine. So here as well. So okay, now you can see that when I scroll this middle component, everything is fine. And next in the middle component, I'm going to give an H6 tag as like this way at the last position. So I'm going to give that for including this terms, privacies, and program policies also. So I'm going to copy this and to paste it here. Then next I'm going to give a style, that is font weight 400 and margin left 28 VW. Okay, so now you can see that here is the terms, privacies, and program policies. Here I am going to reduce as the footer height into 1.5 VW. Okay, so next I am going to create the profile section of our Gmail clone. You can see that when we take the original Gmail account, you can see that here when I click this profile image, you can see there is a pop-up which contains the email ID, profile image, and here the name of the user with the hi. Then next you can see that there is add account and sign out, like that. So next I'm going to create that section. So for that I'm going to create a new component. So I'm going to create the component named profile as like this way. So I'm going to do is to use the model component from the material UI. So for that I'm going to take the material UI. Then here you can see that here is a model component. So when we click this model component, we can see that here is the code. So I'm going to copy the code completely so we can find a demo here. When we click this open model button, you can see the model here. Okay. So next I'm going to copy the code completely as like this way. And I'm going to paste it here in this profile component. And next I'm going to do is to rename it as profile. Okay. So after that I'm going to do is here I'm going to remove this absolute. Okay. So after that, I'm going to do is to call this profile component in the navbar component. Okay, here you can see that this is the navbar component. So in the navbar component, we can see this is the profile image section. So when we click this profile image, we need to show the model there. Okay. So for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to call the profile component in the place of avatar. Okay, or the profile image. So I'm going to call the profile component here as like this way. So now you can see that this is the structure of this button now. So when I click there, you can see the model here as like this way. So next I'm going to do is I'm going to change the button. So here in the profile component, you can see that this is the button which shows the open model. This button. Okay. So I'm going to change it as I'm going to use this avatar in the place of this button. Okay. So next I'm going to do is I'm going to give the on click of this, and I'm going to give this handle open function here. Okay. So now you can see that I'm going to now you can see that I'm going to click on this profile image. So here I am going to import this auth. Okay. So next I'm going to click on this profile image. At that time you can see that the pop-up model as like this way. Okay, fine. So next I'm going to do is I'm going to give a cursor pointer to this avatar, cursor pointer style as like this way. So now you can see the structure as like this. I'm going to click on this avatar, then you can see the pop-up model. So when you look this original Gmail account, you can see that the pop-up model is shown here. That is just below this profile image section. So I'm going to make this pop-up model to show just below this profile image of our Gmail clone. Okay, so for that what I'm going to do is, here you can see that there is a style. So we need to bring changes here. I'm going to reduce the top in 20%. So that time you can see that it is reached here. So I'm going to give as 24%. And I'm going to reduce this it to 79%. Okay, so now you can see this vector as like this way. Okay, fine. So when we click this button, you can see that there is profile model. Okay. So next I'm going to give is I'm going to give a border radius here. So I'm going to give as border radius as like this way, and I'm going to give a border radius of about 40 b for BW. So I'm giving as viewport width. So now you can see that this is the height and the width of this original Gmail account profile model. So I'm going to give, or I'm going to increase the height and width. So here I'm going to give the width as 30 BW, and here I'm going to give height as 20 BW. So next I'm going to give a background color here. So I'm going to select a background color from the HTML color codes as like this way. So I'm going to select one of the background color. So here I'm going to select this color and I'm going to paste it here. So now you can see that structure as like this way. Okay. So I'm going to increase the top position. So I'm going to give as top to 34%. Okay, fine. So this is the structure as of now. Then next I'm going to give is a padding. So here they have given a padding of 4. So I'm going to give as padding 2 BW. Okay. Then next I'm going to bring some changes here. That means here you can see that this is text in a model. So I'm going to give here the email ID. So here you can see that the structure of this profile model of the original Gmail account, as there is an email ID in the first position. So I'm going to give the email ID there. So for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove this and to give this auth.currentuser.email. Okay, so now you can see the structure as like this way. Okay, so next I'm going to give text align to sender. So here I'm going to give as style text align to sender. So I'm going to remove these things from here, ID, variant, and component. And here I'm going to give as style text align to sender. The next I'm going to give is the font size 1.2 VW. Okay, so now you can see the structure as like this way. Here is a structure of the email ID. The next I'm going to do is to give the avatar for showing the profile image. So below this typography or email ID, I'm going to use avatar component as like this way. So inside this avatar component, I'm going to use the auth.currentuser.photo URL to show the profile image. So you can see that the structure is like this way. So I'm going to give some style there. So I'm going to give a margin left for about 11.6 BW. And next I'm going to give width and height. So I'm going to give width as 6 BW. Height also the same Okay, so now you can see the structure as like this way. Okay, fine. Next, I'm going to do is to change this text and I'm going to give the name of the user. So here I'm going to give as auth.currentuser.display name. So I'm giving as hi, comma, auth.currentuser.display name. Okay, as like this way. So now you can see that the structure as like this here. Okay, then next I'm going to give some style to this display name also. So I'm going to give as, I'm going to remove this ID here. So I'm going to give as here the style text align center and the font size to VW. Okay, so now you can see the structure as like this way. Okay, fine. Then next I'm going to do is here I'm going to reduce as the font size little bit. So I'm going to give as 1.7. Okay. The next I'm going to do is to give a button here. So you can see here is the sign out button. So I'm going to give a sign out button. So for that I'm going to use the button as like this way. So I'm giving a sign out. Then here I'm going to use the image tag. In the image tag, I'm going to use the source attribute, and in the source, I'm going to add the logout symbol. Okay, so I'm going to import an image from my system. So I have downloaded an image already into my system. So I'm going to import that image into, yes, I'm going to import this image into this images folder, and I'm going to import that into this component. Okay, so now you can see that this is a structure, and I'm going to give this style for this image. That means I'm going to give a width of about 0.8 VW. Okay. Okay. So now you can see the structure as like this way. So next I'm going to give a style to this button also. So I'm going to give style such as style border radius 2 VW, margin top 2 VW. Okay. So as of now, this is a structure. The next I'm going to give width 14 VW. The next height 4 VW. Okay. So now you can see the structure as like this way. The next I'm going to give a margin left. So I'm going to give a margin left for about 7 VW or 7.5. Okay. So now you can see the structure as like this way. So next I'm going to do is to give just this privacy policy terms of service. So for that I'm going to do is to use the typography here. After this button, I'm going to use the typography as like this way. So I'm going to paste that privacy policy terms of services. Next, I'm going to give some style to this typography also. So I'm going to give style such as font size 0.8 VW and font weight 100 and text align to center. Okay, so now you can see the structure as like this way. I'm going to click on this. Okay, so this is a structure. I'm going to give a margin top also here. So I'm going to give as margin top. I'm going to give a margin top of about 1 VW. Okay, a border for this button. So I'm going to give a button border here. That is border 1 px solid white of the border color. Okay, as of now, this is a structure. I think it is fine. Then next I'm going to remove this border also. So here you can see that in this style above, there is a border they have given already. So I'm going to remove the border. So now this is a structure as of, okay. So now you can see that I'm going to show the responsiveness of that page. So I'm going to take this and you can see that this is responsive as well, but I'm going to give a font size to the button. So here I'm going to give as font size as like this way. So now you can see that I'm going to give as 2 VW, 1 VW. Okay, so I'm going to take this. Okay, so now you can see that it is responsive. Okay, fine. So next I'm going to do is to give the functionality called this sign up button. So for that I'm going to do is to define a new function. So I'm going to define a new function inside this. So here I'm going to give as sign out as the name of the function. Okay, so here as an arrow function. So next I'm going to import the sign out function from Firebase auth as like this way. So I'm going to import the function called sign out. Okay, this function. So next I'm going to give that function in this sign out. So I'm going to change the name of the function here as I'm going to give as logout. Okay, then I'm going to call that sign out function here. Next I'm going to give async await, and I'm going to give the try catch. Next I'm going to pass this async sign out into this try as like this way. Okay, async await. So next I'm going to do is to call this function inside this button. So I'm going to call this in the on click of this button as like this way. Logout. The next I'm going to do is to pass the two argument inside this sign out but a function. So we have to pass two argument. That means auth that we have already imported, and also the Google provider that we have already defined in the Firebase setup.js file. Okay. So here I'm going to do is next I'm going to click on this logout button. At the time you can see that. Okay, so I'm going to change the name again. So here we have given the name to the logout image. Okay, so I'm going to give as logout Gmail or logout account. Okay, so I'm going to copy this from here and to paste it in this on click of the button. Okay, so next I'm going to do is to click on this logout account button. So at that time you can see that I'm going to show the auth.current user in the console. That means we can identify whether the user is logged in or not. So I'm going to click on this sign out button. So before that, I'm going to give a cursor pointer style to here. That means cursor pointer. Okay, so now you can see that I'm going to click on the sign out button. Before that, I'm going to take the console. Okay, so here, as of now, you can see that auth contains the email display name. Email is verified is true as of now. The next, I'm going to click on the sign out button. At that time, you can see that this auth is null. That means this auth doesn't contains the current user. I'm going to remove this current user. Then now you can see that the auth which contains current user as null. Okay, so at that time we can identify that the user is not logged in. Okay, so next I'm going to do is whenever this user click it, you can see that here the profile image is also vanished. Next I'm going to do is when we click the sign out button, we have to redirect it to the login page of our Gmail Chrome. Okay, so for that I'm going to do is to use the use navigate hook from the React router DOM. Okay, so first of all, I'm going to define a variable that is navigate, which is equal to use navigate, and I'm going to use this navigate variable after this sign out function. So here I'm going to give as slash. That means to sign in component or sign in page. Okay, so here I'm going to give as auth dot current user is equal to null. Then will be redirected to the sign in page. Okay, So now you can see that. Next, I'm going to click on this sign out button. At that time, you can see that we will be redirected to the sign in page. Okay, after logged out. Okay, so next I'm going to log in again. So at that time, we will be redirected to the main page. You can see the profile image here. So I'm going to click on the sign out button. Then we will be redirected to this sign in page. Next, I'm going to do is to create a new collection in the database. So I'm going to use the Firebase Firestore database, and I'm going to add the details of the users into the database. Okay, so for that, I'm going to take the Firebase website, and here I'm going to click on this link. Then we will be redirected to this section. I'm going to click on Get Started button. Then we have already created a project in the Firebase, that is Gmail clone. So I'm going to click on this Gmail clone project. So now you can see that we will be redirected to this console of our Gmail clone. In the sidebar, you can see there is build option. Here you can see authentication, app check, Firestore, database, real-time database, etc. So I'm going to click on the Firestore database. Then you can see that I'm going to click on the create database button for creating a new database. Okay, so here you can see that there is two options. So that is start in production mode and start test mode. Okay, so I have selected the production mode and I'm going to click on the next button. Okay, so after clicking this next button, I'm going to select the a location. Okay, then I'm going to click on the enable button. So our new database will be created. So here you can see that this is our new database. Here we can add our collection. Okay, so this is the data section of our database. Then you can see that there is a rules section. Okay. So in the rules section, you can see that it is showing that read and write it false. Okay. So I'm going to convert it into true. I'm going to click on this publish button. At that time, you can see that our changes have been published. Okay. This is one of the important things that we have to do. Okay. The next I'm going to do is in the project, in the setup.js file, I'm going to import another function. Okay. So I'm going to import a function from Firebase Firestore. Okay, it's like this way. So I'm going to import the function called get Firestore from Firebase Firestore. Then after importing this function, next thing I'm going to do is to define a variable. So I'm going to give the name of the variable as database itself. So here I'm going to give the name as database, and I'm going to assign the get Firestore function into this database variable. Okay, so we have already imported the get Firestore, and next I'm going to do is to pass the app variable into this get Firestore as an argument. Okay. Okay, so after that, I'm going to export this variable database. So the database section of the setup.js has been completed. So I'm going to add the details of the users into the database. So for that, I'm going to log out first. Here you can see that we have redirected to the sign in page. So next what I'm going to do is whenever we click the sign in with the Google button or whenever we are signing in, we need to add the details of the user who is signing in into the database. Okay. So for that I'm going to do is to create a new function in the signin.js component. Okay. So first of all, I'm going to take the signin.js component and here I'm going to define a new function. So I'm going to give the name of the function as add user as an arrow function. So next I'm going to do is to use the function called setDoc from Firebase. Okay, as like this way. Then next I'm going to give the async await try catch. I'm going to give here console.error as like this way. Then next I'm going to pass this await setDoc into this try. So next I'm going to do is to define a variable. So I'm going to give the name of the variable as user doc, and I'm going to use the function called doc from Firebase. Okay, so we need to pass three arguments into this doc function. So I'm going to pass the first argument, that is database, that we have already defined in the setup.js file. Then next I'm going to give the name of the collection. So we can give the name of the collection here as a second argument. So I'm going to give the name of the collection as users. Then next I'm going to give the ID of the user, the specific user's ID. Okay, so we will get the ID from auth. So we have already defined the auth. Okay, here you can see that. So I'm going to give the ID of the user, specific user from auth.current dot UID. Okay, we know that the auth contains the properties like such as auth.current dot UID. So we can specify the ID of the document that we are going to create. The next I'm going to copy this user doc and paste it in the set doc. After that, I'm going to do is to pass the details of the user that we need to add to the database. So I'm going to give the details such as username, email, and ID into the database. So for that, I'm going to give here as username as auth.current user dot display name. Okay. So next I'm going to give the email that is auth.current user dot email. Okay. Then next I'm going to give the ID. So here I'm going to give as auth.current user dot UID. Okay. Then after that I'm going to do is to call this add user function. So I'm going to call this add user function after this sign in with the pop-up function. So here I'm going to call this add user function as like this way. Then now you can see that I'm going to click on this sign in with the Google button. At that time, you can see that the user will be logged in, and also along with that, the details of the user. That means the details that we have given, username, email, and ID will be stored in the database. So I'm going to refresh this database here or refresh this page. You can see that a new collection has been formed. That means users, name of the collection that we have already given here as a second argument. And then you can see that this is the ID of the document. So document contains the fields like email, ID, and username. Then this ID have the ID of the document is same ID of the user. Okay. So next I'm going to create a new component. So here in the original Gmail account, you can see that when I click this compose button, at that time a pop-up will be arrived. So from here we can send the email. That means here there is, you can see that there is three text field. First text field, we need to give the mail ID of the recipient, then second subject, then third the content. So, and also you can see there is a button, send button. So I'm going to create this pop-up. So for that, I'm going to create a new component. So I'm going to give the name of the component as message. Okay. So next what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy the model component from the material UI. So we have already used this model component for our profile section. Okay. So I'm going to use the same model component for the message component also. So I'm going to copy this source code from here. And next I'm going to paste the complete source code in this message component. Okay. As like this way. Then after that I'm going to do is to change the name of the component. So I'm going to give the name of the component as message. And here I am going to remove this section. Okay. So now you can see that there will be the model. So I'm going to call this message component in the left panel. So you can see that when we check this, here is the compose button in the left panel. So I'm going to call this message component in the left panel of our project. So first of all, I'm going to comment this div, and next I'm going to call this message component here as like this way. Okay. Then next I'm going to paste this div in the message component. So as of now, you can see that here is the open model button. Okay. So when we click this open model button, you can see that the model will be arrived. So we need to change this open model button into compose. Okay. So for that, I am going to paste that div in the place of open model button. Okay. So I'm going to uncomment this div here. So at that time, you can see that here is the compose button. So I'm going to import the pen image. Okay. From the images folder as like this way. So I have imported the pen as like this way. So now you can see that the compose button here. So when we click this compose button, at that time that pop-up have to be arrived. So for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to call the handle open function in this div. So here I'm going to call that handle open function in the on click of that div. Okay, that's like this way. So now you can see that when I click this compose button, this model will be pop up. Okay. So next I'm going to do is to change the design of this model. So here you can see that this is the design of this model. So next I'm going to bring changes in the design part. So here I'm going to bring changes such as I'm going to give the top 61%. And here I'm going to give the left as 71%. Next I'm going to give the width. So here I'm going to give the width as 40 VW. Okay. So next I'm going to give the height also. So here I'm going to give the height as 35 VW. After that, I'm going to do is I'm going to remove this box shadow, and I'm going to give a padding for about 1 VW as like this way. Okay. Then next I'm going to do is I'm going to give a min height. Okay, so I'm going to give a min height for about 505 px. Okay, so now you can see that this structure as like this way. Okay, then next you can see that here there is the three text field. First of all, there is a new message heading. Then next you can see that there is three text field for recipient mail ID, subject, and the content, then a button. So here is a border, so I'm going to remove that border also. Okay, fine. Then next I'm going to do is I'm going to bring the changes such as here I am going to change this into new message. New message as like this way. Then I'm going to remove this ID, variant, and component from typography. Then next I'm going to give a style that is you can see that there is a background color. So I'm going to give a background color. I'm going to select that background color from the HTML color code. Okay, so here I'm going to select this background color. So I'm going to copy this color from here, this code, and I'm going to paste it here. Okay, so now you can see the structure as like this way. Then next I'm going to give a position absolute, top 0, and left also 0. Okay, so now you can see the structure as like this way. Okay, then next I'm going to give a width. So here I'm going to give as width for about 40 VW or 42 VW. Okay, fine. Then next I'm going to give a padding also. So here I'm going to give a padding such as padding for about 0.5 VW. So now you can see that the structure as like this way. So I'm going to reduce the width again. So I'm going to give as 41 VW. Okay, it is fine as of now. Next I'm going to remove this typography from here. Then next I'm going to give the text fields. So I'm going to give three text fields. Okay, so here I'm going to give as text field as like this way from the material UI. So here next I'm going to give as BR tag. Then I'm going to give as text field itself. Then next BR tag. So I'm going to use three text field as like this way. Okay, in the first text field I'm going to give a variant that is standard, and also I'm going to give the label as 2. Okay, you can see that this is the label, and in this text field I'm going to give the variant as standard itself, and I'm going to give the label as subject. And you can see that this is the structure as of now. So I'm going to give a style that is SX tag for this two text field. Then I'm going to give a width for about 39 VW. Okay, as of now you can see that this is a structure. So I'm going to give the same style to this text field also. So now you can see the structure as like this way. Okay, fine. Then next I'm going to give a margin top to the first text field as like this way, that is margin top for about 1 VW. Okay. Then next I'm going to give this text field that is multi-line rows 12. Okay, so now you can see the structure as like this way. Okay, then next I'm going to give the width to that text field also. So here I'm going to give as width 39 VW itself. So now you can see the structure as like this way. Then next I'm going to use the button component from the material UI. So I'm going to give the BR tag again. And here I'm going to use the button component from material UI as like this way. And I'm going to give the name of the button as send. The next I'm going to give the variant. So I'm going to give the variant of that button that is contained. Okay, as like this way. So now you can see the structure as like this. Here I am going to give a border radius also. So I'm going to give SX tag, and I'm going to give as border radius. That is, I'm going to give as 6 VW. Okay, fine. Then next I'm going to do is I'm going to give a font size and also width and a height to that button for making it responsive. Okay, so here I'm going to give as font size, and here also I'm going to give as font size 1 VW as like this way. Then here I'm going to give a width I'm going to give a width for about 4 VW and a height also 3 VW. Okay, so now you can see the structure as like this way. Here I am going to take this is the structure of our message component. Okay, then next what I'm going to do is to remove this border of the third text field. Okay, so for that I'm going to give a style in the text in the third text field. That is, I'm going to give as and field set colon bracket. Inside this bracket I'm going to give as inside this brace I'm going to give as border none. Okay, so here you can see that this border has gone. Okay, so remember to give SX tag here. So when we give the style tag, you can see that that border will not be gone. Okay, so we should give the SS tag. Okay, fine. So now you can see that the structure of our component, message component, is as like that of the original Gmail account. Okay, so I'm going to check the responsiveness of this component. So I'm going to reduce the screen size. So at that time you can see that I'm going to take the smallest device from this list. So here you can see that this is responsive as of now. Okay, so as of now you can see that we have created the component. Next I'm going to do is to send the mail. So for that I'm going to use the Firebase database. So you know that we have already created a database in the Firebase project, that is Gmail clone. Here you can see that there is a collection called users, and we have added the details of the users when we are logging in. Next I'm going to create a new sub collection in this document. So for that I'm going to define a new function in this message component. So here I'm going to define a new function. That is, I'm going to give the name of the function as send message as an arrow function. And next I'm going to do is to use a function called add doc from Firebase. Then next I'm going to give the async await and the try catch as like this way. So in this catch, I'm going to give the console.error and I'm going to pass this error. Then next I'm going to paste this add doc inside this try. Okay, it's like this way. Then next I'm going to do is to define a variable. So first of all, I'm going to define a variable called the user doc, and I'm going to use a function called the doc from Firebase. So in this function called the doc, we have to pass 3 arguments. So first argument, I'm going to pass the database that we have already defined in the setup.js file. And as a second argument, I'm going to pass the name of the collection. So the name of the collection that we have already created is users. So next, as a third argument, so here you can see that the name of the collection that we have created. Okay, so next, as a third argument, I'm going to pass the mail ID. So for that, I'm going to bring some changes. So in the sign component, you can see that here in the sign component, we have already defined a user doc variable in this add user function. So here in this doc function, we have passed 3 arguments. That means a database, users, and as a third argument, we have passed the ID from the auth.current user property. Okay, so I'm going to change this to email. The auth.current user property or auth.current user contains another property that is called the email. We have already given the email, or we have already passed that email here. So I'm going to give the email as the third argument. Okay, as the ID of the document. As of now, the ID of the document is ID that we get from the auth.current user. So next what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete this connection and I'm going to log in once more. Okay, so here I'm going to take the profile section and I'm going to click on the sign out again. At the time, you can see that when I click the sign in with Google and when we log in, a new collection will be created and that collection contains a document. So now you can see the ID of the document is the email ID itself. Okay. The reason for giving the email ID as the ID of the document, because here you can see that we have passing the recipient email ID to this text field. So from that, we can identify the recipient. So that's why I have given the email ID as the third argument. So in the message component, as a third argument, we have to pass the email ID of the recipient. Okay, that email ID that we are giving in this text field. Okay, so next I'm going to pass the email ID of the recipient. So for that, I'm going to do is in the first text field, I'm going to use the on change. So inside this on change, I'm going to use the set mail ID. So we have to define that mail ID, that state. So here I'm going to give as e.target.value. We will get that from the event that we given here. Okay. Next I'm going to define that state as const mail ID, comma set mail ID as like this way. Use state. Okay. Then next I'm going to do is here we know that in this mail ID there is the mail ID that we are giving, that is mail ID of the recipient. So I'm going to pass this mail ID as a third argument here with the backtick. Okay. Then next I'm going to do is I'm going to define the second variable. So here I'm going to give the name of the variable as message doc. Okay, so what we are going to do is we are going to create a new subcollection in this document. Okay, so for that purpose, I'm going to define a new variable. That is, I'm going to give the name of the variable as message ref. So here I have given the name as message ref because I'm going to use the collection function from the Firebase. So inside this collection function, I'm going to pass two arguments. So as a first argument, I'm going to pass this user doc itself. And as a second argument, I'm going to pass the name of the subcollection that we are going to create in the recipient's document. So I'm going to give the name of the collection or subcollection as inbox. Okay. So now a new subcollection will be created in the recipient's document with the name inbox. Okay. So next I'm going to do is to give this message ref inside this add doc function as a first argument. And as a second argument, I'm going to pass the content of the mail. Okay. So here, what I'm going to do is to define a new state. I'm going to give as message set message, which is equal to use state as like this way. So now I'm going to use this set message in the third text field here in the on change of the third text field. So here I'm going to pass the set message and I'm going to give the e.target.value that we get from the event. Okay. So next I'm going to do is here we will get that message or that mail content in this message state. So I'm going to pass that as the second argument into this add doc function. So I'm going to give as email colon message. So now you can see that I'm going to call this send message function inside the on click of the button send. So here in the on click, I'm going to paste that or call that send message function. Then next I'm going to do is, so here I'm going to send a mail by giving the mail ID, subject, and the content. At that time, a new subcollection will be created in this document. Okay. So before that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to log in by using another Google account or another user. Okay, here I'm going to click on the sign in with a Google account from another Google account. And you can see that we will be signed in. And I'm going to send a mail to this user. Okay, so here I'm going to give the mail ID of that user or the recipient. So you can see that this is the mail ID of that recipient. So I'm going to give this mail ID in this text field. Okay, it's like this way. Then next I'm going to give the subject as like this way. Then next I'm going to give the content of this mail. Okay, so here I'm going to give as hi. Okay, then next I'm going to give or next I'm going to click on the send button. At that time you can see that a new subcollection will be created in the recipient's document. I am going to click on the send button. So I'm going to refresh this page. At that time you can see that the subcollection will be created in the recipient's document. Okay, so here you can see that a new subcollection is created called inbox in the recipient's document. Okay, so you can see that here this is the inbox which contains the document with a random document ID, and you can see the field which contains the email. That means the content that we have sent or the email that we have sent. Okay, so next I'm going to do is to send a mail from the other Google account. So here you can see that at that time a new inbox or new subcollection will be created in this Google account. Okay, so here I am going to click on the compose and I am going to give the mail ID of the other Google account. So here you can see that this is the mail ID that I need to give in the text field. Okay, so here I am going to give the mail ID of the user as like this way. Then next I'm going to give the subject. So here I'm going to give the subject as. Okay, then next I'm going to give the content of the mail. So hi, as like this way. Okay, then next I'm going to do is to click on the send button. At that time you can see that a new subcollection will be created in other Google account document. Okay, so here I'm going to click on this send button. And when we check the database, you can see that a new subcollection is created in the other Google account also. That is subcollection called the inbox, which contains the document with a random ID and also the email. Okay. So we have created a document and we have sent the mail. As of now, you can see that we have created a subcollection in the opposite Google account or the recipient's Google account. Okay. So next I'm going to create a new subcollection in the same Google account or the current Google account itself. So I'm going to create a subcollection called send. Okay. So for that, I'm going to do is to define a new function in this message component. Okay, here I'm going to define a new function. So I'm going to do is here we have I'm going to change the name of the function as inbox. So I'm going to give the name of the subcollection itself. So I'm going to copy this function and to replace this send message, or I'm going to change this send message function into inbox. Okay. Then next I'm going to give the name of the new function as send. That means the name of the new subcollection. Okay. So here I'm going to do is I'm going to use the function called add doc from the Firebase as like this way. And then I'm going to give the async await as like this way. Or I think I can we can do that. I'm going to copy this send function and to paste it here. And then I am going to change the name into send here. Okay. Then we have to bring some changes in these variables. That means here we have given the mail ID of the recipient in this third argument. So here I'm going to give the mail ID of the sender itself. So we will get the mail ID of the sender from the author.current user. The current user contains the mail ID of the sender. Okay, so I'm going to give the mail ID that is author.current user.email. That is the mail ID of the current user. Okay. So next, I'm going to change the name of the subcollection. Here I'm going to give this name of the subcollection as send rather than inbox. Okay. So now you can see that we have defined a new function called send. Then next I'm going to call this function send inside this inbox function after the add doc. So I'm going to call this send function here as like this way. Now you can see that a new subcollection called send will be created in the current user's document in the database. Okay. So for that, I'm going to send a new mail from here. So I'm going to give the mail ID in this text field as like this way. Then after that, I'm going to give the subject as well and the content. Then here I'm going to give the subject and I'm going to give the content of the mail that is hi. Okay. Then after that, I'm going to click on the send button. At that time, you can see that a new subcollection will be created in this current user's Google account ID or Google account document in the Firebase. Okay. So I'm going to click on this send button. At that time, you can see that a new subcollection will be created in this Google account itself. That is subcollection called send. So inside this subcollection, you can see that there is the field that is email that we have sent. Okay. So in the inbox of the other Google account, you can see that there is two document has been created. Okay. So we have done that. That is, we have sent the mail and we have stored by using two subcollection. So next I'm going to do is to list the mail in this home page. So here you can see that in the original Gmail account, the mail is listed here as like this way. So I'm going to list the mail. So for that I'm going to do is in the middle component, I'm going to define a new function. So here I'm going to define the function called get message. Okay. So const get mail as an arrow function, get doc. So in Firebase, there is two functions that is get doc and get docs. Here we are going to use get docs because we are retrieving a collection of documents. Okay. Then next I'm going to give async await. So here I'm going to give try catch. Then here I'm going to give as console.error error. Then I'm going to pass this get docs into this try. Okay, as like this way. Then after that, I'm going to do is to define a variable. So here I'm going to define a variable called user doc. Okay, so here I'm going to use the doc function from the Firebase as like this way. And inside this doc, we have to pass three arguments. That means first, the database. We have already done this. Then second, we have to pass the name of the collection. So here I'm passing the name of the collection, that is users. We have already created the collection named users. Then as a third argument, we need to pass the ID. So we know that we have given the ID of the document, that is the email ID itself. So here you can see that this is the ID of the documents. So we have given the ID of the document as the email ID itself for identifying, okay, or for sending the email, okay. So we need to give the same ID here. So in this case, we are going to retrieve the collection of documents of the current user, the user who is logged in now, okay. So I'm going to give the mail ID of the current user. So we know that the mail ID of the current user will get from auth.current user property, okay, that is auth.current user dot email as like this way. So next I'm going to define another variable, that is I'm going to give as message doc, and I'm going to give the collection function from Firebase. So here I'm going to give the first variable or first argument as user doc, and as a second argument we need to give the name of the sub collection. So here first of all I'm going to give the name of the sub collection as inbox. Okay, so as like this way. So next I'm going to pass this message doc into this get docs. Then after that, I'm going to do is to call this get email inside use effect. So I'm going to take the use effect hook as like this way, and I'm going to pass this get mail function or call this get mail function inside the use effect. Okay, fine. Then next I'm going to do is to define a variable, that is I'm going to give the variable name as data, and I'm going to log this data in the console. Okay, so now you can see that in the console, I'm taking the console here. So here is the query snapshot. The query snapshot contains a docs. This docs contains the details or the data that we needed. But as of now, it is not in the form that we can use directly. So we need to convert it into the form that we can use directly. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to map through that docs. Okay. So we have a docs there inside the data. So I'm going to do is first of all, I'm going to define another variable. So I'm going to give the name of the variable as filtered data, and I'm going to map through the data.docs as like this way. Then you can see that here I am going to take each document as doc, and I'm going to first call the data function on the doc as like this way. So next I'm going to do is I'm going to pass this filter data into a state. So for that I'm going to define a state variable here. That is I'm going to give as mail data, set mail data, which is equal to use state. I'm going to give empty array here. Okay, so then next I'm going to pass the filter data into it. Okay, as like this way. So here in this empty array, I'm going to pass the mail data itself. And here I'm going to console the mail data. Okay. So now you can see that in the console, I'm going to take the console again. And here you can see the details, that is email. So next I'm going to do is to map through this mail data. So here, first of all, I'm going to comment the other paper components as like this way, or I'm going to remove that components. Okay, I have removed the other paper components. I have only kept one paper component. Then below this refresh image, I'm going to map through that mail data as like this way. So that is mail data dot map, and I'm going to return here as the paper component completely. Okay, as like this way. So here I'm going to take it as data itself. And next I'm going to do is you can see that here in this band here is the sender name and here is the content. Okay, so I'm going to give this content or take this content as data.email. We know that we are getting this mail in the form of email, okay, or in the name of email. So now you can see that here I'm going to give as email. So I'm going to take our home page. So now you can see that here is the mail as like this way. It is listed here. Okay. So next I'm going to do is I'm going to give a name of the sender here. The name of the sender can be given when we are sending the email. Okay. So for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the message component. So in the message component, this is the function that we have defined for sending message. Okay. So here you can see that we have a send the message only. Okay. Or email only. So along with the message, I'm going to give the name of the sender here. Okay, so here I'm going to give a sender that is author current user contains the display name also. So I'm going to give the display name as sender name. Okay, so here next I'm going to take the middle component. So in the middle component, you can see that I'm going to give the or I'm going to show the name of the sender here data.sender. So now you can see that next I'm going to send a new mail. So here you can see that from this account I'm going to send a mail to this user as like this way. Then next I'm going to give here the subject as sample. So I'm going to send a sample mail and I'm going to click on the send button. So at that time you can see that in the other user homepage, here it is showing the sender name also along with the message. Okay, fine. So here you can see that there is a gap between the mail. So I'm going to remove this margin top that we have given before in the initial time. Okay, it's like this way. So now you can see that the gap is gone. So next I'm going to do is you can see that here is inbox, start, snooze, send. Next I'm going to list the email in the send subcollection also when we are clicking the send button. Okay, so when we are clicking send button at that time the email contained in the send subcollection need to be shown here. And when we are clicking the inbox button at that time the mail in the inbox subcollection has to be shown here. Okay, so for that what I'm going to do is we know that in the main component, we have called the left panel and the middle component. Okay, so first of all, I'm going to do is I'm going to define a state variable. So I'm going to give the name of the variable as subcollection. Okay, or I'm going to give as subcollected. Okay, which is equal to use state. So next I'm going to do is I'm going to first pass this set subcollect into this left panel. Okay, as like this way. So next I'm going to do is I'm going to the left panel component here and I'm going to take the props. So here in this span, what I'm going to do is in the on click of this span, I'm going to pass the dot set subcollection or set subcollect as inbox as like this way. Okay. Then in this send it, I'm going to pass it as inside this on click, I'm going to give it as props dot set subcollect as send. Okay. Then next I'm going to do is in the main component, I'm going to pass the subcollect state into this middle component. Okay. So as I this way. Okay. So next I'm going to take the middle component and here I'm going to take the props. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass this props dot subcollected in the place of this subcollection. Okay. So first of all, I'm going to remove this. Here I'm going to give a backtick and inside this I'm going to pass the props dot subcollect. That is props dot subcollect. If the props dot subcollect is available, then we have to show the props dot subcollect as like this way. Okay. Otherwise, I'm going to show the details or mail in the inbox subcollection as a default. Okay. So now you can see that as like this way. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on this send button and inbox button. At that time, you can see that next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to give a cursor pointer in this style here, pointer as like this way. Here also Okay. So next what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on the send button here. At that time you can see that the mail in the send subcollection will be listed here. Okay. So I'm going to click on this send. So at that time you can see that the mail has been changed. Okay. Then next I'm going to click on the inbox button. At that time you can see that the mail in the inbox subcollection is shown. Okay. So here you can see that I'm going to send another message to the other Google account. So here I'm going to give as okay. Then next I'm going to click on this send button. At that time you can see that when I take this send, you can see the mail here. Okay. So I'm going to take the inbox. Okay. So it is fine. So next I'm going to do the functionality for the search bar in this nav bar. Okay. So before that, I'm going to do is I'm going to show you that in the middle component, I'm going to log the mail data as like this way. Then here you can see that I'm taking the console. And here you can see that this mail data is showing again and again, or re-rendering is occurring randomly. Okay. So eventually what will happen is it is leading to an error, that is a Firebase error, that is quota is exceeded. Okay. So for avoiding that, I'm going to do is I'm going to remove this mail data from this dependency array, and I'm going to give the props dot subcollect. So at that time what will happen is such that the list of mail will only shown in the middle component or in the main component only when we click this left panel button. That means when I click the send button or when I click this inbox button, at that time only the mail will be shown here. Otherwise, when I refresh the page, there will be no mail. So when I click this inbox, you can see the mail here. Okay, so next I'm going to do the search bar functionality or search functionality of this nav bar. So before that, I'm going to do is to remove this border from here. Okay, so when we are clicking, there is a border showing. So for that, I'm going to take the navbar component, and here you can see that this is the input field that we have used for the search mail. Okay, so here we have already given the border none. Okay, then next I'm going to give as outline to none as like this way. So now you can see that there will be no border when we are clicking the search bar. Okay, then next I'm going to do is to give the functionality for the search bar by using the filter method from the JavaScript. Okay, so here first of all I'm going to the main component, and from here I am going to define a new state, that is search set search, which is equal to use state. Okay, then I'm going to give this set the search to this navbar component as like this way. That is set the search, which is equal to set search, and here in the navbar component I'm going to take it as props as like this way. Then here what I'm going to do is I'm going to give this set props dot set search in this input field. So here in the on change I'm going to give as props dot set search. Okay, so here I'm going to pass e dot target dot value, and I'm going to give the event here. Okay, then next I'm going to do is I'm going to take the main component again, and I'm going to pass this search state to the middle component. Okay, as like this way. And I'm going to take the middle component. So in the middle component, you can see that here we have a map to this mail data. So I'm going to give the filter method here itself. Okay. So what I'm going to do is, first of all, we have taken a props here before. So I'm going to use the props.search state. Okay. So what I'm going to do is, if the props.search is available, that means we have, if we given any search there, then we have to give the filter method here. Otherwise, we don't want to give the filter method. Okay. So I'm going to copy and paste it again as like this way. So otherwise we don't want the filter. Okay, so here I'm going to give as filter as like this way, and inside this filter I'm going to give as data and data dot sender. Okay, so we have already given the name of the sender when we are sending the message in the message component. Okay, as like this way. So we are comparing the sender name here as like this way, that is data dot sender, which is equal to the props dot search. Okay, so we are going to give the name of the sender in the search option. So if this prop.search is available, then this functionality will happen. Otherwise, there will be no filter method. Okay. So now you can see that I'm going to take the inbox. So at that time you can see the mail here. The next I'm going to give the name. So when I give this name, you can see that there is no listed. So I'm going to give the complete name. Okay, at that time you can see that the mail is listed here. So now the search is working. Okay. So next I'm going to do the delete functionality of our Gmail account. So here in the original Gmail account, you can see that here is the delete button. So when I click the delete button at that time, you can see that that mail will be gone. Okay, so I'm going to do that here. So for that, here I'm going to put an image of delete. So first of all, I'm going to import an image from my system. Here you can see that this is the image that I'm going to import into our project. So I'm going to import this first into the images folder here. Then next I'm going to do is to import that image into this middle component. So I'm going to import it as remove from images slash bin.png. Okay. So now I'm going to use this image here. After this span, I'm going to use an image tag again. And here I'm going to do is to use the source attribute as like this way. And inside the source attribute, I'm going to use the remove or delete or bin image as like this way. Then next I'm going to give the same style from here. I'm going to copy and paste here. Then next I'm going to give the image here also as like this way. Next I'm going to do is I'm going to define a function for delete. So here I'm going to give as the name of the function that is delete mail, which is an arrow function. Then I'm going to use the delete doc functionality from the Firebase. Okay. So here I'm going to use the async await. Then next I'm going to use the try catch as like this way. So here I'm going to give as try catch error, that is console.error. Then next I'm going to pass this delete doc into this try. Okay, as like this way. So I'm going to define a variable next. So I'm going to give the name of the variable as we have already defined this variable here also. So I'm going to copy these two variables from here and to paste it here. Okay. Here we have already given the auth.currentuser.email. Don't want to change that. So here you can see that we have given the this property. So I'm going to remove this backticks. We only want to give this inbox sub collection here. Okay. So next I'm going to pass this message dog as an argument into this delete dog function. And after that, I'm going to call this delete mail function in this image, that is in the on click of this image. Okay, as like this way. So I'm going to copy the same and to paste it in the image below, as like this way. So next what I'm going to do is, here you can see that we have given the two arguments into this collection. That is, first is user dog and second is the name of the sub collection. So we need to give a third argument also. That means we have to specify the document that we are going to delete. That means, for example, I am taking the Firebase database. So here you can see that this is the user's collection. So inside I'm going to take this mail and here I'm going to click on the inbox subcollection. So here you can see that there is two documents. So the documents can be identified by only the ID that is given here. Okay. So first of all, we need that ID. Okay, so we will get that ID from here. You can see that we have given the ID as like this way when we are getting that email. Okay, when we are retrieving that email, we have already given the ID to this state. Okay, so we can retrieve that ID from here. That means this data contains that ID. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass that data into this delete mail function as an argument. Okay, so here I'm going to pass the data as like this way. Here also I'm going to pass the data as like this way. Okay, so now you can see that we can get that data here. So I'm going to get that data as data itself, and I'm going to pass the ID here. So for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to change this collection into doc. Then only we can pass the third argument here. Okay, that means for specifying the document, we need to give the doc function. So here I'm going to give the ID. That means data.id. Okay. as like this way. So I'm going to give a cursor pointer, and also I'm going to reduces the size. So here I'm going to give as 1.1. Here also I'm going to give as 1.1. Okay. Then here I'm going to give the same. The next I'm going to give the margin left also. So here I'm going to give the margin left for about 1 VW. Here also I'm going to give the same. That is 1 VW as like this way. So now you can see the structure as like this. The next I'm going to give a cursor pointer also. Here also I'm going to give the cursor pointer. So I'm going to copy this and to paste it here. Then next I'm going to click on this delete button. You can see that I'm going to click on this delete button. At that time you can see that mail will be gone. Okay, so now you can see that the mail has been gone. Here you can see that there will be only one document. Okay, fine. So next I'm going to do is, here you can see that when we move over this email, then only that delete button will show. Otherwise, the delete button will move or will be disappeared. Okay. So next I'm going to do that functionality. So for that, I'm going to define a new state. That means here I'm going to give that the state show set show, which is equal to use state. I'm going to give as false as the initial state. The next I'm going to do is, here you can see that this is a span. So I'm going to use the on mouse enter. So in the on mouse enter, I have given the show to true, and next in the on mouse leave, I'm going to give as set show false. Okay, just like this way. I'm going to give this same in the span below here. Okay, just like this way. So next I'm going to do is, I'm going to put here the condition. That means if the show is only true, then only we need to show that image of delete button. Okay. You can see that as of now that image of delete button is not showing. So when I hover this span, at that time you can see that the delete button is showing. Okay. So next I'm going to do the right panel section. Okay. So here you can see that in the right panel you can see that there is three icons. That is icon of calendar, icon of contact, and task. First of all, I'm going to create the task component. Okay. So here I'm going to do is to create the component called notes.js. And I'm going to use the same model component from the material UI. So I'm going to copy the model from here. Okay. Then next I'm going to paste the model in this notes component. Then I'm going to change the name of the component, that is notes. Okay. So then next I'm going to remove this section also. I'm going to call this notes component in the right panel. So in the right panel, you can see that here is the three icons, that is calendar, user, and task. So in the task icon, I am going to comment that task icon, and I'm going to call the nodes component here as like this way. So here you can see that I have called the nodes component. The next I'm going to do is, I'm going to copy this image from here and to paste it here. So you can see that as of now, here you can see that there is no image. So I'm going to uncomment that image, and I'm going to import the task image into this component. Okay. So that is task from images slash tasks. So at the time you can see that here is the task image. So when we click this task image, at that time that pop-up have to be arrived. So what I'm going to do is, here I'm going to give the handle open function in the on click of this image tag. Okay, as like this way. So next you can see that when I click this task icon, at that time the pop-up will be arrived. Okay, as like this way. The next I'm going to do is to bring some changes. So here I'm going to remove this image tag. And in the notes, I'm going to bring the changes in this style. So here I'm going to do is, I'm going to give the left as 92 percentage. And next I'm going to do the width, that is 14 VW. After that, I'm going to give the min height. So here I'm going to give the min height, that is min height for about 650 px, as like this way. After that, I'm going to remove this border as well as the box shadow. Then I'm going to give the padding. one VW. Okay. So now you can see the structure as like this way. I'm going to click on this task. And then you can see that the pop-up model in the right side and the right side. Okay. Then next I'm going to do is I'm going to bring some changes in this section. So first of all, I'm going to remove this typography, second typography. Then I'm going to remove this ID variant and the component. Okay. So here I'm going to change this typography as add nodes. Okay, as like this way. Then next I'm going to give a style also. Here I'm going to give the style such as I'm going to give the SX tag. That is, I'm going to give the padding to about padding top 3 ph, 3 VW. And I'm going to give the font size also. So I'm going to give the font size for about 1 VW. And next I'm going to give the color also. I'm going to give a color for about gray. Okay. So now you can see that the structure of the add nodes as like this way. Okay, add nodes pop up. So I'm going to make it as a to-do list, a pop-up for adding the to-do list of the current day. Okay. So next I'm going to do is to use the input here. So here I'm going to give as input field as like this way. So in this input, I'm going to give the placeholder. That is, I'm going to give as nodes. And after that, I'm going to use the button. So I'm going to use two buttons from the material UI. One button is for add nodes and another button for show the nodes. So here I'm going to use a button to show the nodes because in the last video, I have done one thing in the middle component. That means I have removed the state from this dependency array and I have given the props.subcollect because uncontrolled re-rendering were occurred. That leads to an error in the Firebase. That is quota exceeded error. Okay, that's why I have given here the props.subcollect as the dependency. So as like that of in this middle component, I have given a button for showing the list of nodes here. Okay, as well. The next I'm going to give a variant that is contained. Then here also I'm going to give the variant contained. So next I'm going to do is I'm going to give the SS tag and inside this SS tag I'm going to give the font size. That is font size for about 1 BW. After that I'm going to give as width. So here I'm going to give the width that is 4 BW and I'm going to give the height. So I'm going to give the height for about 2 BW. Okay, so now you can see that the structure as like this way. Then next I'm going to copy this SX tag from the add button to paste here. Okay, so now you can see the structure as like this. Here is nodes input tag. Then here in the input, I'm going to give a style that is outline none. Okay, and I'm going to give the font size also. So here I'm going to give the font size that is 1 BW. Then next I'm going to give the width for about 11 BW. And after that, I'm going to give the height for about 1.5 VW. Okay. So here I'm going to give as height 1.5 VW. Just like this way. Then now you can see the structure as like this. Here also I'm going to give a margin top in this button. Margin top for about 1 VW. In this button also I'm going to give the margin top as 1 VW. Okay. As like this way. So now you can see the structure as like this for the task or nodes. Okay. The next I'm going to do is here I'm going to show the responsiveness of this component. Okay, it is responsive. Then next I'm going to do is I'm going to create these components for this contacts and this calendar section. So I'm going to do is first of all I'm going to define or I'm going to create a component that is first of all I'm going to create event component event.js for the calendar icon. Then next I'm going to create the component that is contacts. Okay, so in this component, what I'm going to do is here contacts.js. Okay, it's like this way. So next I'm going to do is I'm going to copy and paste the complete code from the nodes component. It's like this way. Okay. So after that I'm going to paste it in the contacts component and also the events component. As like this way. The next I'm going to change the name of the component. So here I'm going to give as event and here I'm going to give as contacts. Okay. Then next I'm going to do is I'm going to change the image or icon here. So here I'm going to import the user icon. Okay, as like this way. Then in this event, I'm going to use the calendar icon. So I'm going to replace it using calendar icon. So I'm going to import the calendar from the images folder as like this way. So next I'm going to do is, next I'm going to the right panel section. And in this right panel, I'm going to replace these images using the components. So here I am going to call the component that is contacts as like this way. Then next here I'm going to replace this image component and I'm going to use the event component. Okay. Next in the contacts component, there is showing one error that is. So here I'm going to give the user image. Okay, fine. So next I'm going to click on the each image. At that time you can see that the pop-up will be arrived. Okay. Okay, fine. The next I'm going to bring some changes. That is, we have only done the notes pop-up. We have added the title, the input field, and the two button. So next I'm going to complete the contacts component. So here I'm going to take the contact component, and in the contact component I'm going to use two input field as like this way. So here I have given notes, so I'm going to change it into name, and here I'm going to change it into mobile. Okay, as like this way. So now you can see the structure as like this. Okay. So here I am going to give a style that is margin top for about 1 BW as like this way. Okay, fine. So now you can see that this is a structure. We can add the contacts. So I am going to give here the contacts, add contacts. Okay, fine. So next I am going to change the event component. So here I am going to give as, first of all, I am going to give the event as the placeholder for the input field. Okay, next I am going to copy this input field and to paste it here. And here what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove this placeholder and I'm going to give a type for about date. Okay, I have given the type as date. So at that time you can see that when I click this calendar icon, here is event and date. Okay, fine. So next what I'm going to do is we have done the design part of this three components. Okay, so next I'm going to do is to give the functionality for these components or pop-up. Okay, so first of all, I'm going to do the nodes section. So here in the nodes component, I'm going to define a new function. So here I'm going to define the function that is add node. So here I'm going to define the function add node as like this way, which is an arrow function. So I'm going to use the add doc from the Firebase, and I'm going to give the async await here, async await, and I'm going to give the try catch as well. And I'm going to give as console.error error. Okay. The next I'm going to give the add doc inside this try as like this way. So now you can see that we have defined the add doc function. So next we have to define two variable. So we have already defined that variable. So I'm going to copy and paste it from this message component. Here you can see that here we have defined that variable. So I'm going to copy that and paste it here. That is user doc and message of. But we have to bring some changes here. That means so here they have given the mail ID of the opposite user or the receiver. So I'm going to change it to give the mail ID of the current user. That is auth.current user dot email. Fine. The next I'm going to do is here they have given the name of the subcollection as inbox. So I'm going to give the name of the subcollection as nodes. Okay, as like this way. Then next I'm going to import the database and also I'm going to import the doc function from the Firebase and the collection function from the Firebase. Okay, fine. Then next I'm going to do is I'm going to call this add node inside this button here, add button. In the on click of this add button, I'm going to call that add node function as like this way. The next I'm going to do is to show that nodes. So for that I'm going to define a new function. So I'm going to define a function that is constant show node as like this way. Then I'm going to give the arrow function. Then I'm going to use the get docs function from the Firebase, and here I'm going to give as async, and here I'm going to give as await. Then next I'm going to give the try catch, as like this way. Here error, console.error. Okay, the next I'm going to pass this get docs inside this try. The next I'm going to do is to define two variables. So I'm going to copy from here and to paste it here as like this way. So now you can see that. Okay, so next I'm going to do is to call this show notes inside this show button here. So in the on click of the show button, I'm going to call the show notes function as like this way. The next I'm going to do is here I'm going to copy or I'm going to give the message ref as the argument, first arguments into this add dog function. Then next I'm going to pass the nodes that we are giving. So for that I'm going to define a new state. So I'm going to define the state that is const node set nodes, which is equal to use state. Okay, it's like this way. Then next, I'm going to copy the set nodes and I'm going to give it in this input field. So here I'm going to give as on change, and inside this on change, I'm going to use the set nodes as like this way. So here I'm going to give as e.target.value. I'm going to give here e. So next I'm going to do is I'm going to give this nodes inside this object as nodes itself. Okay, it's like this way. Fine. The next I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this message refer in this short show nodes function and I'm going to pass it into the get docs as like this way. Then next I'm going to define a variable that is data. Okay, so here I have given the nodes as hard coded. So I'm going to remove it as node state. Okay. So next I'm going to do is to define a new variable that is I'm going to give as filtered data. And I'm going to map through the data.docs. We know that this data contains a property called docs. So we have to map through that doc for getting the data that we have needed. Okay, so here I'm going to give the or take the each document as doc. Next, I'm going to call the data function on each doc. So I'm going to spread that doc and I'm going to call the data function. Then next, I'm going to pass the ID as well. So here I'm going to give as doc.id. Then next I'm going to do is I'm going to define a new variable. So here I'm going to define the variable that is I'm going to give as nodes data as like this way set nodes data, okay, which is equal to use state. I'm going to give as an empty array. Then next I'm going to pass this filter data into the set nodes data. Okay, here I'm going to give as filter data as like this way. So next I'm going to log the state here, that is nodes data. So next I'm going to do is to add the node. So for that I'm going to take the or click on this task symbol and I'm going to add a node. So I'm going to add the to do as like this way reading. So here I'm going to click on the add button. At the time you can see that a new subcollection will be created. So here you can see that in this Google account, a new subcollection called notes has been created. So here you can say that in this notes subcollection, there is a document. That means you can see the field here, notes, which contains the notes that we have given. Okay, the to do that we have given. Okay. So next I'm going to do is to click on this show button. At the time you can see that in the console, there will be the data as like this way. Okay. The note that we have given. So next I'm going to do is to show that nodes here. So below this button, I'm going to give the BR tag. And then next, I'm going to list that nodes. So for that, I'm going to do is to map through the nodes data state as nodes data dot map as like this way. So here I'm going to give the return and I'm going to give data here or take each nodes as data. And here I'm going to give as list. The next here in this list, I'm going to give as data dot nodes. Okay. So now you can see that. So now you can see that here is the node that is reading. Okay. So here I am going to give as style that is margin top for about 0.5 VW. Okay. So now you can see the structure as like this way. Then I'm going to add another node. So here I'm going to add as shopping and I'm going to click on add button. At the time you can see that I'm going to click on show button. Here is shopping and reading. Okay, fine. So we have done the nodes component or nodes pop-up. The next I'm going to do the functionality for this event and this contacts. So here I'm going to change the title into event, that is add event in the calendar in the event component. So here I'm going to give as add event or events. Okay. So next I'm going to do is I'm going to copy the functions from the nodes component and to paste it in the two components. Okay. Here I'm going to copy this whole function and I'm going to copy it in the event component first. Okay. As like this way. Then next we have to bring some changes. That is here I'm going to give the name of the function as add event. Okay. Then here I'm going to give as a show event. Okay. So next here I'm going to give as the name of the subcollection as event, and here I'm going to give as name of the subcollection as event. Fine. Then next I'm going to import the database collection and doc auth from setup.js file and add doc and get docs. So here I'm going to import the add doc as well. Okay, fine. The next I'm going to do is I'm going to call the functions in these buttons. So I'm going to give the on click here, and inside this on click I'm going to give as add event, and in this on click of the show button I'm going to give as show event, as like this way. Fine. So next I'm going to check the functionality. So I'm going to take the calendar. So here we have two inputs. That is, one is for event and one is for date. Next, I'm going to give the on change in this input two inputs. So we have defined a state for nodes data. So I'm going to change it into event, and here I'm going to give as set event. Okay, then next I'm going to give this into the on change of this input field. So here I'm going to give as on change key dot target dot value. Here I'm going to give the event. Then next I'm going to give here the event as like this way. Okay, so here we need to give the date also. So I'm going to define a new state, that is date const date set date, which is equal to use date. Okay, fine. So next I'm going to give this set date in the on change of this second input. So here I'm going to give as on change as like this way. Then I'm going to give as set that set date. So here I'm going to remove this, and here I'm going to give as e dot target dot value. Here I'm going to give the event. So I'm going to change it into date. Okay, fine. The next I'm going to pass this date here, that is date as like this way. Okay, fine. So next I'm going to change this nodes data into event data, set event data. Fine. Then next I'm going to pass this set event data here. Okay, fine. So now I'm going to add the event. So here I'm going to add the event, that is I'm going to give as marriage, and I'm going to give the date here. So I'm going to give here as September 30. Then I'm going to click on the add button. So at that time you can see that here a new subcollection will be created, that is event. So I'm going to click on this subcollection event. At the time you can see that here is the date and the event. Okay. So next I'm going to show that event here. So I'm going to give here the VR tag. So after that I'm going to map through the state. So here there is event data. So I'm going to map through this event data, that is event data dot map as like this way, and I'm going to return. And here I'm going to take each event as data. Then here I'm going to give the list, and inside this list I'm going to give the span tag. Okay. Then here I'm going to give as data.event, and here I'm going to give as data.date. Okay. Then here I'm going to put an hyphen as like this way. So I'm going to click on the show button. At that time you can see that here is the event that we have given. So I'm going to give a style that is margin top for about 0.5 VW. Okay, so now you can see the structure as like this way. So I am going to give another event. Okay, so here I'm going to take another date and I'm going to click on the add button. The next I'm going to click on the show button. At that time you can see that here is the second event. Okay, fine. Then next I'm going to do the functionality for this contact section. So next what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this whole function and the state from this event component and to paste it in the contact component. So here I'm going to paste it as like this way. So next I'm going to change the name of these functions. So here I'm going to give as add contacts and here I'm going to give as show contacts as like this way. Okay, fine. Then next I'm going to change the name of the state. So here I'm going to give as name. Then here I'm going to give as set name as like this way. And here I'm going to give as mobile. And here I'm going to give as set mobile. Then here I'm going to give as contacts data. And here set the contacts data. Okay, fine. Okay. So next what I'm going to do is I'm going to replace this event subcollection into contacts. And here also I'm going to replace this event subcollection by using contacts. Okay. The next I'm going to call this show contacts function inside this on click of the button show as like this way. And here in this on click of this button, I'm going to call the function that is add contacts as like this way. Then next I'm going to do is I'm going to import these functions that is doc, collection, auth, database, add doc, and get docs from Firebase. Then here I'm going to change it as name. And here I'm going to give as mobile. Okay. Then here I'm going to give as set contacts data. Fine. Okay. So now you can see that I'm going to add a contacts. So I'm going to click on this contacts icon. At that time you can see that here is a pop-up. I'm going to give as name. So I'm going to give the random name here. And I'm going to give the random mobile number. Then I'm going to click on the add button. At that time you can see that a new collection will be created. A new sub-collection will be created in this contacts. Here you can see that here is the contacts. So I'm going to click on the contacts sub-collection. And you can see that here is a document. So the document contains the, sorry, we have to give the state in this on change of this input. So I'm going to give the state here, that is set function. So here I'm going to give as set name, and I'm going to pass the e.target.value as like this way. Then next I'm going to give the on click in the second input field. So here I'm giving as event, and here I'm going to give as set mobile. Okay, as like this way. So next I'm going to add the name here as like this way. And I'm going to add the random mobile number. Okay, so then next I'm going to click on this add button. At that time you can see that a new document has been created. So here you can see the fields like mobile and name. Okay, fine. So you can see that we have given the, or we have added the details of the contact. So next I'm going to show that contacts here. So here I'm going to give as BR tag, and below that BR tag, I'm going to map through the contacts data. Okay, so here I'm going to give as contacts data dot, and I'm going to do is to return the list tag as like this way. So inside this list tag, I'm going to give the span also. So here I'm going to take each contacts as data. Then here I'm going to give as data dot name, and here I'm going to give as data dot mobile. Okay. So next I'm going to give a style that is margin top for about 0.5 VW as like this way. So now you can see that the structure here. So I'm going to click on show. At that time you can see that the contact name and the mobile number here. So I'm going to give a hyphen here as like this way. Okay, fine. So here you can see that we have done the three functionalities. That is the functionalities for these three icons or these three pop-ups. Then next I'm going to give a style also. Here I'm going to give a style of about a font size that is 1 VW. Then I'm going to give the same style to this list in the event and in the notes also. So here I'm going to give as font size 1 VW, and in notes I'm going to paste it. Okay, as like this way. So now you can see that when we check the responsiveness, okay, it is fine. Okay, next I'm going to do is to snooze and star the mail here. So I'm going to give the functionality for the starred and snoozed button in the left panel. So before that, one thing I'm going to do is here you can see that as of now, this delete button is as like this way. So I'm going to do is to take the middle component, and in this middle component, here you can see that this is the delete button. So I'm going to give this on mouse enter and on mouse leave properties to this paper component. So here you can see that we have already given this on mouse enter and on mouse leave properties in this span. So I'm going to cut that properties from there and to paste it in this paper component. Okay, so in this two paper component, I'm going to paste that on mouse enter and on mouse leave. Okay, I'm going to remove from this span. It's like this way. Okay, so now you can see that this is a structure. I'm going to refresh the page. Here you can see that the delete button is here. So when we click the delete button, we can see that yes, that mail will be gone. Okay. Then next I'm going to do is here you can see that I'm going to take the inspect, and here I'm going to reduce as the size of the screen for checking the responsiveness. So at that time you can see that here the compose button is going inward of this nav bar. Okay. When we are reducing this size. So I'm going to take the smallest screen. I have taken the smallest device here. So at that time you can see that the button of compose is invisible. Okay. So I'm going to do is I'm going to take the navbar component, and in the navbar component we know that we have given a position fixed properties for style here in this SX style. So I have removed that position fixed from here. At that time you can see that the compose is here. Okay. So I'm going to increases the screen size, and also I'm going to decreases. At that time you can see that the compose button is there. Okay, now it is responsive. Then next, the third thing that I'm going to do is here you can see that when I reduces the screen size, at that time when you look the profile image section in the navbar, you can see that it is moving towards the text field. Actually we are placed it in the end of this navbar, but when we are reducing the size of the screen, at that time you can see that it is moving towards the field, and also it is going as like this way. Okay, so for that what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the navbar, and here you can see that this is the profile section. Okay, so I'm going to take the profile section. Here what I'm going to do is first of all I'm going to remove this margin left, and next I'm going to give a position. So I'm going to give a position for about fixed, and next I'm going to do is I'm going to give a left as 93 percentage, so or 97 percentage. At that time you can see that, or 96 percentage. Okay, so now this profile image section is here. The next I'm going to give the top for about 2 percentage or 2.5 percentage. So at that time you can see that this is a structure. Okay, it is staying there at the end of the navbar. Okay, so as of now you can see that profile image is at the end of this navbar. Okay, then next you can see that this left panel and right panel has moves to downward. So here I'm going to check the left panel. At that time you can see that here we have given the padding top. So I'm going to remove this padding top from here. So at that time you can see that it moved upward, and also when I reduce the screen size, at that time you can see the combos button there. Okay, it is fine. Then like that I'm going to take the right panel also. So in the right panel I'm going to remove this padding top 6 BW from here also. So as of now you can see that the all thing is correct. It is responsive. Okay, fine. So next I'm going to do the functionality for starred. So here I'm going to define a new function in the middle component. So here I'm going to define a function called start as like this way, which is an arrow function. So here I'm going to use the set doc functionality from the Firebase. Okay. So next I'm going to do is to give the async await. Then next I'm going to do is here I'm going to give the try catch as like this way. Then I'm going to give the console dot error. Then next I'm going to define two variables. So I'm going to copy the variable from here as like this way and to paste it here. So next I'm going to do is I'm going to remove this section, and here I'm going to give the name of the subcollection as star as like this way. Then next I'm going to pass this message docker inside this set docker as the first argument. And as a second argument, we need to pass the details such as email. So I'm giving here the object, and into this object, I'm going to pass the details of the mail. We will get these details of the mail when we calling this stored function. So I'm going to call this start function inside this image tags. Okay. So here I'm going to give the on click, and inside this on click, I'm going to give the start function as like this way, or I'm going to call this start function. So we will get the details of the mail here as like this way. That is start. We can pass this data into the start as an argument as like this way. So we will get that data here. So I'm going to take that data as data itself. And here we can pass the details, that is email. So I'm going to pass the email as like this way. That is data.email. Okay, fine. So we have passed the message. So next I'm going to do is here I'm going to pass the document. So we have to specify the document that we are going to add to the start subcollection, because in this we are using the setDoc function. So when we are using the setDoc function, we need to use a doc here because we are specifying the ID here. Okay, so I'm going to give the ID as, so we will get the ID from this data. Okay, so I'm going to give the ID as data.id here as like this way. At the time we can understand which mail we need to be changed to or moved to the starred subcollection. Okay, so here I'm going to call this same function in this image tag also as like this way. So next I'm going to do is to click on one of the star button here or star image here. So here you can see that there is two email. So here this is the first email. So I'm going to click on the first star button. At the time you can see that a new subcollection will be created in this database. Yes, you can see that here is the new subcollection that is created, that is charred. So we have already given the name of the subcollection here. Okay, so I'm going to take that subcollection. At that time, you can see that there is a document which contains the mail which we have clicked. Okay, so next what I'm going to do is when we click the starred button, at that time we have to show the starred mail. So for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the main component, and here is the main component. And in the main component, you can see that here we have passed the set subcollected function, state function into the left panel. So I'm going to take the left panel, and in the left panel, what I'm going to do is here we have given the inbox send in this panel as like this way. So I'm going to give the same in the start. So I'm going to copy from here and I'm going to paste it here as like this way. And I'm going to give here as star as like this way. Okay, cursor pointer in this image also. So I'm going to copy from here and to paste it here. Okay, as like this way. So now you can see that I'm going to click on this starred button in the left panel. At the time you can see that here is the mail that we have added to the starred subcollection. Okay, so next I'm going to do is here I'm going to give the sender name also when we are adding the mail to the starred subcollection. So here I'm going to give as sender data.sender as like this way. So now you can see that I'm going to click on the second mail here. So here you can see that this is the second mail. So I'm going to click on the second mail. And when I take the starred section, you can see that here is the second mail. Then next what I'm going to do is I'm going to change this star into yellow star. So when we take this starred section. So for that what I'm going to do is here when we are adding this starred subcollection, I'm going to do is to add another field that is starred, which is equal to true. Okay. And here I'm going to give, that is, here this is the image of star. So whenever this data dot star is true, or whenever the data contains the star, then we have to show the yellow image. Okay. So here I'm giving the condition as like this way. That is data dot star. If it is true, then we have to give the image that is yellow star. Otherwise, we have to give the same star as like this way. So here I'm going to give the yellow. So I'm going to import that image from the images folder. We have already imported that images into the images folder. So here is the image. Okay, as like this way. So we have used that image here. So next what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy and paste this style, put it here. Okay, as like this way. Then next what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the same condition in the below section also. So I'm going to copy from here and to paste it here as like this way. Okay. So now you can see that. Okay. As of now, it is not yellow. So I'm going to remove the starred subcollection. So I'm going to click on the star button again in the inbox. So I'm going to take the inbox. So here, as of now, you can see that the starred subcollection contains no email. So I'm going to click on the star icon in this inbox. So here you can see that this is the first mail. So I'm going to click on this star icon here. So when I click the star icon, you can see that I'm going to take the star section. At that time, you can see that here is the mail which is starred. Okay, fine. So I'm going to give the cursor pointer in the starred image. So as like this way, I'm going to give as cursor pointer. Okay, fine. So here also, and here also, I'm going to give the cursor pointer as like this way. Okay, fine. So now you can see that. Next, I'm going to click on this first or second star icon also. So at that time, you can see that the second email is added to the star. Then next we cannot add the same mail more than one time into the starred section or starred subcollection. Okay, so I'm going to click on one more time this first mail. So at that time you can see that the mail is not added again and again. Okay, that is because we have used the set doc function here. It is very important. So when we are using or when we are doing this type of functionality, that means if we don't want to add a particular thing, for example, here a particular mail for more than one time, we have to use this set dot functionality. Okay, so we have done the starred section. So next I'm going to do the snooze. Okay, so for that we have imported a image called snooze from my system. So I'm going to import that image. So here as like this way. So I'm going to import the image snooze from images slash snooze as like this way. Okay. So next I'm going to do is I'm going to define a new function for snooze also. So I'm going to do is to copy this start function and to paste it here. And here I'm going to do is to give it as snooze. Okay, as like this way. Then next what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring some changes. That is here I'm going to give the name of the subcollection as snooze. Okay, this is the only change that I have given in this function. And here you can see that we have added the email, the name of the sender, and here we don't want to add a status to this section. Okay, so here I have given three O's. Okay, so next I'm going to call this snooze function inside this image. So before that, I'm going to use that image here. So I'm going to use the image here as like this way, image tag, and inside this image tag I'm going to give the source attribute, and inside the source attribute I'm going to call. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this image tag and paste it here, and I'm going to give the snooze image here, and I'm going to remove this, or I'm going to change this delete mail functionality into snooze. Okay, it's like this way. So we know that we have to pass the data here, then we will get the data here, and we have given the data of add.id here. Okay, so everything is fine. So next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to give the snooze image here also. So after this image, I'm going to give the snooze again. Okay, so here I have to give the condition for delete. So I'm going to copy from here and to paste it here. Okay, it's like this way. Okay, that is for delete. So next I'm going to do is I'm going to click on the snooze button. Here you can see the snooze icon. So I'm going to do is I'm going to give a margin left here. So in this style, I'm going to give as margin left 1 VW. And also I'm going to increase the width also. So I'm going to give as 1.3 and 1.3 width and height. Then I'm going to bring the same changes in this section also. Here I'm going to give as margin left, that is 1 VW. And I'm going to give the 1.3 width and 1.3 height. Okay, fine. So now you can see that the structure as like this way. Here is the snooze icon. So whenever I click this snooze icon at that time, a new subcollection will be created in our database. Okay, so I'm going to give here the cursor pointer for this image also. So here I'm going to give as cursor pointer as like this way. Here also I'm going to give the cursor pointer style. Okay, so now you can see that I'm going to click on the snooze or clock icon. At that time you can see that a new subcollection will be created here. So I'm going to take this Google account. At that time, you can see that a new subcollection called Snooze is created. And here you can see the details such as the email and the name of the sender. Okay. So next what I'm going to do is, next as like that of start, I'm going to take the main component. And here you can see that we have given the set subcollect into the left panel as a prop. So I'm going to take the left panel. And here I'm going to do is to copy this section as like that of start and paste it in this span. And here I'm going to give as snoozed. Okay, fine. So next I'm going to do is, here you can see that we have given the subcolor in the middle. So I'm going to take the middle, and in the middle we have given the props here as like this way. Okay, fine. So next what I'm going to do is, I'm going to click on this snoozed button. So before that I'm going to give a cursor pointer also in the left panel. So here this is a snoozed. So here I'm going to give the cursor pointer as like this way. So cursor pointer as well. Okay, fine. So next you can see that here I'm going to click on this snoozed. At that time you can see that yes, here is the mail that we have snoozed. So next one thing that I'm going to do is, whenever we click the snoozed button, or whenever we added the snoozed mail, at that time it should not show in the inbox. Okay, so here you can see that this is the mail that we have added to the snoozed subcollection. But you can see the same mail in the inbox also. Here is it. So we have to change that, or we have to remove that from the inbox whenever we are snoozing. Okay. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to do to delete that from the inbox when we are adding into the snooze section. So I'm going to take the middle, and here you can see that this is the snoozed function. So inside this snoozed function, I'm going to do is, I'm going to define another variable. So I'm going to give the name of the variable as snoozed or snooze doc, which is equal to doc, and I'm going to give the user doc here as a first argument. And as a second argument, I'm going to give the inbox, that is the name of the subcollection inbox. And as a third argument, I'm going to give the ID of that particular document. So here I'm going to give backtick. And inside this, I'm going to give as data.id. Okay, that's like this way. So next what I'm going to do is, I'm going to delete this particular document from the inbox subcollection. Okay. So for that, I'm going to do is to use the delete doc functionality. So in this try itself, I'm going to give the delete doc. Okay, as like this way, I'm giving the await also. So in this delete doc, I'm going to pass the snooze doc. Okay, fine. So next, what I'm going to do is, when we click this snooze icon, that means this is the mail. Okay, so at that time you can see that this mail will be added to the snooze category or snooze subcollection. So I'm going to click on this icon. Okay, so now this mail is added to the snooze subcollection. So I'm going to take the snooze. At the time you can see that here is a mail. So next you can see that that mail will be removed from the inbox. Okay, fine. So now you can see that the inbox contains only a single mail, but this snooze section contains the both mail. Okay, so we have done the snoozed and starred functionality. So next I'm going to do is, here you can see that we have given a padding top in this middle section also. So I'm going to remove this padding top. At that time you can see that it is aligned well. Then next I'm going to do is, here I'm going to give the condition for this snooze icon also as like that of delete. So here I'm going to do is, I'm going to give the show as like this way. Okay, fine. So I'm going to give same condition here also, that is show and the snooze image. Okay, so now you can see that this is a structure. Okay, so I'm going to click on the compose again. So here I'm going to type the, or give the email ID as like this way. And I'm going to give the subject, and here I'm going to give the content. Okay, fine. So next I'm going to click on the send button. So you can see that in the other Google account, I'm going to take the inbox. So here is the mail that we have sent now. Okay. So here you can see that there is star button, star icon, and also you can see the snooze icon and the delete icon. So first of all, I'm going to click on the star icon. At that time, you can see that next I'm going to take the star section, and you can see that here is the list of the email. Then next I'm going to do is I'm going to delete the mail from this starred list. Okay. So at that time, you can see that this functionality is not working. Okay. So whenever we click the delete button in the start subcollection, at that time also that mail need to be deleted. Okay, so I'm going to take the delete functionality, and here I'm going to do is I'm going to define a new variable, that is I'm going to give as starred doc as like this way, and I'm going to give the doc, and inside the doc I'm going to pass the user doc as a first argument, and next I'm going to pass the starred as the second argument, and then I'm going to pass the ID of the document as the third argument, as like this way, data.id. Okay. So at that time, you can see that whenever we click this delete button in any subcollection, that subcollection will be removed. So for that, I'm going to give here the await again, and in this, I'm going to give the delete doc, and here I'm going to pass the starred subcollection or star doc variable also. Okay. The next I'm going to copy this and to paste it here again, and I'm going to give here as snooze doc, and here I'm going to give as snoozed as like this way, and I'm going to copy and paste it again here. The next thing I'm going to do is to give the snooze dog here as like this way. Okay, fine. So now you can see that whenever we click this delete button from any of the subcollection, that will be removed. So I'm going to click on this delete button from this starred. So at that time you can see that it will be removed. Okay, here you can see that I'm going to take starred, then it is empty. Okay, fine. So like that, snooze will work fine. So here I'm going to take the snoozed, and you can see that here is two mail. So I'm going to click one of the mail. At that time, you can see that it is removed from the snoozed. Okay, fine. So we have done the all the functionality of the mail. So here you can see that we have done this search functionality as like this way. Then we have done the profile section. Okay, I'm going to remove the box shadow in this profile. So I'm going to take the profile, and here I'm going to remove this box shadow from here. Okay, so this is a structure. So we have done the profile section, and we have done the inbox, starred, snoozed, send section, and we have done the compose. Okay, it's like this way. Then next we have done this calendar section. So I'm going to give the cursor pointer here. So I'm going to take the right panel. So in the right panel, I'm going to give the cursor pointer. So we have to give the cursor pointer in the each component, that is event. I'm going to give the cursor pointer in this section. So here I'm going to give as cursor pointer as like this way. So I'm going to copy this completely and to paste it in the notes as well as like this way, and I'm going to paste it in the contacts also. So I'm going to paste it here. Okay, fine. So next you can see that I'm going to click on the each icon in the right panel. So here I'm going to click on the calendar, and I'm going to add an event. So I'm going to add the event, that is product launch. Then I'm going to set the date. So here I'm going to select the date, that is 30. And here I'm going to add. Then I'm going to click on show button. So at that time you can see that the events that we have added. Okay. So next I'm going to take the contacts, and here I'm going to give the any name. So I'm going to give as name as like this way, and I'm going to give random mobile number, and I'm going to click on add button. Then I'm going to click on show button. Here you can see the so here there is a mistake. So I'm going to take the contact section, and in the contact section, I have given here as on click. So I'm going to change it as on change. Okay, on change as like this way. So now I'm going to add again. So I'm going to give here as like this way. Then next I'm going to click on the add button and I'm going to click on show button. At that time you can see the name and the mobile. Okay, so here I'm going to give a hyphen. So this is the, here I'm going to give the hyphen as like this way. So now you can see that here is the hyphen. Okay, fine. So next I'm going to click on this task button and here I'm going to add a task. That is I'm going to add, that is a to do, that's like this way, and I'm going to click on add button. Next I'm going to click on the show button. So at that time you can see that the all to dos that we have added. Okay, so next I'm going to do is to click on the logout button. So I'm going to take the profile section and I'm going to click on the sign out button here. So at that time we will be redirected to the sign in page.
If this video is helpful to you, please consider subscribing to the channel.